everything we can to track it down. that audio earlier. Like, have it been Many years ago, when I was 11,
So I matched with this girl on Tinder named Jenna. Jenna and I went on our first date January 26th. She knew I was out of a long-term relationship and still maintained occasional contact with my ex, Mary. Jenna and I officially started calling each other boyfriend and girlfriend around mid-February. 3 days ago, while I'm in the shower, she goes through my had even started seeing each other or even met. Jenna packs all of her things and is heading out of the door when I get out of the shower, with my phone. She text messages a bunch of people saying things like, "I'm apparently an asshole and Mary is a manipulative bitch." She hacks into my Facebook and makes a post calling Mary a whole slew of names and then blocks and unfriends several of my friends. She does this exact same thing on my Twitter. I get a hold of a coworker's phone and use it to try and contact her and sign back into my Facebook. Once she realizes I did this, she changed my passwords and my email passwords as well. Eventually, she tells me that she wants to talk things out and to meet at my place. I play along so I can get my phone and passwords back. She gives me my phone back and makes me call Mary, and I have to tell her that I'm cutting her out of my life. I had talked to Mary earlier before this and warned her something like this might happen and to just play along. We both have a background in theater, so we had a very convincing argument over speaker so Jenna can hear. Jenna gives me my passwords and I immediately change them. I tell her she should leave and she doesn't understand why I want her out of my life. She goes home very upset about me breaking up with her over this. Jenna starts posting and commenting on my Facebook and I block her. I blocked her on everything and she begins calling me over and over, not saying anything when I try to pick up the phone. I block her number. I start receiving the same calls over and over from a Colorado number. Eventually I go to my phone provider and change my number. I also changed the locks on my door in case she took a key. The next day she makes a Facebook page calling me a piece of shit and Mary a manipulative cunt, and she hacks into my alternate Twitter account. I tell her if she calls me one more time or posts one more thing about anybody I know, I'm calling the police. I get an email saying that my application for a credit card with a bank I don't use has been approved. I call the bank and I tell them what's happening and they put a freeze on the account. Several of my friends have told me to call the police and I finally realize enough is enough. The police come and tell me that she has some sort of file with them and that her name isn't even Jenna. It's something completely different. They issue a warning of harassment and if she tries to contact me again, I'll call the police and she gets arrested. Monday rolls around and I have to call the fraud people and get all of my accounts frozen and investigated and stuff. I realize this is a lot, but this is actually a pretty bare bones version of this story. Basically, the reason I'm posting this is now that the police got involved and I've had to change my locks and number, and all is solved, I'm starting to feel the emotional damage of being abused and harassed by someone I was starting to really care about, and I don't know how to deal with it. I just really wish this didn't happen. For clarity, I am a straight 21-year-old female. So in November of 2016, I went through a pretty bad breakup. In October 2017, I finally felt comfortable enough to try to get back into the dating world. So like a moron, I got on Tinder, and it wasn't my first rodeo with Tinder, but this was the strangest thing that happened to me. So towards the end of October, I met a guy named Dave on Tinder, and from the looks of it, he was an okay guy. He was funny and a gentleman. We talked for about 2 weeks and set up a time to go on a date. We decided to meet in the city where he had recently moved to, which was about 35 minutes away from my house. I got to the bar to wait for him and he was 15 minutes late. He walked in and looked relatively similar to his pictures, which I was happy about. And then he opened his mouth to talk and had a very strange voice, like he was always on the verge of crying. Very weird. He had some tattoos on his arm, including the all-seeing eye Illuminati symbol. Trying to break the tension, I jokingly said, "Illuminati confirmed, tell me all your secrets." And he goes, "What the hell are you talking about? Don't say stuff like that in public." I just kinda laughed it off and he was being really weird. He then says, "You know that people who pry are people who die, right?" I just looked at him and I genuinely didn't know how to respond. Fast forward about 20 minutes and a couple of my friends came to the bar at my urging. I moved to sit on the same side as him so that my friends could sit on the same side of the booth. The minute I sit down, he puts his hand on my knee and squeezes. And not like, oh, I'm interested, but a hard fucking squeeze. I looked at him and told him to stop, and he leans over and whispers, "You have lovely kneecaps." Like, what the hell? By the time my friends left, he had 7 beers. It was a Tuesday. As I go to close my tab, he stands behind me and he had a boner. And I mean full-on boner. I very quickly signed my receipt and stepped away. As I'm getting ready to say goodbye, it starts raining, and then he informs me that he walked to the bar from his house and asks for a ride home. Reluctantly, I agreed, and on the very short drive to his house, he informs me that it's not actually his house and that he's living in his sister's basement. When I finally park in front of his house, he leans over to kiss me, and I tried to give him the cheek, and he physically turns my head and puts his entire tongue in my mouth, and I pulled away, and this guy did it again. I finally pulled away and said, "Get the fuck out of my car," and he responds with, "I am in love with you. I knew from the moment I saw your pictures. You have to come inside and meet my sister and her husband." I told him if he didn't get out of my car, I was calling the police, and he started crying but got out of my car. So that's my Tinder story. What a creep. As a bit of backstory, I was working at a small chain motel in the Midwest as a night auditor. So my hours were normally 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. With those kind of hours and being a woman, I'm bound to have some weird stories. The scariest time I've ever had working there happened within my first month. So it was a little before my shift started, and because I was single and 22, I was on Tinder before work. I matched with this guy who seems cool, a little goth/alternative and into Ouija boards and tarot, which is my type, so I was hype at the time. We talk for a bit and I tell him I have to go to work and we say goodbye. Now, that night was my first night off training, so I was running the motel by myself for 9 hours. I was already a little nervous, but then this vaguely familiar guy comes up to the front desk and asked for me by name. In my head, I've got red flags blaring at me because this dude is weird. Not by looks, but just by vibe. I tell him that I'm me, and he explains that he was the guy from Tinder, and he saw that I was less than a mile away, so he went to see if I was possibly working at his hotel. That's right, this guy was staying where I worked. Red flag number 2. I stayed behind the comfort of my desk for 2 hours because this guy won't stop talking to me. Mostly about how his ex left him and how he beat people up and wanted to bang me. Needless to say, I was uncomfortable, and this hasn't happened to me in a work environment before, so I didn't know what to do. He finally decided to go to bed at around 2 to 3 a.m. and I take a much needed smoke break. I go outside, and right after I spark up, guess who shows up? Yep, creepy dude. I snooped a bit on his account, and he was a painter and he was doing work locally, so he wasn't from here. He tells me about where he's from and keeps getting closer and closer to me. He asks if he can smoke weed, which I said yes, just so he'd get away from me. I showed him where the cameras weren't, and he pulled me in, smelled my neck, and started grabbing my ass. I swiftly hit him, and I told him he better not fucking touch me again. I threw my cigarette on the ground and I work at a retail store, and I detest my job with all my heart. And because I was a dumb shit and said I'm always available, they routinely fuck me over and put me at nights. But I whine and bitch and moan and digress. I'm okay working nights since I get to see my boyfriend when he picks me up. Boyfriend usually gets off at 10:30 p.m., but he doesn't leave until around 11, so most nights I'd have to wait for him. On top of that, he has to make a 10-minute drive, so I'd have to wait an hour and 40 to 45 minutes, which didn't bother me. He'd call to tell me he was coming and make sure I was still alive. Earlier in the week, an Uber driver kept asking me if I was someone named Lenore. I told him no, and he did it again, but this time he kept asking if I was sure. How the fuck am I not gonna be sure of my name? Fortunately, my boyfriend pulled in and honked at me, causing the Uber creep to speed away. I'm a paranoid penny, so this made me wonder if he'd been watching me and knew my boyfriend always came late. And then I tweaked out since I keep getting these weird phone calls from some telemarketing agency, but when I answer, no one is there and they hang up. Is it connected? Is the government watching me? Do I have 7 days left to live? Fast forward 3 days later. I'm standing there listening to music, waiting for him to call me and pick me up. He finally does and starts cracking a joke about how he's glad creepy Uber didn't answer. As we start shooting the shit and joking, this Indian woman comes up to me. I don't hear her at first since I have noise-canceling headphones. She gets closer and keeps calling to me. Finally, she yells, "Hey!" I look over at her and smile and go back to talking to my boyfriend. She does it again and I excuse myself. "Hi, can I help you?" "Do you need a ride?" She asks me and looks. Nice enough, but something just didn't settle with me. Her car is parked at the stop sign and there's someone else in it. "No, my friend is coming for me, thank you." I notice that there's a man in the driver's seat and that she isn't wearing a uniform from either of the stores near us. She begins to ask again, "Are you sure? I can give you a ride. Do you need a ride? Get in. Do you need a ride?" I begin to feel a little uncomfortable and my preschool don't get in a stranger's car training kicks in. So I politely decline and go back to talking to my boyfriend. "So, are you close?" "Just pulled out. I'll get there. Just stay on the line." "Is that woman gone?" No, she wasn't gone. In fact, she was standing 6 feet away watching me, and she looked annoyed. I told him in code that no, she hasn't left. She has in fact remained there leaning on the car just watching me, and she is looking angrier with each passing second. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the man tell her something and she looks right at me and begins interrogating me. "Friend not here, do you need a ride?" "Where friend? He probably forgot you." "That's okay, we give ride. It's cold." "Get in, tell us where you live, we drop you off." "Do you need ride?" At this point she begins to get closer to me. I try to avoid her by moving to the farther end of the plaza strip. "Honey? Yeah, so about my sister. Well, she's gotten closer. But I'm pretty scared she's too far away from home. Something might happen. Hurry so I can tell you." I say in code as the car drives up. Now she looks pissed. "Get in the car now. We give you ride. Get in now." At this point she opens the car and begins trying to get me inside, pulling me and yanking on my jacket. She's a taller and bigger woman, so she tries to pick me up. At this point I'm about to shit myself and I'm screaming and kicking and wiggling. Meanwhile I can hear him yelling at me that he's coming and that he's calling the police. Now my mind is running 1,000 miles an hour and I'm panicking, thinking that I'm gonna get raped or be some kind of weird present for her husband, since he looks pretty content with her effort to kidnap me. "Get in, shut up, I will hit you. You need ride, be quiet, you come with us. You want to see our house? Very nice, you need ride." I start to cry as she manages to get my torso in the car. My right hand is locked on my phone and she begins trying to take it, and my boyfriend is panicking, telling me the police are sending an officer. She shoves my face into her leather seat. Now my airway is obstructed and she's not letting me go. She's bigger and stronger than me and she knows it. Her whole weight is on me. I try not to panic so I don't black out from lack of oxygen, and all of a sudden I start getting mad as shit. Her husband says something in another language and she lifts one hand up and leans down trying to get something from the front. I immediately use the arms I'd been using to push myself off the seat to stab her stomach. She recoils, letting go of me a little, and I headbutted her, tossing my melon back as I scream, fear-stricken and filled with adrenaline. "That's my purse. I don't know you." Finally, my boyfriend pulls in. I bolt to his car as the Indian woman is sitting on the ground. After I shut the door, he speeds off towards his house. When we get inside, I break down, babbling about how scared and terrifying it all was and how if I hadn't had the opportunity, she might have taken me to her house and done God knows what. After this incident, the police officer they dispatched got there about 20 minutes after and didn't find anyone. My boyfriend talked to his boss and was granted the ability to leave early for me. I'm still weirded out by cars stalling in the plaza. This happened over a year ago and it still bothers me. I work in a department store and have to deal with drunk customers before staggering around the store and even trying to start pillow fights with me. But there was this one guy who terrified me. I'll start this by describing myself. I'm around 5'11" and kinda chubby, but by no means fat. I'm a little big and not easily intimidated by most people. My hair is red, but my bangs and 2 streaks of my hair are a green teal color. On this day in particular, I wasn't wearing a full face of makeup. Honestly, I think all I had time to do was some eyeliner, and I've got the unfortunate baby face. So this guy, I'd say about 6'2", walks up to me and asks if I can help him. He's got a slight accent, but I can't even place it. Kinda like an English accent, but it was just off. He's got grayish white hair and a goatee. I'm not that great with age guessing, but he was at least old enough to be my dad, if not my grandpa. He's also what I'd describe as husky. A little fat, but overall just generally big. At least twice my size. He's also wearing a thick coat, but it was an unseasonably warm and sunny day without a cloud in sight. He starts asking me about men's clothing, but he's talking under his breath, so it's hard to hear. So I lean in to hear him a little better. I think he's just asking where that department is, so I proceed to point him in the direction of the men's department. Then I hear him mumble something else. This time about young men's, sounding displeased. Oh, if you're looking for young men's, that's in the front corner of the... He cut me off mid-sentence and his whole demeanor changed. He raised his voice. What? Do I look like a young man to you? What are you, like 15? Then I watch as his eyes scan me up and down, almost as though he were checking me out. As if that outburst hadn't even happened, he starts calmly mumbling again, and I can't quite make out what he's saying. All I hear is that he's talking about my hair. It was like he was thinking out loud, but didn't realize it. Then he says he has to use the bathroom, but once he's done, he wants me to help him find a dress shirt and that he wants it to match my hair. I politely say okay and give him a fake laugh and smile, not knowing what else to do. As soon as he starts to walk away, I bolt to the other end of the store. I was panicking already because that encounter was just uncomfortable, so I'm trying to avoid him when a couple asks for my help. So I'm helping this couple and they of course drag me back down to the end of the store where this guy is still waiting. In that time, one of my coworkers had the pleasure of talking to him for a moment, but he told her he didn't need any help. He was just standing there. So I'm helping the couple still and I walk past him and he kinda shouts at me in an angry tone. It was quiet enough but also too loud to be mistaken for a normal indoor voice. He said something along the lines of why was I ignoring him even though I had agreed to help him. That's when I really noticed his size and the way he shifted his body as he took a step towards me. I felt like he was threatening me and I knew if he lunged I wouldn't stand a chance. I tell him I wasn't ignoring him and I was just helping someone else. I hand off the item the couple was looking for and direct my attention to him as he is waiting less than 5 feet behind me. I honestly didn't know what else to do. My body screamed run, but my head said that if you do, something bad is going to happen. He told me he had already looked at shirts and didn't find what he wanted, so then he asks if I'll walk him to the front doors. Alarm bells are going off in my head. I don't want to get too close to the doors with this guy because who knows if he will grab me and drag me out into a waiting car or something. My heart was racing, but then I thought, my manager is in the front of the store at the jewelry counter, and if I walk the guy there, I'll still be safe. He will be able to see the exit from there, but he won't be close enough to be able to kidnap me easily. So I walk up with him and we're walking next to the bras and the aisles are kinda small. I realize he keeps trying to walk next to me, but the aisles are way too small for him to walk next to me without us touching. So we are weaving in and out of the fixtures in the center aisle, me trying to avoid him and him trying to stand next to me. He then starts to laugh. He mumbles some more, something about that it's funny that we're weaving in and out of the aisles. I'm thinking this is not funny at all. He proceeds to ask me why I dyed my hair. I look at him and say, I don't know because I felt like it, I guess. Then he asks how old I think he is. I reply with an I don't know. He then asks me again about 5 seconds later. I repeat I don't know. He doesn't even tell me how old he is and he tries to ask personal questions. He asks my middle name. I pause. The look he gave me was of pure frustration, so I gave him my middle name. He repeated my first and middle name back. I shuddered. My mom says it when she's mad, but him saying it actually scared me worse. We finally reached the front of the store. He asked me to take off my glasses. I slipped them down for a second, not even uncovering my eyes, and pushed them back up real quick. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to do. My training never covered this sort of a situation. I was terrified of what he might do should I refuse him. My instinct was telling me to oblige, so as long as what he asked was somewhat harmless. After I did that, he says, "Ah, yes, your eyes are as beautiful as I thought they'd be." I'm confused. Is he hitting on me? Didn't he just say I looked 15? What the fuck? We get to the front of the store and then he asks me if I knew why he wanted me to walk him to the front of the store. I honestly tell him I don't know. He starts giggling to himself like a schoolgirl. If you've never heard a grown man giggle, well, let me just tell you, it's unsettling. He says, "Oh, you probably just think I'm a crazy old man." In my head, I'm screaming, "Yes, now get the fuck away from me." But I feel if I say yes, he's going to hurt me. Then he says, "I wanted you to walk me to the front because I just wanted to spend a little more time with you." I'm standing there like I don't even know this guy. This guy doesn't even know me. Why does he want to spend more time with me? I want to get away from him. My manager walks by and I shoot her the most horrified look, and she just smiles and waves, completely oblivious. Then he follows that up with, "You know, sometimes the Lord just brings people together." He reaches into his jacket and grabs a hold of something. Then he quickly adds, "And sometimes he takes them away." He still had a hold of whatever was in his jacket. My heart sinks and I'm thinking, this is it. He's got a knife or a gun. He's going to murder me and drag my body out and stuff it in his trunk. He follows that up with another, "You probably think I'm a crazy old man." I pause to think on that and I respond with a seemingly thought out, "No, not really." He then lets go of whatever he had a hold of in his coat and draws his hand back out. He looks at me intently, then after several seconds of awkward staring, he says, "And now I'm going to leave and probably never see you again." I'm like, thank fucking God. He turns to leave but whips his head back around and says, "But if I do happen to come back, don't call security on me." As soon as he walked around to walk out the door, I ran to the back office to hide. My legs felt like jello, but I kept moving as if my life depended on it. I was then escorted to the back of the store to wait until they could confirm that he was indeed gone from the store. I waited for about a half hour before I went back out to finish my shift. When my shift ended, I waited around a half hour more so I would be able to walk out with someone else. The woman I walked out with had also encountered him by the register while I was hiding on the other end of the store. She proceeded to tell me that she thinks he was drunk. I'm still currently working at that same place and I haven't seen him since, and I hope I never do again. I was around 6 months pregnant and working at a retail store in a large mall. Our store was a corporate store, so there was some really heavy traffic through it. During some downtime, I told my coworkers I was taking a bathroom break. Unfortunately, the restrooms were on the second floor of our store towards the back in the furniture section, which was hardly ever busy. I worked in the women's section in the bottom floor right near the door that entered the mall itself. I rushed into the restroom because, holy crap, this baby is crushing my bladder. Instantly, I felt like something was wrong. Nobody was in the restroom as far as I could see. No feet in the stalls and no one coming in or out. There were no other restrooms nearby, so I brushed it off and did my business. The entire time, I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I didn't even bother to check my phone. Something was wrong. As quickly as I could, I washed my hands and dried them. The entire time I was standing at the mirrors near the sink, I felt as if someone was watching me. Now, at this point, I had been working at this store for over a year. Never before had I felt so off. I left and went back downstairs to the section I worked in. When I arrived, I heard over the walkie-talkie that there was an accident in the women's restroom. I felt uncomfortable but went back to work as usual. Later, my coworker told me what happened. My manager, a tiny sweet Pakistani woman, went into the women's restroom. She was alone. As she went to wash her hands, a man rushed out from another bathroom stall straight towards her. Thankfully, she had her walkie-talkie on her and immediately called for help. The guy panicked, ran out of the women's restroom, through the store, and out into the mall. As far as I am aware, he was never caught. It sends chills down my spine that while I was in the restroom, this guy was hiding in there. I'm guessing that he saw I was pregnant and decided not to attempt to assault me. I'm so thankful that he didn't harm my manager or anyone else, but it's really creepy nonetheless. I work in an outdoor mall in a great neighborhood. You assume that it's safe as hell to be there, but then again, you just can't be sure anymore. There are creepy people everywhere, and I just can't help shake the feeling that this isn't my last encounter with this man. I'm 19 years old and work at a kiosk that sells all kinds of wonky jewelry. It's usually teens, young adults, and occasionally some older adults that shop with us. Every once in a while, this man comes up to the kiosk, easily recognizable. Same leather jacket, crinkled corner of his eyes, one front tooth shorter than the other, same slouched way of walking. He's usually harmless, but oh my god, the last few times he's come by has made me so uncomfortable. I greet every customer with, "Hey, can I help you find anything?" And most of them just say they're looking. He always smiles at me and says, "Just looking, darling." At first it was fine. I didn't care whatsoever. He seemed like a harmless 50 or so year old man. He always spent a very long time looking at the display and never bought anything. Most of the time I'm working the night shift. At the kiosk, while I'm surrounded by other shoppers and other kiosk workers, mine is kind of all by itself in between two empty ones in the back, and I'm usually left alone minus the friendly security woman that stops and chats with me on her rounds. She comes by every 30 minutes or so, and she's one of the few friends that I have at work. The only stores in my view are a Reebok and a Macy's. A few nights ago, I was sitting at my kiosk bored out of my mind, and the security lady had already continued on her way. I had scrolled through Reddit already and was getting ready to open up Netflix and continue watching my show, when I hear footsteps coming up. I look up to see the creepy man staring at me, but not actually at the kiosk yet. I wave at him and he gives a little smile, but one that sends chills down my spine. A customer walks up and I immediately jump at the chance to help him, trying to shake the creepy feeling I had. After I had checked out the customer and had written down the receipt, I glanced up to see the man still staring at me. Before I could say anything, he started walking over, taking my eye contact as permission to come join me. "Good evening, darling," he said, doing an almost bow. "Good evening," I told him. He proceeded to do his usual checking the display but not buying anything. Instead of walking around the cart, he stayed by the register where I was. Walked behind my chair to check the sides but never went where he couldn't see me. Then he started asking questions like we were longtime friends. "So, darling, do you have a boyfriend?" I kind of guffed at that because I've been single for over a year now. I told him no, I didn't have a boyfriend, but there was a checkout girl I found pretty damn cute at my local grocery store. "I see," he said. "Do you have any plans after work?" he asked me. I was getting uneasy at this point, but I told him yes, I was going to a party. "You gonna hook up with any boys?" he asked. My jaw dropped. Whether or not I was hooking up with any boys was in no way any of his business, but I just told him no. He then smiled a little and said, "Good, you're too pretty for them little boys anyway." He faced me again and came up to hug me. Until this point, I hadn't realized that my heart rate was increasing, and it only became apparent after I found it harder to breathe. Before he actually said what he said, Linda, the security woman, walked up and glared at him. "Sir, if you're not going to be buying anything from this young woman, I suggest you go loiter somewhere else." He stiffened at the sound of Linda's voice and he left. "You okay, honey?" she asked me. I shrugged. "He's always here," I told her. She shook her head. "Let me and Russ walk you to your car after work today." I nodded, relieved that she offered without me having to ask. The rest of my shift is fine. I get through it and manage to make my bosses a bit of money. At 10 o'clock on the dot, Linda and her boyfriend Russ are at my kiosk. They wait for me to pack up my purse and then walk me to my little Prius. They wait for me to drive away as well. I'm on my way to the party. I stop by a gas station to fill up the tank. As I'm waiting for it to fill, I glance over and see the man from the mall at the mini-mart. He's buying a pack of cigarettes and he looks out the window and sees me. When he does, he smiles and waves, holds up one finger asking me to wait a minute. I don't. I yank out the fuel hose and jump in my car, booking it out of there. I take several detours before arriving 30 minutes late to the party. I had to make sure I would lose him before showing up there. It's been a few nights since that happened, and the only reason I'm writing this now is because I'm actually working the morning shift, and I just saw him walk out of the store across from me. Linda has someone biking around this half of the mall, so he won't come near me today, but I'm still a little creeped out. I used to work retail. I know many of you shuddered at that sentence right there. Anyway, the store where I worked sold children's clothing. It was an okay job, but still had some interesting folks come in every once in a while. I was in my late teens to early 20s while I worked there. It was a busy Saturday and I was doing my best to keep the store tidy while helping customers. I was straightening a rack when this guy confronted me. He was tall, had a dark complexion and hair, and was wearing glasses. He looked about 30, give or take. He wasn't with anybody else and didn't appear to be shopping for a child. He struck up a conversation and was smiling and friendly the whole time. I don't recall what he was talking about exactly, but he kept following me around and not getting the hint that I was busy and uninterested. He then asked me if I had a boyfriend and I told him yes, but I can't remember if it was true at the time. He continued to hang around and told me I was pretty. He was making me uncomfortable and I wish he would leave me alone, but he wasn't really being rude and I was too polite to just tell him to go away. Then he told me he was from Egypt and that he wanted me to go there with him. He told me we'd have a great time and I'd love it there. I'd love it so much, in fact, that I'd want to live there. Alarms were going off in my mind. Like, who are you and why would I just take off halfway across the globe with you? I declined too politely and he left the store. I felt so relieved. Honestly, I was somewhat flattered but weirded out. I went about my shift and maybe an hour or two later, he returned. I was behind the counter ringing up customers and I'm very grateful that I was. He stood behind the people I was ringing up, interrupting whatever small talk we were making during the transaction and proceeded to beg me to come with him to Egypt. He had lost his smile and charm. Instead, he appeared desperate and impatient. I again told him no and was not nice about it this time. He left the store in a huff. I never saw him again, but I wish I had reported him to mall security or maybe even the police. I was naive at the time, but looking back, he was either a desperate weirdo or a human trafficker. Scary stuff, and I hope he didn't succeed with anyone else.
These encounters happened a few months ago and left me feeling so shaken. Here's some details just for background information. I briefly worked for a locally owned retail business that has 4 locations in the city I was living in. Most of the employees rotate between the 4 locations, and I was usually scheduled at the same one for most of my week, but would sporadically work at other locations. 2 of the stores are located inside of the buildings that contain shopping centers for other retailers and restaurants. These are the 2 stores that I have been working at during this experience. So it was mid-September, and I had about an hour left on my Saturday shift. A man came in, bought some things, and started conversing with me. I learned that he was a manager at another store within the same shopping center. He didn't seem threatening or creepy in any way, but he was a bit older than me. I'll call him Joe. He visited a couple of times over the next few weeks, and then one evening, after talking for a few minutes, he asked if I wanted to smoke a blunt with him after my shift. I told him I had plans to attend a party that night, but I didn't see anything wrong with smoking a blunt with him, so I did. After I closed the store, we met up, walked away from the building, and smoked a blunt. He asked if I wanted to grab a quick drink, and I'd agreed, but said just one, because I did have other plans. We got a drink, and then he used my phone to send a text message to himself so he could have my number. He seemed harmless enough, so I was okay with it. I thanked him for the drink and departed, not thinking too much of it. I had been careful about how much personal information I gave him. No full name, no description of where I lived, just that I lived in the south side of the city. For the next couple of Saturdays, he would stop in, buy something small, say hello when I was there. I didn't find this odd at all because he worked in the same building and I work at the same shop every Saturday. He would get a little too comfortable sitting by the counter, which made me a little uneasy sometimes, but he was never intimidating. If anything, he was just a bit annoying because he tried so hard to seem cool, telling me all about his partying lifestyle. I also found it odd when I found that he had friend requested me on Facebook. Maybe he looked it up with my phone number, but it still made me feel like he had invaded my privacy. Now fast forward a couple of weeks later. It was Saturday and I was working at a different location than usual. This store was also located in a small shopping center, but not the one I usually worked at on Saturdays. I was finishing up checking out a customer when someone else walked in the store and out of view behind a shelf. The first customer walked out, and guess who came walking over to the counter? It was Joe. I said, "Wow, what are you doing here?" Not in an unfriendly tone, but like, what was he doing here? This led to the first encounter that made me genuinely uncomfortable. He ignored my question and immediately parked himself nearly behind the counter as if he worked there. This made me very uncomfortable because he was basically blocking me in behind the counter. To get out from behind the counter, I'd have to squeeze between him and a display case. He seemed to be playing dumb and said stuff like, "Wow, I didn't even know you guys had a store in here." Which I know was bullshit because he didn't work anywhere near this building, and I knew he wasn't just wandering around the city like, I wonder what stores are in here. He asked about how my week was, and I told him with as little detail as possible that I had been having a fun week going out with friends. He asked if I wanted to smoke again after this shift, and I said no thank you. I had things to do. Then he was asking what other kind of drugs I was into, and started to tell me all about his wild night with his crazy friends. I was extremely uninterested, but he didn't pick up on it and just kept going. I started to get more uncomfortable and thought about asking him to leave, but I didn't want to be rude since he hadn't really done anything threatening. I think that he had planned all of this out strategically. He had spent so much time trying to gain my trust in a way. He never acted predatory or out of line so that I would become more comfortable around him and allow him to get away with more creepy behaviors without saying anything. This is where it started to get weird. Again, he asked if I wanted to get high, and I reiterated that I didn't want to smoke because I had stuff to do later. He started asking if I liked uppers, if I'd ever tried speed. I haven't. And then admitted that he hadn't slept and was still high on speed from the night before. This put me so on edge, I didn't really know how to react. My anxiety was spiking, and I was starting to feel very panicky. He hinted again at the idea of us getting high together, and I was like, "Okay, what are you talking about? I told you I don't want to smoke." And he clarified that he wanted me to do speed with him, but if I did want to do it, I'd, quote, have to hang out with him for at least half an hour. At this point, I was so extremely uncomfortable I didn't know what to say. I was freezing up, hoping he would just go away. Oh, and for the record, I did not know up until after this encounter that speed was slang for meth. Otherwise, I would have told him to get the fuck out at that point. I told him I had never done speed and I didn't intend to. He reluctantly accepted, but didn't leave. He asked if there was an office in the back of the store, if there were cameras. There was, I pointed them out to him, and if we could go and do speed in the office. Again, I declined his offer and wished that he would leave. Finally, he decided to go and said that he would see me later. After he left, I was basically panicking because I kept realizing how fucking weird the whole thing was. How did he know where I was working that day? Maybe he went to my usual location and asked why I wasn't working there that Saturday? I asked a friend to meet me after my shift so I wouldn't have to leave alone and encounter him again. Thank God he didn't come back. but it made me so nervous I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder as I closed the store. I didn't want to tell my manager about it because I couldn't really tell her that I went and smoked weed with him after my shift. I felt so sick about the whole thing, but it didn't end there. Fast forward to the end of October. Joe had not made any more appearances. One Friday, I had a closing shift that was only a couple of hours in the late afternoon. I had rolled on Molly for the first time the night before, and I was feeling fairly fragile, for lack of a better term. Literally moments after I had settled in, guess who came waltzing in? My heart dropped. I was in no place to deal with him right now, and I had no idea what to do. I was so exhausted and out of it that I just didn't do anything. He stayed there for my entire shift, talking my ear off the whole time as I said nothing. And he even interacted with customers as if he worked there too. I wanted to cry the whole time. I felt powerless. I let him get this far and had no way to stop him from acting this way. A part of me was legitimately afraid to simply ask him to leave. I think he knew this. I was counting the minutes till the end of my shift. When it finally arrived, I was ready to run out of there. He followed me out of the building. He followed me to my bus stop. The entire time talking and talking and talking, bragging about his musician friends and his artist friends and how much crazy fun they would have at the raves. I would literally go 10 minutes without saying a word, and he just wouldn't stop talking. I stood waiting for my bus, people all around us at the bus stop, and I just wanted to cry. He asked which bus I was taking, and I felt I had no choice but to tell him, because he'd seen me getting on the bus anyway. He then casually mentioned that the bus I take goes past his friend's house. I prayed he wouldn't use that as an excuse to get on the bus with me, and frantically tried to think of a plan to stop that from happening. I texted my friend asking him to call me to pretend we were making plans. I spoke with him for a minute on the phone, and then hung up and told Joe that I was going to hang out with a bunch of my guy friends from high school, hoping that would deter him from following me further. It was another unbearable few minutes before my bus came, and I wanted to cry with relief when he didn't attempt to follow me on the bus. I ended up quitting the job for unrelated reasons, so I figured I would never see or hear from him again. He texted me a few weeks later, and I simply said, "Can you please stop talking to me?" He respectively agreed, and I blocked his number as well as his Facebook. I was surprised how easy it had been, but a few weeks later, I was at a museum with some friends that were visiting from out of town. We had a really great day, and had just entered the gift shop when my friends decided to go use the restroom. I waited around in the gift shop, idly playing with some souvenir rocks, when I looked up and saw something that made me do a double take. My blood ran cold when my fears were confirmed. It was Joe, here in the gift shop 5 feet away from me. He was with a child. His back was to me, so I ducked out of the gift shop and ran to the bathroom to tell my friends. I felt myself starting to get panicky. Just seeing him was beginning to become triggering for me. I couldn't believe he was here. We do not live in a very small city. The museum is an entirely different part of the city than where I had seen him before. I was terrified. I saw him walk out of the gift shop and continue walking into the opposite direction of us. I was sure he hadn't seen me. My friends and I went back into the gift shop to look around some more before leaving. The gift shop was a little bit crowded. I was looking at a display when I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I thought it was one of my friends. I turned around to see that it was Joe. He was saying, "Excuse me," and I don't know if he meant it as in, "Can I have your attention," or "Can I get by you," but I felt as if I was going to throw up. We made eye contact, and he smiled, and I bolted through a crowd of people. I walked far away from the gift shop and waited for my friends to come back out, and we left quickly. I never saw Joe again after that. I hate thinking about it now because it gave me some serious anxiety to think what could have happened if I didn't have a bad feeling. If I had ever met up with him again, and if I decided to do more drugs with him, who knows what could have happened. It honestly chills me to this day just thinking about the fact that he may have been stalking me. If not, there were some insane coincidences that took place. So this is my story. I never heard from Joe again, and soon I moved down to that city. Joe, I hope we never, ever meet again.
When I was in middle school, I took the city bus to school because my parents couldn't drive me and no school buses routed to my neighborhood. I didn't live in a particularly good place, but I never felt unsafe. That morning, I got on the bus to go to school. 6th grade at that time, so I was about 12. But let me tell you that I have always looked much younger than my actual age. It was decently crowded, so I go to my usual spot in the back. A few stops go by and then a man gets on and sits right next to me. It's been about 10 years now, but I still remember how he looked. Tall, thin, and Hispanic with long, straight black hair. There was maybe 1 or 2 seats open, so it wasn't weird that he was next to me at first. I just figured he sat in the first seat he saw open. Then he started to talk to me. I can't remember what he said at first, but being early in the morning and already peeved that I had to share my space with him, I just made vague, disinterested noises at him. Then he asked where I was going. That's when my spidey senses started to tingle because obviously it was early in the morning and I am a child, so I'm going to school. So I said, school, in a duh kind of way. I realize now he was probably looking for me to tell him which school. A few stops went by and the bus opened up some more seats, so I quickly went and found another empty seat. Not 5 minutes later, he follows and sits right next to me again, and still tries to get me to talk to him. He asked my name. I look to the front of the bus and see some 8th graders that I know from school and from riding this bus. My animal brain screams at me to find safety in the pack. I move up to the front of the bus and plant myself in the middle of them and basically press myself into them and give them help me eyes. The guy moves again and sits directly in front of me. He asks my name again, and one of the boys I'm sitting with, G, quickly calls me by a fake name and turns his body so he's kind of shielding me, and carries on a conversation with me until we get to our school. The group of 8th graders basically formed a circle around me and we huddled off the bus, and I turned to make sure the creep didn't follow us off the bus. Thankfully he didn't follow, but for the next few weeks I either caught the later or earlier bus in case he was on it again. And since the bus stop was right in front of my school, I was afraid he knew where I went and would show up. Luckily, I never saw him again. Thank God. I'm a 16-year-old guy and I wasn't expecting this to happen to me. So I just want to point out that this doesn't only happen to women. 2 days ago, I was coming back home from school. For background information, the bus the students go to goes to the center of town. I take that one and then I take another bus to get to my stop where I have to walk maybe 200 or 300 meters away from my house. I took the bus from the school towards the center, then waited at my stop. There were other kids from other schools that waited, and the creep. He wore his hat down and was glancing at me every now and then. I ignored him by putting my headphones on. This lasted for about 10 minutes until the bus finally came. I forgot about the guy but was still creeped out. I got on the bus and took an empty seat. I noticed the creep get on the bus too and was walking towards me. My red flags weren't out yet, but I still checked just in case. He took a seat behind me and then the bus started heading to the next stop. I heard something in the background of my music. I turned the volume down and I heard a voice come from behind me, from this same fucking guy. I pressed pause and heard him ask, "Hey, I think we live near each other. Can you just tell me which stop we're supposed to leave?" Of course, you'd think it's stupid of me to tell him the truth, but it'd be a bit of an asshole move to tell him bullshit if he lives near me. The bus approached near a stop that is at 5 or 6 stops from my place. I changed seats, imitating as if I needed to get off the bus. The creep moved too. Damn it, he's lying and following me. I then waited for one of the busier stops, and God was with me because there was a crowd of teens probably planning to smoke and drink. As soon as the doors opened, I ran the fuck away from the bus and crossed the roads and entered a random shop. I kept my head down and looked out the window. As soon as the students were separating, I looked for the creep, and I could see him looking for me. I took off my hoodie and put it in my bag. I then went to the bathroom to make my hair wet. I fucked up my hair to make myself look a little different and then left the shop. I walked the long way towards the next stop, making turns at every possibility. After walking around a bit, I went to a small cafe and waited there for a bit. I sent a text to my dad if he can come get me. He asked me why, and I told him the whole thing. He picked me up in a flash and then drove me home. I don't know who the hell that guy was and what the hell he planned out. I don't think he lives near me, and I fucking hope not, but whatever the fuck it is, I hope we never meet again. A few years ago, I was on my way home. I usually take the bus, even though I'm pretty uncomfortable with strangers being too close to me, but I have no driver's license and therefore not much of a choice. Anyway, I'm sitting there next to a window listening to music as a man sits down next to me. I don't think much of it, the bus is pretty full. I slide a little closer to the window so the man does not come too close to me. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice that he keeps looking at me, which makes me very uncomfortable, so I obviously look out the window and try to ignore him. I'm getting pretty nervous at this point. Luckily, we're close to my stop. As the bus drives up to said stop, I shuffle around a bit and get up halfway. As far as I'm concerned, this is a normal social cue for strangers on a bus that I want to get out at this stop and for them to let me get past their seat. Well, this guy doesn't see it that way. So I take out my earbuds and tell him politely that I need to get out at this stop and ask him to let me through. He just grins and says, "No." I do not want to push past him because then he has direct access to my body, and now I'm really anxious. I think he sees it and takes up even more space so that I cannot get past him. I also notice that he looks really unkempt and is about double my age. Also, I'm a rather petite girl and do not come across as very threatening or anything. So I say again that I have to get out, this time very loud so that other passengers can hear me and help me in case of emergency. The man lets me pass but still doesn't give me much space. When I finally get out and walk in the direction of my apartment, I notice that he's behind me. I get scared. It's winter, and even if it's not too late, it's very dark in the city and not much going on. I call a friend and ask if I can come to her so the man will not find out where I live. We're on the phone all the way until I'm with her. When I finally arrive, I turn around for the first time. The man is still there and grins at me. In the apartment, we keep looking out the window, but the man is gone. My friend walks me home later. I haven't seen this man since, but I'm still nervous about having to take the bus, and I always try to be as close as possible to the driver. So first things first, a little background info for you guys. First, this happened to my little sister, who is the best thing that ever happened to me. I love her more than anything on this planet. There's a 10-year difference between us, and during the time of these events, she was 10 and I was 20. I was also in college 2 hours away from home, which made the situation even more unnerving for me. Another important fact is that my mom runs an in-home daycare, and at this time, one of the kids my mom kept rode the bus home with my sister. For the sake of protecting the children, I'll refer to my sister as my sister, and the child my mom kept as H. I promise all of these facts will come together. So one day after school, my sister is heading up to her bus to go home. She ended up walking on the wrong bus and noticed when she got up the stairs and realized it wasn't the same group of kids as our normal bus. She turns to get off the bus to head to the correct one when the bus driver stops her and tells her to get on. My sister explained that she was on the wrong bus, but the bus driver adamantly tells her that she wasn't and to get on the bus. So my sister, being young and afraid of getting in trouble, takes a seat and proceeds to internally freak out. Fast forward to 4:30 when the kids usually get off the bus at my parents'. H gets off the bus as normal. She informs my mom that my sister hadn't gotten on the bus that afternoon, and my mom starts to panic. At this point, my sister has been on the wrong bus for about an hour and a half, and according to her, he has still made no effort at communication with her. Now, here is where the story really starts to get unsettling. After discovering her absence, my mother calls the school and informs them that my sister didn't get off the bus. After they confirm that my sister didn't accidentally go with the car riders group, they start radioing all the buses. Now, at some point before the radio call comes in, my sister becomes that last kid on the bus. The bus driver still hasn't inquired about her place of residence or even her name, but is still driving around. My sister overhears the radio calls asking if any of the buses have a student by the name of my sister's name. My sister speaks up at this point and tells the driver that that is her and that she is on the wrong bus. The bus driver didn't respond to her in any way and also didn't respond to the radio call. Just for clarification, we have no idea when my sister became the last kid, nor do we know where he was driving or where he was driving to. The only points in the timeline we know for sure is that she was on the bus at 3, H got off the bus 4:30 to 4:45, and that initial radio call probably went out about 10 minutes after H got off the bus. So the school contacts my mother and tells her that none of the bus drivers still on their routes have my sister on board, and that a good portion of the buses had already returned to the bus garage. While they tell my mom this, they radioed the buses yet again and the bus driver still doesn't respond. Around this time, my dad has come home from work. When the school calls them back and tell them they hadn't located her, both the school employees and my parents are flipping shit. My mom was even about to send my dad out to drive around looking for buses. The school sends people to search the classrooms and bathrooms in case she got left behind somehow. And they also send someone to the bus garage to search the buses in case she got on the wrong one and fell asleep or something. They also radio out to the few buses that are still running one more time. This time my sister's bus driver answers back that he has her on the bus. They tell him to head back to the garage where my mom will meet him and pick my sister up. To this day, I am very thankful they didn't give him our address to go to instead. It was about 6 when the bus got to the garage, so my sister is obviously pretty shaken up after spending roughly 3 hours with this pathetic excuse for a human. My mom didn't know the whole story yet, so she doesn't confront the driver. When they get home, my sister relays the story to my parents, who then realize that this could have turned out a lot worse. My mom calls me and tells me the story after this all took place. I will never forget that haunting silence after she finished telling me the series of events. To this day, I still feel that weight of dread in the pit of my stomach, thinking of what that person could have done. Then I spoke with my sister over the phone, and the mist of anxiety still lingering around her words was enough to break my heart. I sobbed once we hung up. As her big sister, I just wanted to take her pain. The next day, my mom calls to complain about the driver and tells them the story of my sister's hellish bus ride. They inform her that he had just started working for them about a week before and they were going to look into it. To be honest, I don't remember if they gave her the driver's name or not. What I do know, however, is that the guy quit within a week after this. Apparently just stopped showing up with no notice. My sister had gotten an iPhone for her birthday that year, which my mom forbade my sister from taking to school. After this happened, my mom made her carry it in the bottom of her book bag every day in case something like that ever happened again. I am beyond thankful that my sister made it home safe that night, as I know that a lot of stories like this don't end with reunion. Though I am thankful, I am also livid that this man had the audacity to put my sister through that. I don't want to even imagine a life without my sister. But one thing that I do enjoy imagining from time to time is beating the shit out of that bus driver. During my freshman year in college, I had to commute for 30 to 45 minutes from home to the campus and vice versa. Before the start of the semester, my parents and I checked out dormitories near the campus, but it was fairly expensive and I wasn't really keen on sharing a room with 2 other people. My mother, who was an accountant, calculated the estimated monthly expenses I would have if I got a room versus staying at home and traveling. The latter showed a lesser value, so a decision was made. And honestly, I could stand a few hours traveling than socialize with my would-have-been roommates. But kidding aside, I didn't really mind this arrangement. Sure, I'd wake up at 5 in the morning so I could go to my 7:30 class without being late. I also used the travel time to cram notes and do assignments I didn't get to finish or even start. It took some practice to get my handwriting eligible with all the bumps and humps from car rides, but by the time I got the hang of it, my blockmates treated me like a boss. But that's beside the point. This incident happened around 6:30 in the evening. I couldn't remember the exact date, but I am certain that it happened on a Friday. The campus I attended had a civilian day during Fridays, while the rest of the weekdays we were required to wear our school uniforms. I was wearing a cute light pink top with little ruffles on the neck and paired it off with jeans and low-heeled shoes of a similar color. When I ride buses, I had a preferred seat. It's the seat right behind the driver. I was paranoid with morbid thoughts back then since I had witnessed a nasty car accident that had caused 22 casualties. I was thinking that if we ever get into an accident, the driver would instinctively steer the bus away, which would make me feel safer. So I stepped inside the bus and saw a handful of passengers sitting on their respective seats and minding their own business. I was relieved to see that my preferred seat was unoccupied, so I went there and settled myself, plugging my earphones on and gazing at the window. I barely noticed when a guy sat beside me. I just saw him on my peripheral vision. My phone vibrated. My mom was asking what I'd like for dinner. I quickly shot a reply and placed it back on my backpack, which was on my lap. The guy used his jacket as a blanket and covered his folded arms over his chest. I didn't think much of it since it was getting dark out and the poor guy must have been tired. But then I felt something brush against my right side, causing me to flinch. It was his knuckles. I tried to assure myself that it was just an accident. His eyes were closed after all. I shifted in my seat, trying to make some distance between us. I'm kind of lanky, so it wasn't a difficult feat. The bus had finally moved and the man handing out the ticket started to make his round. The man asked me where I was headed before giving me the corresponding ticket, and when he asked the guy beside me, he said the same city. I started to get the weird vibe right there, but I just chalked it up as coincidence. I was starting to get uncomfortable since I counted 4 times his knuckles brushed my arm. I was getting really agitated. The 4th time he brushed against me, his knuckles touched my breast. I was practically gritting my teeth at that point. I decided to hug my backpack so he wouldn't accidentally brush against my breast again. I thought that he'd stop by this, but no. He was forcing his closed fist on my side, and that was when I was certain of his intentions. No matter how much I blocked his hand with my bag, he would wedge his way stubbornly. The jerk. I may be an introvert, but once I get pissed, I am very vocal with my thoughts. I shifted my seat once again and saw that he was wide awake and a knowing smirk on his face. I fought off the urge to scratch that smug look. I took a deep breath and took off my headphones before loudly saying, "If you're trying that hard to touch a girl with a flat chest, then I feel sorry for you." All heads turned to our direction. The car timely stopped on a waiting shed, and while I was wondering why the fuck I had to blurt out those words, the jerk just took off running. He didn't even pay for fare, and we were nowhere near our destination. There was a stunned silence, but then the driver shook his head and started grunting, looking at the sliding door where the jerk had just gotten off. A fellow passenger, a sweet old lady, asked me if I'm okay, and I just nodded mutely. I may have chased away a maniac, but I had also managed to embarrass myself. Thankfully, there were only a few passengers inside. The driver told me to put my bag beside me and they won't charge me for occupying the seat. I was grateful for that gesture. The next 15 minutes had been uneventful, and when I jokingly told the story to my parents during dinner, it was then I had realized the full magnitude of the situation. I was sexually harassed. Some dude forced his way even when I tried to stop his advances. I had a fitful sleep that night, thinking of morbid thoughts. What if I didn't speak up and he got off on the same stop as me? What if he had an intention to do horrible things to me? What if I died that day? I was overreacting, I know, but it had been a few weeks since I fully recovered from that trauma. My father had to put up with me and drove me to and from school until I stopped being so paranoid. That was when I started a job. I prioritized having a car of my own. Now I don't use the buses anymore. This happened when I was in high school. Freshman or sophomore, so about 14 or 15 years old, but still looked much younger. I still rode the city bus to school because, again, no school buses routed to my neighborhood. My mom could have dropped me off at the time, but she started work at 8 and my school started at 9, so I was not interested in being at school at around 7:15. That morning I get on the bus as usual. It's not empty, but not full. I was a part of JROTC in high school, and that day was uniform day, so I was wearing my uniform. If you've ever seen female military uniforms, you know they're the least flattering thing in the world. I include this description in case there's any chuckle fucks out there who think that what you're wearing when you get creeped on makes a difference. So I'm sitting in my seat surrounded by my big ass backpack and guitar case for my music class. Suddenly this dude just materializes in front of me. I look up to see this guy, average height, sandy colored thin hair, and drug skinny with a tweaker face. So he could be anywhere from 20 to 40. He stands awkwardly in front of me and then thrusts his arm out and holds a folded piece of paper in front of me. He gestures for me to take it, and it's so early in the morning, and I'm so confused that I take it and he walks away. I open it and read it. It's a note that he wrote me that said something along the lines of, "Hey, my name is Creep and I've been watching you for a while now, but I'm gonna be switching buses soon, so here's my phone number. Call me." And had a number written down. I can barely process what I've just read, and I can feel his eyes burning into me. I arrange my stuff in the empty seats around me like a barrier, and when my stop comes, I fly off the bus. I ran to the ROTC building where I would usually hang out before school. I burst into the building and basically tackled one of the ROTC instructors and clung to him, shaking like a leaf and crying, holding the note and talking incoherently. Now, our instructor was obviously retired military. He took the note from me, read it, and got the most steely-eyed look. He sat me down in a chair and walked me over to the school phone on the table. He calmly dialed the number and that dumb, creepy motherfucker answered. My instructor asked if his name was Creep. The guy said yes. Then he quickly told him that he was my father and asked, "Why in the fuck did you, a grown man, give my 14-year-old child your number?" The creep basically just went, while my instructor released a stream of very experienced ex-military based threats until he could hear the guy just about shit his pants. He finally told him to never contact me and hung up, and then gave me a huge smile and hug. I was smiling through my tears at that point, having listened to his tirade. I called my mom and told her what happened, and she came down to the school and we went and filed a police report. I told her I was never getting on a city bus again, and I didn't care if I had to be at school 2 hours early. I wanted her to drop me off until I could drive. So that's what happened. That instructor was always my favorite teacher, and I still go visit him even after graduating college. I imagine someday at my wedding he'll tell this story. It was truly crazy. I was taking the bus home from the store one night around 7 to 8 p.m. It's a route that I took on a regular basis, so usually I recognize some of the people on it. Anyway, this guy that I've never seen before gets on a few stops after me. He's probably in his mid to late 40s and wearing construction attire. He keeps looking back at me as if he recognizes me or something, so I just kind of fake smile at him in hopes that he'd stop. Instead, he takes it as an invitation to start a conversation. He starts asking me all these invasive questions, to which I give the most generic non-answers, hoping that maybe he'll notice that he's making me uncomfortable and leave me alone. Instead, he asks me out for drinks. I say, no thank you, I'm a minor. To which he replies something along the lines of, "That's okay, I don't mind." And then, "Maybe I can join you at home." I think he went on to explain that we could watch a movie and that he'd make me the best drink I'd ever tasted, but I interrupted him and told him that I was uncomfortable and didn't want to talk to him anymore. I put in my earbuds and watched him out of the corner of my eye for the rest of the ride. Every time someone pulled the cord or the bus stopped, he looked back to see if I was getting off. When it finally came to my stop, I was feeling pretty uncomfortable but pulled the cord anyway. As soon as I started gathering my stuff, he started shifting like he was getting off too. When I stood up, so did he. I waited until he was off the bus before sitting back down in my seat. As the bus drove away, I saw that he was still standing at the stop waiting for me. I decided to ride the bus all the way back around for another 2 hours to eliminate the possibility that he was still waiting, and then rushed home. I suppose he could have just been a harmless stranger who just happened to be getting off at that stop, but it seems unlikely to me, honestly. I find it extra shady that I'd never seen him before and I'd never seen him again, even on the same bus at the same time. In retrospect, I probably should have at least reported it to the police just in case, but I was just blown away by the whole situation and didn't even think of it. Funnily enough, just months later at the intersection near my bus stop, I had an encounter with a different stranger who turned out to be wanted for assault. And a few months after that, yet another guy told me he'd buy me anything I wanted as long as it was under $7,000 at the crosswalk at the same damn intersection. The weird thing is that before these encounters, nothing like that had ever happened to me before, and nothing like that has happened since. It was just a weird few months, I guess. This happened about a year ago, which would make me 22 at the time. While not a real looker, I do have a baby face and creeps or wannabe pedos come up to me on the regular. I look barely legal with makeup on and as a young teen on the regular. I'm about 5'3" and tend to wear somewhat baggy clothes, which adds to my childish looks, I guess. Around 9 p.m. I got on the bus I usually take and somehow managed to take a seat. At the next stop, I glanced around to see who got on the bus, trying to see if there were any elderly people or just generally someone that seemed like they needed to take a seat more than me. That's when I noticed this plain-looking man. He was casually but decently dressed and somewhere between lean and slim. He had a short buzz cut, probably to hide the fact that he was starting to go bald, I imagine. But what I remember most vividly were his eyes. He was staring right at me. I started to feel uneasy, as most people divert their eyes after a time in situations like these. Now, I know I tend to be a bit paranoid, so I try rationalizing right after I looked away and through the window. It could have just been that he was tired after a long day's work and wasn't looking at me but kind of through me without even realizing it. It's happened to me before. But there was something off about his look. It didn't seem blank, tired, or aloof. It was intense. I slowly looked back at him again, only to find him staring at me again with that same focus. I tried acting as if I was just looking around and then went back to looking to the window. I could see his reflection in the glass, so I kept an eye out for him. I didn't feel afraid, just uneasy, since there were a lot of people on the bus as well as quite a few stops until mine, and I was still convincing myself I was just being paranoid. The next stop came, and then the next, and then the next. He didn't get off. The only thing that had changed was there were significantly fewer people on the bus, and he took the seat 2 rows in front of mine. However, instead of facing forward as a normal person would, he was turned to the side, which gave him a good view of me and the doors. I thought about getting off a stop early and just walking home, but quickly discarded the idea since that could just provide him with more opportunity to corner me somewhere if he needed to try to follow me. So on to my next plan. I tried to act like I was oblivious to his intense staring. I'm not sure how convincing I was, since most of the time when I try to fake something I just get the perfect blank poker face. He didn't seem to change his behavior though, so I tried telling myself that at least I didn't get off the vibe that he was scaring me now. I was close to my stop and had decided to wait and then exit at the last possible moment. When the bus stopped and opened the doors, I looked out and then looked back again. I could see his body tense for a second. A few people started getting in and I saw him relax again. After the last person got on, I hurried up and out, a smile on my face. I thought I had fooled him. Unfortunately, he jumped up almost at the same time as me and managed to get off as well. Damn, not only did I manage to lose him, but now he definitely knew I was trying to get away from him. I had no doubt he was following me now. I wasn't sure what to do. My house was just 300 meters away, but I didn't exactly want him to know where I live. Apart from that, as cliche as it sounds, I do live on a small, somewhat secluded street that isn't well lit, and not many people can be seen on it at night. It doesn't even have sidewalks, so that should give you the idea about the traffic on it. My last hope was the crossroads I needed to go over. Let me paint you a picture of it, since that is what saved me. So I got off the bus, walked down a bit, and crossed the street to my left. From there, I had to wait for the green light and cross the street again, then I just go uphill for about 150 meters, and then on the first street to the left. 100 more meters and I was home. The thing was, when the light turns red for the cars on my left, it's still green for the cars coming from the right. After about, 15 seconds, it turns red for them too. And then 5 to 10 more seconds, the light turns green so that people on foot can pass. I couldn't be sure since it's not a small city or neighborhood I live on, but I hope he wasn't from around and that he wouldn't know about the traffic lights. So I tried playing it cool, pretending not to notice that he was constantly about 2 meters behind me like a freaking not-so-subtle shadow. As luck would have it, there wasn't too much traffic coming from my right, but there was some. I waited for the next car to come up, not too close and not too far, just enough for me to run across the street but to prevent him from following me directly behind. I remember hoping he wasn't from around here again before I started running. I guess he wasn't expecting that. I quickly glanced behind me and saw him starting to cross but then backing up since there was still traffic coming from the right. This is when my luck doubled. A bus was heading my way to the stop that's right beneath the corner of my street. I'm pretty short, so I maneuvered my way through the crowd of people that just formed, hoping he'd lose track of me since most of those people were taller than me. I managed to get to my street but figured he wasn't far behind. I didn't want to run up straight to my house since he could easily spot me. I decided to crouch between 2 parked cars right at the corner. I figured it was a good hiding spot. The street was dimly lit and I could peek through the car window, but he couldn't easily see me. After a few seconds, there he was, right at the fucking corner. I could see that he was breathing somewhat heavily and he just stood there. He peered into my street as if straining to see if I was somewhere in the distance. Even though it was dark, I was so scared he could somehow see me. Then he looked up ahead of him with the same expression. I didn't dare move, and after what seemed like an eternity, he decided to go up instead of on my street, but I still didn't move. I kept thinking what a stupid decision he'd made. There was no way I could have gone up fast enough for him to see me if I had went there. I was afraid he'd realize that and come back. After a while, I honestly don't know how long, it could have just been seconds, I figured it would be stupid for me to wait for him to come back, so I just rushed home. I made sure everything was locked after I got in and was never so glad to see my dad home. In hindsight, I could have just called my dad and asked him to pick me up at the bus stop. I have no idea why that thought never crossed my mind. It would have been the smarter thing to do, but regardless, I'm just glad I'm okay and he never caught up to me. A few years ago, my friend Tez and I set out on the Great American Road Trip. We were going to drive from New York to Los Angeles, zigzagging through the country for 6 weeks. We were both in our early 20s, pretty broke, and as my mom had been a long-haul trucker, I suggested that to save a ton of money, we should sleep in the back of our hatchback. It was a pretty cozy setup. We bought some blankets and sheets at Goodwill and cut one of them up to make curtains. By the end of the first week, we'd gotten so we could set up camp in about 10 minutes. Luggage moved to the front, curtains up, and bedding laid down and out for the night. We slept in parking lots, free campsites, rest areas, basically anywhere it was safe and semi-legal. There was never a night where we felt scared, until the last week of the trip in Arizona. We were near Flagstaff and had gotten pretty used to our routine. We didn't go on a set schedule and would never drive more than 3 or 4 hours a day. No destination really in mind. We would drive to places we found the night before on Google and take suggestions from other campers, locals, and people we'd meet. We'd also gotten very good at making friends. We went to Denny's with a group of rednecks we met at a campsite in the back of their pickup. We met an 80-year-old cowboy who took us out drinking and taught us to line dance at a country bar. Played the guitar with some musicians in the middle of a thunderstorm. Got fed breakfast and dinner by tons of campers who invited us to hang out with them. Spent the 4th of July with a family who basically adopted us into their campsite. Basically every encounter we had with a stranger was a positive one. This night didn't look to be any different. We found a free campsite on Google and drove up into the woods following our GPS. We were pretty far out of town and something seemed a little bit off when we pulled up to the campsite. There was one RV parked and 2 other cars further up in the trees. We pulled up near the RV and a man opened the door. Tez waved hello and he just stared at her. His expression was completely blank. Then, as if she hadn't said anything, he just slowly closed the door again, staring at us the entire time. Figuring he just wanted some privacy and thought we'd be obnoxious, we pulled further down the road and found a flat spot to park the car. Instead of our usual routine of setting up camp immediately while it was still light out, we goofed around for a while, smoking and laughing and taking dumb photos of ourselves. Tez pointed out a campfire further down the campsite and we decided to go be friendly. We met so many cool people in the previous 5 weeks by just going up and offering a beer or chatting. So we wandered over. Near the campfire there were 2 men, the owners of the cars we'd seen earlier. They seemed friendly and we sat down to chat with them. They were drinking and smoking and we sat down and had a beer with them. One of the men seemed pretty off and we came to find out that 2 of them didn't actually know one another. The older man was definitely on some sort of drugs. He was spinning in circles and talking about UFOs. However, he seemed harmless. This left us chatting with the younger man who claimed to be a former park ranger. He was handsome and easygoing and we spent several hours just chatting about our trip, families, everything. Then he started talking about the bear. He claimed that he had seen a bear earlier in the forest. Tez didn't believe him and he pulled out his camera to show her photos of the bear. It was very close to the campsite and we were both a little freaked out. It wasn't unheard of for one of us to get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, so the idea of a bear hanging around in the night spooked us. The ranger just laughed and then his expression changed completely. It's hard to describe, but his voice seemed somehow cold. He said, "If you get out of your car in the middle of the night, it's not a bear you should be worried about." I kept waiting for the laugh or for him to nudge Tez with his elbow. Joke's on the foreigner and the city girl, right? Well, he never did. I laughed awkwardly and made a dumb joke about serial killers in the woods. My friend laughed as well and joked about Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We moved on to another subject, but within 5 minutes the ranger had come back to it and was talking about something grabbing us from our car in the middle of the night. No matter how we tried to steer the conversation away from serial killers, he kept latching back on. The older man was high as a kite and at this point was staring at the stars, not talking. We just awkwardly laugh and sip our beer and try to get the conversation going somewhere else. Then the ranger stood up and walked towards the cooler to get another beer. At this point it's pitch black out and I can't see anything outside the circle of light from the campfire. The beer cooler was outside of that circle. Suddenly there's a red dot in the darkness and it took a moment for me to realize that it's a camera. The ranger is holding a camera. He had taken a photo of us and I could see the screen on the digital camera lit up. Now, it wasn't odd for the people we met to ask to take a picture with us. My friend Tez is gorgeous, dark hair, blue eyes, like a young Megan Fox, and we were friendly. People like having pictures of themselves. It was an entirely strange thing to have this person taking a photo of us without asking, or even indicating that that's what he was doing. We were both staring at him like deer in the headlights at this point, but instead of realizing what he's doing is a bit weird, he checks his camera, adjusts some things, and takes another photo. This time with the flash. No asking us to smile, no proposing a group photo, and no explanation. After this photo, he comes back to the fire and sits down. Not a word said about the photo. At this point, me and Tez are mutually freaked out. We make some bullshit excuse that we need to go set up our campsite and then we nope the hell out. When we stand to leave, the UFO guy smiles and says to have a good night. Ranger, however, looks at us with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes and then he says, "Y'all be careful out there. There's more than just bears in the woods." Every hair on my body stood on end. I wasn't alone in my discomfort either, because Tez laughed a response out and pulled me away from the campfire towards our car. We rushed back to the car, which we only found in the dark by referencing the RV, and jump in the front seats. My friend Tez is all but hyperventilating. Why did he take a picture of us? I was shaking and I responded. I read that serial killers sometimes warn their victims. She stared at me for a second and locked the car doors. Do you think he just took victim photos of us? We both freaked out. She's in a full panic and turns the headlights on in the car. I immediately yell at her to turn them off because now he knows exactly where our car is. God knows why, but that is the only night we'd not set up camp. We didn't need to tear anything down, so we just put the car in drive and then floored it out of the campsite. As we got into the dirt road, the ranger was walking towards our car with that same cold expression. I was 16 and on a road trip to Florida with my best friend Cal and my parents. We decided to stop over at a cheap motel in West Virginia to sleep for the night. We go there at about 10 p.m. and being two teenage girls who'd been sitting in a car for the last day, we were still wound up. We explored, running into this group of guys with thick southern accents. They tried their hand at awkward teenage flirting before giving up. I will never forget Cal's excuse for not giving her number. She told them she'd accidentally microwaved her phone last month. So we just parted ways knowing they were normal, albeit awkward teenage boys. Cal and I kept exploring the motel's floors before deciding to race each other down the first floor's main hallway, sort of right next to the lobby. As we're laughing and speeding down this hallway, we run past this room with the door wide open. And since I was running at full speed, all I saw was a bunch of shiny things all over the floor in front of and in the doorway, and a big blobby blur in the middle of it all. We get to the end of the hallway and ask each other what the hell that was. We sneak back slow and peer around the corner, and in the doorway of this room there's this really obese man lying on his stomach with his chin resting on his hands, like he's trying to be cute. And all around him he's got silverware and tiny metal trinkets laid out. When he noticed us, he smiled weirdly but didn't move anything besides his torso to face us a little better. We sprint back to my parents' room, but they're out getting food, so we're alone. We freak out / make fun of the situation for like 15 minutes, then decide to go back down. On the stairway from the second floor, we run into that same group of boys from earlier. One of them asks if we saw the weird guy down there, and when we say yeah, the guys start freaking out. One of the kids tells us that his little brother had been walking down the hallway from their room on the other end of the first floor to the vending machines, and that the weird guy called out to him and tried to stop him. He asked him if he wanted to come in his room and offered him one of his weird trinkets. The kid had the good sense to say no thanks, but what the hell was the guy trying to get a kid in his room for? I think the hotel manager eventually stepped in and made the guy close his door. I hope the kid's parents complained or called the cops. I was too young to realize how messed up that was, so to make light of it, Cal and I nicknamed that guy the Wiggling West Virginia Spoon Man. Made for a really wild story that no one believed when we got back to school after break. In spring a few years ago, I moved out of state for graduate school. Being new to the area and slow to meet people in general, I spent my free time exploring the surroundings by myself, or I would drive a few hours north to be with my fiancée. One long weekend, I decided to take a little road trip to the south coast of Oregon and do a solo overnight backpacking trip on a trail that had been long on my wish list. To elaborate about me, I am a short female of slight build. Nothing threatening about me, and am well aware that I am vulnerable when I go out alone. However, I have a lot of backcountry experience and have gone on many hikes before without incident. Up to this point, I had only positive experiences with people in the backcountry. Anyway, I leave super early in the morning to get to the trailhead by morning. I get my things together for the hike. The trail is in national forest land and follows the length of a beautiful river. It's popular with rafters and hikers alike. This helps to make me feel at ease, but something feels off this time. I feel physically uneasy, but I brush it off as anxiety, being in a new and unfamiliar place, and set off on my hike. I had planned to camp at a spot next to the river about 8 miles in. I hiked the first few miles of the trail in peace, passing the occasional group of hikers coming in the opposite direction. It was a gorgeous day. The sunlight dappled the trail, and once in a while I would get a peek of the brilliant blue of the river through the trees. Birds were chirping. I was starting to feel more comfortable as I walked on. My only concern was avoiding the poison oak that stretched into the trail and brushed my legs. At one stretch in the trail, I noticed a man stopped about 10 meters ahead of me. He was looking directly my way as I approached, and I could clearly see he was looking at me coming toward him. He made me feel uneasy. It was a bit odd to stare someone down like that with such intense interest. When I got closer, he moved to the side of the trail and abruptly turned his back and bent over, as if to tie his shoe. I took this as a sign that he didn't want to talk and was relieved. I just wanted to get by him. I greeted him as I passed. He made a show of acting surprised at my presence and said, "Oh, you snuck up on me there. I didn't see you." This was odd because he definitely saw me, but I just replied with, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." He took this as a means to start a polite conversation. "Where are you hiking today?" he asked. "Oh, the camp 8 miles in," I say. "There's a big group there tonight. I'm coming back from that way." He's average build and elderly, maybe about 60 or so. He's wearing a gray tank top with sweat stains under the armpits and is shining with sweat. His hair is gray, about shoulder length and curly. Rosy cheeks. As I stand there, he's looking me up and down as if I were a piece of meat. Dirty old man, I think. I thanked him for the helpful tip, about to wish him well on his hike out. He continued with more questions. "Where are you from? Who are you hiking with today?" I start a series of unwise, truthful answers to his questions by telling him I'm new to the area and am originally from across the country, though I've been living in various places across the West Coast for some time. When he asks where my family and fiance are, I tell him back east/up north. When he asks if I know anyone around my new town, I say no. He asks what kind of car I drive and I tell him. As I am telling him that I am alone and my loved ones are far away and unaware of my specific whereabouts, it occurs to me that I should be lying about all this stuff. Inwardly, I am starting to panic and am cursing my stupidity. This guy is off. These questions aren't what people with good intentions ask. I start to ask him questions of my own just to stop talking about me, because I don't know what else to do. He's a retired fisherman from the next town over. He hikes trails all over the South Coast. Finally, after about 15 minutes of conversation, I say I better get going. He reminds me that I should set up camp at the alternative spot he recommended, and tells me what a pleasure it was that I snuck up on him. He then said something that set off the alarm bells. "I'll be seeing you soon." After we part, I can barely continue down the trail because my legs feel weak. I'm holding back tears. I pass one other group, but I don't feel safe and my mind starts racing through my options. I know at the very least I don't want to camp in any designated campsites. I have a strong feeling that this guy is not actually on his way back to the trailhead, and decide to get off where I have a suitable vantage point of the trail. I'll hunker down there and watch for him. If I don't see him, I decide I will just spend an uncomfortable night in a hidden roost off trail. I turn left off the trail around a bend that hid me from view for anyone walking that same direction. I thrash through the poison oak and brush to a spot among some oak trees that offered a somewhat protected spot to watch the trail. I shed my gear and flattened myself out, eyes on trail. As I wait, I worry about all sorts of things. Am I even hidden? Am I being ridiculous? Sure enough, however, I see him after about 10 minutes of my stakeout. He is swiftly hiking back up the trail in the direction I was going. He's looking straight ahead and doesn't see me peeking out of the trees. I have another flurry of panic and uncertainty about what I should do, but ultimately decide to wait for somebody to come down in the trail in the direction of the trailhead who I would then follow out in a relatively close proximity. I have to wait another 15 minutes for another group to pass by before I make my way down the hillside for the hike out. When I get to my car, I don't even bother changing out of my sweaty hiking clothing and boots. I drive straight home, thankful that all I got from the road trip was some rashes from the poison oak. When I was younger, each summer and almost every New Year, my family would pack the car and go on a road trip to visit family in Mexico. We never had any problems until one particular trip when I was 8. Like every road trip before, we left our hometown in North Texas at around 6 p.m. in order to reach our destination the next morning. So around 2 a.m. we crossed into Mexico, and that's when things got weird. When you're on the only stretch of freeway in the middle of the desert, you don't tend to freak out about having the same car behind you for miles. It was practically pitch black outside our car windows, the only visible shapes being the dotted stars and the eerie silhouettes of the cacti. We'd been in Mexico for about an hour and still had a few more to drive, And I remember sleeping but still being semi-conscious of what was around me because I didn't have the skill to really fall asleep in a car. So when my mother suddenly spoke my dad's name, I heard her. "Miguel, that car behind us. It's been behind us since we left Laredo." My dad peeked at the car and shrugged off my mother's tension. "A lot of cars use this road. He's probably going to Reynosa or another city." And he left it at that. Despite his sureness, my mom kept a wary eye on the car behind us. By this time, my siblings and I were hyper aware of the car and entertained ourselves with watching the car through the gaps in the luggage that blocked the rear window. We got tired pretty quick. "He's getting closer," my mother noted, and we turned to watch as the car got closer and closer to ours. "He's too close, Miguel," and she was right. By this time, the car was practically pressed against the rear of our car, and on a lonely stretch of highway in the middle of nowhere with another few hours until daylight, it was downright scary. We couldn't do much. My dad didn't slow down, didn't stop, and he didn't speed away either. He just drove and the car followed. The next 30 minutes were the most tense we had ever experienced. The car would ease off sometimes only to press its blinding headlights against our rear once more, like he knew he was freaking us out and enjoying it. It was during one of the periods that the car had pulled away that my mom spotted a police car up ahead parked on the side of the road, and she didn't miss a beat. "Pull over, right in front of the police. Pull over right now, Miguel." And he did, and the car kept driving. I wonder how confused the policeman must have been as he watched my dad park our car right in front of him. The policeman came over and asked what was wrong, and my mother urgently told him everything. The car and the way it followed us and taunted us. The police took her claims seriously and told us about how people were victimized and had their cars stolen on these empty highways by thugs and criminals. And then he offered to drive behind us for a while to make us feel safe. We drove off with the police cruiser behind us, relieved. Until about 10 minutes later when we saw something that confirmed the policeman's words and my mother's worst fears. 10 minutes later, we saw the car pulled over on the side of the road, waiting. I was on a cross-country road trip with a colleague. We were driving through West Texas on a major highway. In the area where we were, even the major highway was pretty desolate. There had been a truck stop or gas station about every 100 miles, and every one of them was solitary with no other buildings in sight. These weren't really towns, the exits, just places to get more gas to get to the next gas station. It was pretty late at night, and she had been driving for like 4 hours. I usually can drive for about 8 before I'm tired out, but she could only manage 4 or 5 because it was my turn again. We were also getting low on gas, at about a quarter tank, and you learn from road travel to fill up when you get the chance. So she was looking for a gas station as we drove along. It's really corny, but we were talking about fate and destiny and other weird shit at the time. That kind of conversation gets me keyed up and worried, so I was trying to change the subject. She took an exit while we were talking, and I got out my coffee mug so I could fill it up for my turn driving. We pulled into a typical Nowhereville gas station, just the station and a trailer out back. There was another car parked in front of the doors off to one side. We got out, still talking and walking up to the double doors, each of us grabbing a door handle. The doors were locked. I turned and looked around to see if there was a sign and noticed several things in succession. The coffee maker inside was halfway done brewing a fresh pot of coffee. The monitors that showed the store were visible from outside where we were, but all of them were showing static, and there was a splash of bright red on the door in the back of the place, which was closed. I suddenly realized I was looking at a huge streak of blood with handprints in it. Every hair on my neck stood up. My friend began shaking the door and yelling, "Hey, we need gas!" But I had already turned and walked away from the doors. "We have to leave now." I grabbed her arm and started propelling her back to the car. Now I noticed the other car in the lot. It had no plates, it was dingy and had dents. There was an empty gun rack in the window of it. I ran to the car, dragging her with me. She seemed to take forever to open her door and get in. The whole time she kept saying, "But we need gas," while I tried to explain to her, "There's blood in there, blood." After what seemed like a year, she pulled the car out. When we were backing up, I saw through the windows that the back door in the gas station was opening. Thankfully, we had pulled away before anyone came out. I freaked out until we were 20 miles down the highway. I tried to call the police but had no signal. I didn't get a phone signal until we had driven about 40 miles and got to a truck stop. Again, not in a town, just a building of its own in the middle of nowhere. I called the cops, they thanked me, and I never heard anything more about it. To this day, I feel like if I hadn't freaked out, we probably would have met the robber or whoever was in the back room of the place. I also wish I would have been able to find out what the hell happened there. It was a Chevron gas station somewhere in the western part of Texas. I only have a few stories that fit in this subreddit. This is the mildest one. This happened in 1999, and though I am from Virginia, this happened many miles from my hometown and was out close to the mountains in central Virginia. My friend, whom I will call Tay, and I had gone on a little road trip to see some caverns. At 19, it was the first time either of our parents had let us drive so far from home by ourselves. It was also still a little earlier than Google Maps, Siri, or Alexa, so we were relying on old school maps. There had been a few rest areas marked on the map that we'd already missed, and Tay really had to pee. Finally, we spotted the welcome side of Rest Area 2 mile sign. As we pulled in, it was around 10 p.m. and there were a few other cars in the parking lot. We hopped out of the van and headed in to take care of business and to get some sodas and snacks from the vending machines, as we still had another 25 minutes of riding before the town we were going to get a hotel room for the night in. As we were being indecisive at the vending machines, we soon noticed the cars and people we'd seen around had all left. There were a few tractor trailers humming off to the side from what we remember, but they were far enough to the side of the back parking lot that they never heard us scream if we had to. Then we see an older navy blue Chevy come sliding in through the entrance. At first it's a semi-relief, but as Tay is waiting for her soda to drop, I am watching the truck. It parks right next to our van, ignoring the 45 other parking spaces. I still downplay that to someone thinking safety in numbers or something, even though even back then women tried not to park next to vans in dark parking lots. But this truck had pulled up on the passenger side of our van, and as we're walking towards the van, they still haven't got out. Tay says something along the lines of, "What are they up to?" And she was the one driving, so it was I who had to squeeze between the Chevy truck and my passenger side van door, and they hadn't left a lot of room. I almost told Tay I'm not going to do it as I rounded the back of the van and squeezed through quickly, jumping up and slamming my door as if they'd grab me. Just as we locked our doors and I turned to put my seatbelt on, there is a man who has hopped out of his Chevy and is standing on the little space, knocking on my rolled up window. I let out a squeal and literally locked the door in his face. He reminded me of that comedian Gallagher who used to smash watermelons, only he was wearing a dirty baseball cap. He says something along the lines of, "Sorry to scare you," and starts rambling on. Tay cracks my window a bit so we can hear, and he says, "I'm lost." "We're not from here," I say, so we couldn't be much help. "Do you know if we're already past Petersburg?" he asks, ignoring my original cop-out answer. Tay and I kind of glance at each other because Petersburg is at least 80 or so miles in another direction. So I say, "I don't know, sir. Again, we're not from here. Good luck though. There's a large map inside that may help." Again ignoring me, he suddenly reaches up and slides his fingers in the crack in my window and then starts yanking as if he's trying to break the glass. In fact, I don't know how it didn't give. As Tay starts wrestling with getting her keys from her lap to the ignition, we're both panicking and yelling to stop. When suddenly he does, just as Tay is turning over the ignition, and says in a very low growly voice, "I've drank blood fresher than yours anyway. Whatever." And gives one more good yank as Tay is backing out of the parking space with his fingers still in the windows as I am simultaneously trying to roll up my window. He didn't follow us out as we fled back towards the interstate, and we didn't inform the police or our parents because we didn't want to hear any stranger danger I told you so's. But it was seriously creepy as hell. It was summer, I believe the day after the 4th of July, and my husband and I were in the middle of a cross-country road trip. We were driving through Texas, and for any of you who may have driven across the entire state of Texas, you know that it is very long and very barren. Sometimes we'd go hours without seeing anything at all, and the towns we did pass through didn't consist of much more than a rusty old gas station and a few dusty little houses. Looking out the window, you would swear you were just driving through the same 5 miles of desert again and again. I had started getting a headache and my husband suggested I take a quick nap to get rid of it. I remember allowing myself to doze off as I watched the beautiful colors of a desert sunset. The slowing of the car woke me up and the first thing I noticed was how dark it was. I believe it was around 10 p.m. My husband had stopped at a gas station with a small shop. He told me he was going to grab us some food and asked if I needed to pee. Knowing I might not have another chance for quite a while, I went into the shop to use the restroom. Both the men's and women's restroom were down a little hall from the open area of the shop. I was groggy and tired and realized how badly I needed to pee, so I shuffled into the restroom. As I made my way the short distance from the door to the nearest of the two stalls, I made eye contact with the woman coming out of the only other stall. She didn't quite look homeless, but she was definitely messy looking. She had wild gray hair almost shoulder length if it hadn't been sticking out every direction from her head. It looked like it hadn't been brushed in weeks. She was wearing ragged looking clothing, a pair of ill-fitting black workout shorts, and I remember noting her foam flip-flops, several layers on top, one of them being a large purple and green coat. Keep in mind that this is in Texas in July. The jacket was just hanging on her shoulders crooked like she hadn't bothered to take a few more seconds to put it on correctly. She was carrying something in a tied-up plastic grocery bag. I gave a quick smile as our eyes met and she just stared at me in return. Then her face turned wild and intense looking. Her eyebrows were set as if she was angry, but her eyes had a wild, alive look. She looked at me like she was hungry, and this is when I felt the first tinge of something wrong. I tried to brush it off. She waddled over to the only sink and I took my time shutting the stall door because something about her posture in front of the mirror struck me as odd, and I was trying to figure it out. She was standing with her body more angled toward me, but her face was turned to the mirror. Her body was tensed, legs slightly crouched as if she was ready to act. Her hands were not up by her face or trying to fix her mess of hair or even being washed. They were at her sides, elbows also slightly bent. I wasn't sure why, but I suddenly felt uncomfortable. I regretted leaving my purse and cell phone behind. I shut and locked the stall door and took my time using the toilet. I wanted her gone before I left the safety of the stall. I stayed there long after I finished, but the woman was still there, so I waited longer. Finally, I heard the smacking of her flip-flops as she made her way to the door. I heard it open and then slam closed. The door was pretty heavy and had slammed the same way when I entered. I stayed for a moment and allowed the wave of relief to wash over me before I reached for the lock, then paused, fingers only an inch from the lock. I stayed as silent as I could manage to confirm what I just thought I'd heard. Yes, breathing. The woman had only pretended to leave. At this point, I was scared and confused. Why had she tricked me into thinking she only left to stick around and be as quiet as possible? I knew something was very wrong, so I stayed in the stall even longer, and this time it must have been at least 20 minutes, but I had no way of knowing for sure. I could tell from the direction her breathing was coming from she had positioned herself in the far right corner, right next to the door, but far enough that I couldn't see her feet. Finally, I heard her leave. This time I waited a few minutes to make sure she hadn't tried her trick again. I slipped out of the stall, quickly washed my hands, and rushed down the hallway to the store. It was pitch black outside and I had no idea where she was. She couldn't be far. A large man was checking out at the register, so I waited near a window display until he left the store and quietly slipped out the door behind him. Sure enough, crouched right outside the front door is the woman. She seemed surprised as she stood and turned away, walking quickly around the side of the store. My husband was waiting in the car and asked me if I was okay since I had taken so much longer than usual. And I said I would tell him all about it once we were away from that store. The Redditors that previously read about my experience had many theories, but the two most common was that she was a druggie that wanted to mug me, or that she worked with sex trafficking. I'm open to any of your theories. I tried to see if there was anything in the news from around that time, but I couldn't figure out exactly where we were when this happened. I'm just glad I got out okay. Disclaimer: some of the stories featured in this video are graphic or disturbing. Viewers' discretion is advised. I'm not a cop, but I'm a dispatcher and I usually send them to the creepy stuff. The best was by far when I kept getting 911 calls from a staticky voice. We kept getting a call from the same number all night and couldn't make anything out. It was a cell phone number, so we had no address and we couldn't get any info from the cell company. It was coming in with tower coordinates only. It was just non-stop static, and every once in a while you'd hear a voice saying, "Hello?" It sounded like an older woman, but she'd never say anything except hello. Finally, at around 2 a.m., after 4 hours of calls from this number, we get phase 2 coordinates, meaning we can now see a location the number is plotting to. Not only that, but the woman on the phone can hear us better and we can hear her. Hooray. She's telling us her heat seems to be off and she needs it back on. She says, "I'm so cold, please can you help me?" So I respond, "Absolutely, ma'am, we have a deputy on the way." She seems confused about her address, so I read off what I have on the screen and she says that sounds right. I send a deputy out to check on her and see what we can do to help, and after he gets to the area, he calls in dispatch and says, You're fucking with me, right? This isn't real." The address was to a cemetery in the middle of nowhere. He drove around and there were no houses and nothing he could find. He tried calling the woman back and she wouldn't answer. She didn't call us anymore and we still couldn't get an address from the cell company. We still talk about that call. We never figured it out and couldn't find anything and could never get her to answer the phone again. It was truly creepy. I'm not a cop anymore, but I used to be, and this happened over 10 years ago. Got a domestic call at around 3 a.m. Going through a divorce, this wife explains to me that she thinks her soon-to-be ex is trying to scare her. We're standing in her kitchen, which had a wall of windows with no curtains in the breakfast area. It's probably worth mentioning this house was over 100 years old, but very nice. You know the type. I'm noticing a lot of toys all over the floor around us. Dolls, those little kids scooting bikes, stuff like that. I ask her why she thinks her husband is trying to scare her. She said they split and she moved into this place a couple of weeks earlier, and this was the third night that she heard something in the kitchen in the middle of the night. This house had a second-story master bedroom, and she went on to explain that all the toys that were currently around me were not out when she went to bed. I'm not religious in the least bit and don't really believe in much of anything, but the second she said that, I got really creeped out. To realize that we were not only standing at ground zero, but literally anything or anyone outside the curtainless windows could see every move we made. She would hear noises for a few minutes and would come downstairs to find nothing but toys from the box she kept in the kitchen area all over the place. Well shit, now my scared ass had to check the whole damn house because the logical explanation was that someone was messing with her. All windows and doors locked, nothing out of place. Nothing out of the ordinary around the yard either. I started feeling even more creeped out because the house just felt off at that point, like we were being watched, which was totally weird because again, I've never believed in anything like that. She tells me who her husband is and I happen to know him vaguely from school way back in the day. I helped her pick up because she was freaked out after calming her down to go see her husband who lived several miles away. Clearly woke the guy up and the vehicle is ice cold. Nothing out of the ordinary in talking to him. 2 nights later, I happen to be patrolling his subdivision when the same call comes in. I first drive by his house real quick and bang on the door. He's there. I race over to her house and find the same scenario and story about husband. When I tell her he's home and I just talked to him, she goes white and freaks out a little. She said she didn't want to believe that something or someone was in her house. I had to clear the damn house again with her holding on to me like we're in a crappy horror film. And again, find nothing. Ever had to find the courage to pull open a 100-year-old door to the attic of some spooky old house, waiting for goddamn Jason Voorhees to jump out at you. She's done at this point. Gets a kid, packs a bag, and rolls to her mom's. She moved out a day later when the sun came up. Never figured out what happened and no issues where she moved. Funny enough, I have some good friends that live there now and they've never experienced anything like that. And I've been there several times without feeling whatever I felt those 2 nights. I have a second one. Again, I'm not a cop anymore and this happened many years ago. Got a call at around 1 a.m. from a frantic old man who woke up to pee and his wife was not in the bed. He explains that she has cancer and had been refusing treatment. This guy was a wreck. Been married over 50 years, thought the worst. We start looking around the house and he comes out of a room and tells me that his .38 revolver is missing and is in full panic mode. We clear the house and head outside to his 30-acre property. It is deathly quiet outside. Typical country lot, only about 2 acres cleared with the rest wooded. I'm talking to him, trying to calm him down and looking around at the same time. With the moonlight, I could begin to make out the shadow of what looked like a woman in a nightgown at the entry to the woods. She was just standing there, not moving, but I couldn't tell what she was doing other than watching us. He was positioned so that his back was facing her right about the time a gunshot rang out, and in the flash saw the outline of her face. I don't know why, but it was just so creepy. I couldn't really make out what she looked like, but the flash of illumination in that shadow was eerie. In an instant, I saw the shadow fall. The look on his face when he realized what that meant was one of a heart literally breaking, and he fell to the ground and began sobbing. I raced over to where she fell and found her dead. After realizing there was nothing I could do but go back and try and comfort him, that's what I did. Never got the whole story of how bad the cancer was. Can only guess she didn't want to do it in their family home. God, I have so many terrible stories like this. I'm so glad I got out of that profession. Got a call at about 4 a.m. Typical car wreck in rural area. Respond and find car hit light pole and no one around. Figure it's a drunk and start walking around the area trying to find where he's hiding. One house in the area across the street and about 150 yards away. After a couple of minutes, a woman comes screaming bloody murder from the house towards my unit. Full sprint, screaming at the top of her lungs. I shine my flashlight on her so she knows where I am because she's just running towards my car. She sees me and runs straight up to me. I'm trying to calm her down, make sure she's not injured and all that good stuff. She tells me it's her car. Okay, getting somewhere, but she wasn't driving. Here we go. Let me guess, somebody stole it? Nope. She told her husband she was leaving him. He freaks out and says he's going to kill himself. She says he downed a bottle of aspirin and no clue if this was true or not. When that didn't work, he jumped in the car and drove into the light pole trying to kill himself. When that didn't work, he ran back over to the house and they argued some more. Sees me pull up, makes her leave and locks all the doors. I asked her why she didn't leave and was he being violent towards her. No, he would never hurt her, she said. But he grabbed like a 12-inch butcher knife from the kitchen and told her she needed to go, so she did. Once he locked the door, she panicked because the children were inside. Don't remember the ages, but very young. Cue the screaming and running. I look over to the house and began to see the interior lights going off one by one. Well, shit. I hurry up and jump in my car and drive over. Fellow cop pulls up. Quickly fill him in. Armed suicidal male with kids inside. House is dead quiet. We begin stalking around in the darkness trying to peek in windows to assess the situation. As we get to the back door, we hear a noise and my buddy swings his light up and we see him in the backyard behind us. Freaking guy was outside the entire time watching us. He's sitting on his feet, half sitting up is the best way I can describe it. Tats all over him, no shirt on with jeans. His head is cocked to the side and he's just staring at us with that giant-ass knife in his hand and not saying a word. We both draw but keep our guns by our sides. He's about 20 feet away. Start talking to him but no response. Then all of a sudden, without saying a word, he begins cutting. I mean full on slicing his forearms and chest. Then he begins screaming and crying. We're telling him to stop, just talk to us, you're not in trouble, we'll get you help. He says he deserves to die. Well, I'm not killing him and my buddy's not either. He switched hands and started slicing the other forearm. Just deep, terrible cuts, and he won't stop. He starts slicing his thighs, chest, and even his neck a little. We already called for the ambulance. He finally stood up and was begging for us to kill him. We kind of danced around a little while not allowing him to position himself to become a threat to us. Yes, I know about the reactionary gap, and I wasn't worried about it. He was losing blood and getting weak, so we basically decided to wait him out. He cut a few more times and he walked around a bit and then just fell down. We pounced and got the knife away, and the ambulance showed up. Got him to ER. Docs advised it took 250 stitches to patch him up. No charges, and we got him referred for some help. The kids were unharmed, by the way. He sent her away because he wanted to die and didn't want her to see it. No shit, I pulled that guy over about 3 months later on a random traffic stop, and when he saw me, he just burst into tears and gave me a big old hug. Wife and kids were in the car and they were making it one day at a time. Said he got some help and was in a dark place that night. Ever been thanked for not shooting someone? Yep, it's just as weird as it sounds. Got a call about a repeat domestic abuser. A real piece of shit wife beater. Arrested him several times, would never be a hero when the cops showed up. Would give up instantly, of course. Only a tough guy with his 100-pound wife. Anyway, served him with a restraining order after an arrest. No contact with her after he told her he was going to kidnap and kill her for having him arrested. Next night we get a call from 911. Lady tells us she was on the phone with her friend when her ex broke in the back door. She puts the phone down but doesn't hang up, so her friend is hearing everything and dials 911 from her landline. Dispatcher puts address out. I know it immediately. I'm hauling ass out to the middle of nowhere where they lived. Friend says it got all quiet all of a sudden. Sounds like they left. There was one highway that led to the next county and I was on it doing 110. I had another car head to the house, but I knew he was heading for the line because we all knew what he drove, so he wouldn't hang around town. Sure enough, after driving like a bat out of hell for 10 minutes, I come up behind him. He pulls immediately over and jumps out of the car yelling at me. I pretty much knew at this point that something was up because Hero was never confrontational. I snatch him up and throw cuffs on him. He lawyers up immediately. Look in the car, no wife. I put him in my car and pop his trunk. She was alive. She was handcuffed behind her back with duct tape over her mouth. Never have I wanted to beat the shit out of a suspect in custody more than in that moment. I got her out and free. She was fine other than being absolutely petrified. She said that he told her he was taking her where no one would ever find her. Was able to get him 15 years. He's probably out by now, but hopefully she moved on with her life. That's the worst part sometimes. I'm a closure kind of guy, and I usually never find out what happens to the victims after the fact. Got a call at about 9 p.m. referencing a suicide. Nice little neighborhood, starter homes. Arrived to find a young 20-something-year-old wife with a month-old baby crying uncontrollably in the driveway. She explains that her husband had been recently fired from his nursing job for stealing pills and was depressed. She needed formula and had to run to the store. He asked her if she could take the baby. Baby was sleeping, kind of argued. He just asked if he could be alone for a few minutes while she ran the errand. She relented, came home, and found him dead. I tell her to stay outside and head in. Your mind in those situations hear every little thing, and silence is literally deafening. She didn't tell me how he committed suicide, but the second I walked in, I knew. As soon as I entered and closed the door behind me, I could hear the creaking of a rope swinging back and forth. With no TVs on or any other background noise, it was the creepiest sound ever. Because I could hear it, but I didn't see him. I slowly broke the plane of the laundry room door where the noise was coming from and first saw a foot moving back and forth. I kept going until I saw all of him. He was clearly gone. She tried to pick him up off the rope but couldn't and just ran out the house and called 911. I stopped him from swinging, and once backup arrived, we cut him down. That poor girl was devastated. To not only lose her husband with 1-month-old baby to raise, but also the fact that he did it in their house. Sorry for the last part. Life can be sad sometimes after the creepy part. Not me, but my husband responded to a call of a dead body in a retirement community. There are flies all over the inside of the windows and he can smell the body from the outside. Goes in and finds the lady sitting in a full bathtub. He's calling it in when he hears a whisper. The lady was not dead but had fallen in the tub at least a couple of days prior and was beginning to rot from being submerged and having existing bed sores. I'm not a cop, but I had a somewhat freaky experience when I was a child involving the police, and I imagine that if I had been the officer, I would be sharing the experience from my eyes. My parents divorced when I was really young, and when I was about 8 years old, my mother had reunited with a guy she knew from her high school days 15 or so years earlier. We had dinner with him a few times at his house, and as far as I could tell, he seemed totally ordinary. I can't remember what he did for work, but he came from an affluent family, lived alone in the house he inherited from his parents, was very well-mannered, and he treated us both well. At the time, my mother and I lived in a third-story apartment. Anyway, one night my mother and I are arriving home late after visiting family, and there were 2 police officers inside the building just waiting just outside our apartment door. They told us they were responding to a call from a neighbor who, having heard a noise from outside, stuck their head out the window and reported to have thought to have seen for a split second a pair of feet sliding in through one of our apartment windows along the same wall. My mom opened the door for them to go in and search the apartment while we waited just outside the entrance. I remember just standing there at the doorway while holding my mom's hand while we watched both officers cross in and out of view as they entered and exited each room, holding their flashlights up by their heads in one hand and the other hand on their holsters and repeatedly asking if anyone is there and to come out. After what felt like an eternity, nothing. Finally, the police determined our apartment was empty. With their search ending in the living room at the end of a long hall to the entrance, they put away their flashlights and told us it was safe to enter. As we entered and started walking down the hall towards them, we're a few feet away from the living room entrance when one of the police jolts reaches for his gun and yells at us to get out. All I remember at this point is my mother grabbing me while the cops were screaming orders at someone and a bunch of commotion. It turns out that this friend of my mother was in the apartment after all and had hidden himself by standing in the narrow space behind a decorative room divider. It was a freestanding carved wooden divider that was perforated with patterns of small holes. The officer later told us that he only noticed someone was there because from the corner of his eye he noticed a shiny glint of the man's eyeball peeking through one of the holes. They cuffed and arrested him. When they updated my mother later, they informed us that when they interrogated him, they asked what his intention was, and his response was, "I just wanted to smear a little blood on the walls." It still gives me chills thinking about how lucky we were that night. I'm not a police officer, however, both of my parents are. My mother has a tendency to get a lot of freakish calls. A little bit of backstory to this story. My mom worked in a small town whose mayor lived with his wife, children, and mother-in-law in a house in the center of town. I guess the mother-in-law got into a bit of weird activity and started playing with a Ouija board and went crazy one night and killed the son-in-law in their house. Then loaded up the rest of the family into a car, drove down the highway, and crashed the car in attempts to kill the rest of the family. Everyone in the car lived, and despite suffering major injuries that left the mother-in-law's ankles broken, she still managed to take off all her clothes, jump over the median of the highway, and take off into the woods, where she hid out until she was caught. The mother-in-law told the police that the Ouija board told her to kill her son-in-law and the rest of the family as well. Anyways, that was before my mom worked for that department, but once she joined, she learned of that story. She'd drive by that house that was left unoccupied for many, many years and said she'd just get the chills. Well, one night she said she was patrolling at about 3 in the morning. Pulled up to that house and saw a girl standing there emotionless right in front of the house. My mom gets out and asks her what she's doing there, but the girl is unresponsive. After a while, my mom decides it's best to drive the girl to the local psychiatric ward so she can be examined. My mom doesn't feel threatened by this girl, so she lets her ride in the front seat with her. The psychiatric ward is about 2 hours away from where my mom is, and about 30 minutes into the car ride, the girl turns her head slowly and sharply to my mother, cocks it to the side, and starts growling and speaking in tongues. My mom told me she just thought to herself, "Oh shit. I made a mistake, and now I have 2 options. Get out and try to fight this possibly possessed crazy chick, or floor it." My mom put her arm up and kept the growling girl at bay with a strong hand and floored it. My mom said when she dropped the girl off, she left in a hurry, but later found out she wasn't even from that state and she had no idea how she got there, but just felt really drawn to that house. Creepy as hell. Not a cop, but an EMT. The creepiest call I've ever been on was one at about 3 a.m. Earlier in the night, a call went out for a 20-am traumatic cardiac arrest. The kid was in a drive-by shooting and died shortly after, dead by the time he got to the hospital. Now, I didn't go on that call, some coworkers did. But a few hours after that call, we get a call from the hospital that the kid was brought to, and they tell us we need to go pick up his mother from the nursing home so she can come down and identify the body and they can break the news to her. I already had a pit in my stomach before we even got into the truck, but on the drive there it had a very unsettling ambience. And at that time in the night, the roads are very quiet and my partner and I were also very quiet. We got to the nursing home and we explained the situation to one of the aides quietly and went up to the mother's room. We had to wake her and tell her that her son had been in an accident and we were going to bring her to the hospital that he was at. We were told specifically not to tell her that her son was gone, and we didn't want to be the ones to do that anyway. This little old lady was very sweet, bilateral lower limb amputee, so we got her up on our stretcher and brought her wheelchair with us. She was a very sweet woman, thanking us but also expressing her concern and kept asking us if we knew anything. We had to tell her no, we didn't, and every time we delivered the same answer, I could see the worry in her eyes get a little bit worse. The drive over to the hospital was only about 20 minutes, but it felt like forever. I sat in the back with her. It was the same unsettling ambience, but this time with an old lady questioning over and over if her son was okay. And me saying over and over that we would all find that out at the hospital, but I sure hoped he was. I could tell she knew something was wrong. It was almost like I could see the panic in her eyes, and I still remember looking out the back through the fog and looking back at her and seeing those terrified, panicked eyes. When we got to the hospital, all of the staff were very accommodating to her as soon as we walked in. Rushed to open the door before we even type in the code, rushed to get her a wheelchair. Very cautious with their words. I could see her gripping onto the arms of the wheelchair really tightly after we transferred her over, and that look of panic just getting worse as more people came to her with coddling tones. One of the ER physicians came out and kindly told her they were going to go into a more private room so they could talk. I heard her do a little gasp, but she didn't say anything. At this point, I knew that she knew. He brought her into the family room and my partner and I went into the EMS room, which was directly across from it. Maybe 10 seconds after we closed the door, we hear her screaming no over and over through her sobs. I can't even accurately describe how devastating her sobbing was. It was guttural and pleading, and she was gasping between them. I cried too until we absolutely had to leave. But I remember when we did leave, the door to the family room was open and I caught a glance at her face. Red and puffy and in agony. Still one of the most vivid memories I have today.
Many years ago, when I was 11, we had a very sudden and unexpected death in the family. Everyone was devastated and trying to cope with their grief in their own way while dealing with the fallout. Not long after this, just before summer vacation, my best friend and her family moved abroad for 6 months, so I was feeling particularly sad and lonely and started playing on the computer a lot more. We had just gotten dial-up a year or so before, so I was able to use the internet to play online games, but very quickly became bored and wished I was able to talk to my friend, when I remembered a classmate had mentioned they had a pen pal. I googled pen pals, and the results came up with an instant chat room which, to my 11-year-old mind, seemed much better than waiting weeks for letters. The description said it was for people 13 plus, but I paid no mind to that and signed up anyway, and had a few enjoyable days chatting far away to strangers from Canada, Germany, and even Australia. It was good fun, and quite interesting to talk to new people, but then I kept getting kicked off by mods doing the rounds when they found out I was only 11. So, I changed my answer to 13. And then I met James. James was 26, male, and from Ireland, and seemed very nice and polite, and we talked for about 40 minutes. He asked what year or grade I was going into after the summer break, and deciding by this point that he wasn't a mod, I told him I was actually only 11, and I'm just about to go into high school. He asked what year or grade I was going into after summer break, and by deciding at this point he wasn't a mod, I told him I was actually only 11 and just about to go into high school when I had to get off the computer and go to bed. I was very surprised the next day when James initiated another chat with me, since you normally don't chat to the same person unless you had specifically taken a note of the username and watched for them to come online. We chatted for a lot longer this time. He said he lived alone in a specially built cottage because he'd been in a motorcycle accident when he was 17, which left him in a wheelchair. He liked talking about what I did at school, about my friend, what kind of games we played. He asked if I had worn a school uniform, and did my next school require me to wear one, because when he was in school, it was a Catholic school, and you absolutely always had to wear your uniform. Weeks passed of near daily talking. We had moved on to MSN chat at that point because he said he wanted to be able to email me when he thought of things he'd like to chat about, and I could just email him back if he wasn't online. He started to get annoyed that I can only chat when I was allowed on the computer, and even then, I could only be on it for a few hours at a time. So he started pestering me to give him my mobile number so we could at least text if I...
So I matched with this girl on Tinder named Jenna. Jenna and I went on our first date January. My husband and I with our kids recently moved to a new city. It wasn't completely new to me as I had grown up in the surrounding area.
Today's episode is sponsored by Shudder. AMC Network's Shudder is a premium streaming video service serving members with the best selection in genre entertainment, covering horror, thrillers, and the supernatural. You've heard of Christmas in July, but now get ready for Halloween in April. Shudder is making April halfway to Halloween month. Shudder has launched its biggest month of non-October programming ever with the premiere of its new series, Cursed Films, the Season 2 premieres of The Last Drive-In with Joe Bob Briggs and Wolfist, the first 8 Friday the 13th movies, and many more. You can stream great thrillers, horror, and supernatural content for $5.99 a month or $56.99 a year. Shudder has the largest, fastest-growing, human-curated selection of thrilling and dangerous entertainment. Based on Rotten Tomatoes reviews, Shudder features the best-ranked movie, One Cut of the Dead, and Best Horror Movie of 2019, Tigers Are Not Afraid. You'll have unlimited access to stream ad-free on all your favorite devices: iPhone, iPad, Apple TV, Xbox One, Amazon Fire TV, Google Chromecast, Roku, and more. My experience with Shudder has been amazing so far, as it's brought back a major blast of nostalgia. As many of you know, my favorite horror classics have always been the Creepshow movies, and Shudder exclusively offers a reboot as a new anthology series based on the 1982 horror comedy classic. It's still the most fun I've ever had being scared. A comic book comes to life in a series of 12 vignettes over 6 episodes, exploring terrors from a platoon of American soldiers and their encounters with the sinister, to finding a cure for weight loss through a fat-sucking leech. There's a massive selection of content and even an extensive international library. There's a range of genres and all types of movies from old classics to modern favorites. So get started streaming the best horror, thriller, and supernatural content around. Shudder's expertly curated collection includes titles like Tigers Are Not Afraid, Creepshow, and One Cut of the Dead. To try Shudder for free for 30 days, go to Shudder.com and use promo code Let's Read. 30 days of Shudder, that's SHUDDER, for free using promo code LETSREAD. Most people don't even believe me when I tell them, but I have a job where I work from home. People in my area mostly work with cars or in the medical industry. There aren't many jobs where I live. Thankfully, I was able to land a decent-paying job that let me work from my home office. It definitely comes with its struggles, but it is hands down the best job opportunity available to me right now. It isn't always perfect. It definitely comes with its pitfalls. Sometimes you have to sit at your computer even when there isn't any work to be done. It's also very easy to get distracted. But I think my biggest problem has to do with the house itself. It's kind of creepy. The house itself is an old Victorian, like really old. We're talking mid-1800s. A family friend owned the house and sold it to me for a very fair price, basically gave it to me. I was super excited because it meant I got a nice big house to live in by myself along with my girlfriend. I'm a natural loner and I don't really care for social interaction, so I had a nice big house all to myself and girlfriend and job where I work from home with very minimal social interaction with other people. That was basically my ideal life. But the house's age meant that it was going to be scary at times. And I don't mean with ghosts or anything like that, but sometimes I hear the house settling in or making noises that I can't explain. I've actually had quite a few instances where I'll be sitting down and doing some work and then out of nowhere, I hear a noise that I just can't rationalize. I go exploring throughout the house only to find that nothing has changed. It's as ominous as it is frustrating. I did just about what anyone else in the world would do. I started to use background noise to drown out the disturbances. First, I tried those quiet instrumentals on YouTube. You know, the ones that last 5 hours and they're supposed to put you at ease or something. It didn't really work for me because I couldn't get my computer to be loud enough to drown out all the noises. It was also not very good at keeping my attention. There was one week where my work was really slow and there wasn't a whole lot to do. I still had to sit at my computer though. There was an understanding that I was allowed to basically do anything I wanted as long as I was available to my coworkers if something came through that needed to be done. I didn't quite know what to do with this time and just started watching documentaries on YouTube. It was actually pretty fun. I learned a lot. And so that next week, when things started picking up again, I just instinctively turned on a documentary. I wouldn't be able to have all of my focus on it, but it was a lot better than having some ambient noise. It actually helped distract me from the sounds of the house. I guess I just didn't have enough mental focused energy to notice any of the other sounds going on around me, if that makes any sense. Well, it had been about 2 weeks of me watching documentaries while I worked. Everything seemed to be good, until one Friday morning. I started work at 8 and this must have been around 10. I was sitting at my office chair working while I listened to a documentary about certain conspiracy theories, when all of a sudden, I heard an abrupt banging noise coming from upstairs. Like I had said, I hadn't been distracted by any noises for a while by this point, so the fact that I noticed this noise meant that it was probably serious. My fight or flight kicked in. You might laugh at me, but when I work, I keep a knife next to me. I ran upstairs with the knife and looked around for any suspicious noises. The banging had stopped and I didn't know where it had come from. I knew what section of the house that I heard it from, but there didn't seem to be anything out of place. I stood there for a few moments and then I heard it again. It happened right on the other side of my door. I immediately braced myself for there to be some kind of animal or something trying to get in. I didn't really know what to expect. I opened my door to see that the screen door had not been properly closed. My girlfriend didn't close it all the way when she left for work that morning. It was also pretty windy that day, so it was just going back and forth, causing a banging noise when the wind got bad. This was kind of a breaking point for me. I didn't want to live my life in constant paranoia and fear of some kind of attacker coming into my home. We live in a safe area. There's never been a serious threat. And I have run around my house with a knife way too many times now. I honestly felt kind of stupid. So I made a decision. I was no longer going to assume that someone was breaking in if and when I heard a sound. I put the knife in my dresser in my bedroom and decided that I was going to just be in to work while I was working, except for my documentary, of course. So there I was the next week. It happened on a Wednesday. I was sitting in my office doing exactly what I had set out to do. I was working, ignoring the noises and listening to a documentary. I remembered the exact part of the documentary I was on when I heard it. The sound was the loudest sound I had heard in the house up to that point. At first, I reassured myself that it was nothing and that I need to fight against this paranoia. The sound continued, and I couldn't take my mind off of it. After about 5 minutes of listening to what sounded like rummaging and walking, I went upstairs to check. Bear in mind, I didn't have any weapon on me, and I was expecting some kind of reasonable explanation. When I got to my kitchen, I saw that the front door was wide open. The cabinets were all open, and there was a strange man rummaging through my stuff. I didn't notice until after the fact, but he had been eating something. I remember screaming at him. I don't remember what I said, but it was something to the effect of, "What are you doing in my house?" obviously. Then he just ran off. Didn't say a single word. He took a loaf of bread with him, but I don't think he took anything else, other than what I had eaten before I came upstairs. I reasoned with myself that he must have been some sort of homeless man or something. I don't know why else he would steal a loaf of bread from a very ordinary-looking house. And this was the worst thing that could have happened. On some instinctual level, it had proved all of my worst fears right. There was some kind of danger in my house, and of course, it was the one time when I didn't have my knife on me. I lucked out that he didn't try to hurt me or anything, but it's still horrifying to see nonetheless. I just work at a local coffee shop now. It's honestly my only way to stay sane. My mom is really good friends with one of the wealthiest people in our town. They have a daughter, my age. I don't have a crush on her or anything, but my mom has pushed me to ask her out before. Never did. Here's the weird thing about the situation, though. My mom and this friend, along with her daughter, all kind of act like their friend, like a bunch of high school girls getting together to gossip. My mom works in a beauty salon, so I guess I understand why she likes to act that way, but it's still pretty weird nonetheless. There was one specific occasion when this woman and her daughter were going to visit New York City. They decided to invite my mom for some reason. I don't understand why. I guess they really were better friends than I had previously believed. But my mom decided to say yes. So it was just me and my dad at the house, but here was the thing. They didn't have a dad at home. Their house was going to be completely unsupervised for the entire weekend. I was in my early 20s at the time, so I guess they thought it would be a good idea to ask if I would watch the house for them, which I agreed to do. I didn't get paid or anything, but they said I was allowed to eat as much food as I wanted, and considering that they were rich, I thought, why not? This also gave me an opportunity to write some short stories. I always loved writing, and I published some of my stuff online sometimes. I think it was that Friday night when I was watching their house. They told me that they had 2 cats, but they were really scared of strangers, and I was probably not going to see either one of them the entire night. Didn't bother me. I just had to make sure that they had food and water, which they did. I was chilling at the kitchen table, pounding the keys on my laptop on my latest story, when, all of a sudden, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I looked up from my computer to notice the ugliest cat I've ever seen in my life. Just imagine a hairless cat, but also morbidly obese and cross-eyed. It was honestly the strangest thing I've ever seen. Any one of those traits individually would have made a cat kind of cute, but seeing all of them thrown together in one pitiful excuse for a pet almost made me want to bust a gut laughing. I felt kind of bad for laughing so hard at this girl's cat, but it's not like I hurt it or anything. That had been a good break from writing, but then I got back into it. I remember being in the middle of writing a really interesting scene. This ghost was abducting the protagonist of the story. It's kind of a psychological thriller with a little bit of paranormal thrown in there. It's very spiritual and weird. I'm kind of a weird person. But that scene still sticks with me because as I'm writing it, I noticed something outside. There was a man in a hooded sweatshirt walking around. I sat at the kitchen table, stunned. I didn't know what to do. I felt the adrenaline burst through my veins. Fight or flight. Well, I figured that my car was outside, so running wasn't going to do me much good. And after a minute of rationalizing the situation, I had no proof that this person was out to do anything bad. For all I knew, this could have been a jogger. I got up close to one of the windows to watch this man. He seemed to be sneaking around. He wasn't coming toward the house I was in, so I figured that I was at least safe for the moment. But then I noticed him looking into the window of the house across the street. I can only assume that he was checking houses to see if people were home or not. Must have been an actual burglar. Just show up in the wealthy neighborhood and see who isn't home. I don't know why he would do it at night, though. Looks as suspicious as he did. We live in a gun state, after all. And after a few minutes went by, and I could tell that there were people at home at the house he was checking out. By the time he realized, I noticed him do a 180. He was walking in my direction now. I was about to be face to face with this man. I saw him walking across the street and I immediately started to panic. I called the police as fast as I could and told them the situation, but they said it would be about 20 minutes before anyone could be here. I ran up to the attic to hide. I locked the door behind me. In retrospect, this was my biggest mistake. I should have turned on a bunch of lights and made it obvious that someone was here. I'm good at thinking, just not in the moment. The house must have looked uninhabited by the time I had gotten up to the attic. This made the house the perfect place to burglarize and steal everything. I was in the attic for about 10 minutes when I heard a window breaking downstairs. He was in the house. My heartbeat was inside of my forehead. He walked around the house for a few minutes. Thud. Thud. I heard the humongous boots marching across the wooden floors. He explored the house for a good while. I was really beginning to wonder where the police were. Typical. I heard him get close to the attic entrance, and that was the moment that pushed me over the edge. I started screaming at the top of my lungs that I had a gun. I told him that I was going to shoot his head off if he didn't leave the house immediately. And to my absolute shock, he ran away. I watched him run down the street as I looked on through the window. It appeared that this guy was even more scared for his life than I was. The police eventually got there, and I told them the entire story from beginning to end. They said that a couple of people had been reporting this guy in nearby neighborhoods, so this wasn't the first night he's been out doing this. The police explained that this guy hadn't been violent on any of the occasions they'd been called. They said it was about the 7th time this month that they have responded to a similar incident in a wealthy neighborhood. I guess he's going around looking for an easy way to make money. He hasn't been face to face with any of the homeowners yet, so maybe he isn't a violent criminal, just a criminal in general. I found the entire experience really interesting yet mortifying. Living through it was probably the most scared I've ever been. My mom, her friend, and their daughter didn't even come back early from their trip after it happened. I thought that was a lame move, but what do I know? For revenge, I ate every single pizza roll they had in the freezer, and if you're wondering, there were 3 bags of 90 pizza rolls. I ate over 270 pizza rolls that weekend, and I have no regrets. I sorely needed them after that borderline traumatic experience with the burglar. I want you to picture the middle of nowhere, rural Kentucky, an iconic country home, ranch style. The owners are wealthy. The closest neighbors live 15 entire minutes away. The closest gas station is a half hour. Walmart, 40 minutes. Those are the circumstances under which I was raised. And then there's me, a pretty typical 20-year-old who was born and raised in a relatively wealthy family. I was lucky enough to have been born to a father who owned a store in a mid-sized city. The city itself saw a major population growth in the 10 years after my father had purchased the store, and it produced enough income that we immediately became the 1% in the state, probably the entire country too. My father took the money that he had made from the store and used it to purchase real estate, which produced more money. So we kinda had buckets of money lying around. For some reason or another, my father thought the ideal life was away from civilization, which is why he built this ranch home out in the middle of nowhere. It was also a bit of an inconvenient living life. After all the money in the world means nothing if you don't have stores to spend it at. But the older I got, the more my father educated me on finances. He also said that he didn't want us being corrupted by metropolitan living. I didn't really agree with him, but I respected him. There were many nights that I spent at the home alone. I was always a fairly mature kid, so my parents naturally gave me a lot of responsibility. The first time I was home alone, I must have been 12 years old, and considering we had a house full of expensive guns, alcohol, and hunting equipment, you can understand how much trust my parents really had in me. There wasn't very much in the world I wasn't prepared for, but there was one experience in particular. Something that happened a few weeks ago that I still think about all the time, sits in my memory, haunting me. It happened one night when I was alone. My father had a business meeting on Saturday morning, so he got a hotel Friday night in the city with my mom. This left me home alone to watch the castle by myself. Again, something I have done a million times and never thought twice about. I have always been interested in business ventures online. The thing I have been experimenting with that night was video marketing. I was interested in making something go viral. Over the course of a few weeks, I probably had created 6 or 7 solid viral video attempts, but only one of them accumulated any attention, and it was a measly 100,000 views. Anyway, I remember sitting in my home office working on a cat video. On the far side of my room is my window. I can see the backyard. There's a mountainous structure in our backyard. Basically, a really big rock. It's pretty tall, probably about 50 or 60 feet maybe, and in front of it is all farmland. My father grew wheat, although he paid people to do most of the work, but here was the thing. There was a very strange shadow on the rocks. There were some lights from the electrical posts in the field, and it was as if someone was moving around them or something. This was absurd. You guys know how tall those electrical posts are. The idea that someone would climb on top of one of them, or that there was some kind of animal or something on it, really freaks me out. I really didn't want to lose electric either, as I was really into that cat video. I looked out the window to see what was going on, and all I could see was a shadowy figure on the light post near the light. My immediate thought was that there was some kind of freak that came out here and climbed on top of it, but I couldn't imagine why anyone would do that. I put my horror movie-based fear to the back of my mind and rationalized that it must have been some kind of animal that had climbed up there, maybe a large cat. It was far enough away that I could not give you a rough size. Could have been a bear, person, cat for all I knew. I just knew something was up there. Just to be on the safe side, I grabbed a pistol and my flashlight to go check out the situation. I made my way out there slowly. I got more nervous as the moments went by. Each step seemed to bring me closer to the unknown. My fear grew with the increasing distance between me and my house. The grass outside was dry. It was warm out. I slowly got closer and closer to the pole. By the time I got close enough to see the figure, I noticed that it was gone. I stood there in silence for a moment, contemplating what it could have been. I looked around to see if whatever animal may have been up there had fallen to death. I didn't see anything in the general vicinity. I always hated leaving the animals to die like that. I got down on one knee to say a prayer for what animal had been up there. I couldn't imagine that it didn't die, whatever it was. While I was praying, I heard a hiss behind me and felt it scratch. Claws dug into my back. I reacted the only way I knew how and flung my body around. I thrusted my elbow against whatever was behind me. I hit it really hard. In an almost instinctual way, I got away from it and immediately began firing my pistol in its direction. I must have gotten 5 shots off by the time I stopped and realized what I had done. I had obliterated a raccoon. It really freaked me out. The entire experience was kind of traumatic. Staying home alone was never quite the same. I called my dad and told him what had happened before driving myself to the hospital. I had to get a rabies shot, unfortunately, which may have been the most painful experience of my life. I discovered the next day that I had inadvertently shot 2 of the windows out of my mom's SUV. The parents made me pay for that with my own money, and no, I was not nearly as rich as them. The only money I had to my name was the money that I had made from my personal business ventures online. It was kind of lame. My dad always hammered into my head that the bullets I fire are my responsibility no matter what. It's not a bad lesson to learn for anyone interested in owning a gun. When I got out of the hospital, I went home and finished making that viral cat video, and it only got 3,000 views. You can't win them all. But yeah, I guess the moral of the story is that even rich people who are secluded out in the middle of nowhere still have to deal with stupid stuff like this happening to them too. Dang paranoia and dang raccoons. I was 14 years old at the time. I'm male, pretty typical. I would call myself a nerd. I like to play video games, and I'm pretty good at them too. When my friends and I play Fortnite online, I always do the best. I went through a really hard time, though. The thing is, I have really bad allergies, like horrendously bad. They're so bad that sometimes I even sneeze blood. I mean, my nose is bleeding from the constant allergies, and then I sneeze blood all over the place like some kind of freak. It sucked. When I was 14, my mom wanted to try something out. She came home one day with a mysterious bag containing something in it. I remember asking her what it was. I thought it was going to be some kind of new type of tissue or some kind of air filter for the house. It wasn't any of that. It was a medicine. She said that this medicine was going to take care of my allergies. I really wanted to believe her, so I started taking this new medicine and all seemed to be working for the first few weeks. I didn't notice anything being off and everything seemed fine. My usual springtime allergies were no more. As you might expect, I just continued on with life like any other 14-year-old would. I went back to playing video games, hanging out with my friends occasionally. I want to say it was about a month later that something started to change. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I wasn't feeling myself. I was in a bit of a brain funk. And it was strange because I normally feel really present and aware in the moment. I always attributed my mental agility to being the reason that I was the best out of all of my friends at video games all these years. I mean, why else would I be? But I wasn't as good as I used to be, though. I wasn't the best out of my friend group anymore. The skill gap between myself and at least 2 of my other friends seemed to vanish completely. It was as if my skill had gone down. I know it seems like a minor problem, but that really took me down a peg. I really enjoyed being the best there was, and now I wasn't. It made me feel sad. Sadder than I've been in a long time. And it wasn't that I have never experienced tragedy or something else. I remember being really close with my grandfather, and he died when I was probably about 12 or 13, so I've gone through stuff before. But for some reason, not being the best in a video game really took a toll on my well-being, as weird as that might be to say. I gradually started pulling back from my friend group altogether. I would just play video games by myself. The social interaction seemed to be too much for me anymore. I didn't enjoy it like I used to. And that was when everything changed. I wasn't the person that I had been before, and looking back, I'm surprised I didn't notice sooner. It all came to a head one night. My mom had some kind of work function, some kind of party or something that I don't really remember what it was. I just remember thinking it was stupid. I felt really alone. My dad died when I was younger, and I was also an only child, so I was home by myself, 14 years old. You would think that a kid that age would love to be home by himself, but I didn't. I was horrified. I felt the feeling inside of myself that truly mortified me, petrified my bones. I wanted to end my own life. I just felt this intense sensation of worthlessness. I don't even know why either. I got good grades in school. I had friends, but I just didn't enjoy being around them anymore. I didn't know what had changed. I just had this overwhelming sense of loneliness. It was a dark whispering voice in the back of my head that told me all of the horrible things that I hated to hear. This voice, it told me that I should be dead, that I was just a burden to my mother, that I didn't have any real friends, that all of the guys in my former friend group moved on and completely forgot about me, didn't even care that I was gone. And here I was, alone in this house, all by myself, couldn't even think of a reason not to do it. I know exactly how I would do it if I wanted to. We watched a mental health awareness video in my psychology class at high school, and all you had to do was take as many pills as you could, and you would surely die. They called it a cocktail. I kinda wanted to have one myself. I remember sitting in my living room. I was trying to work up the nerve to actually swallow the pills. Couldn't bring myself to do it though. For some reason, something was stopping me, and I couldn't figure out what. The voice in my head made perfect sense. I had no reason left to live. No reason would ever present itself in the future either. I was nothing in a big nothing world. I slapped my hand on the table. For some reason, that gave me the burst of motivation I needed to start swallowing those pills. I opened the cocktail that I had made. Just random stuff from the medicine cabinet, nothing in particular. I was going to take them one by one. I had my mouth already open and everything, but my phone told me that there was a text message. By whatever stroke of luck that hit me, I decided to answer the text before I decided to go. I slowly made my way to the other room and picked up my cell phone. Pressed the on button to see that it was my friend Walton. He was asking if I wanted to play with them. I texted back, yes. The next morning, I told my mom about the incident. She was really concerned and wanted to send me for a psychiatric evaluation, but before we did that, my mom thought it might have had something to do with that allergy medicine that I was on. Well, it turned out that it was the entire cause of my depression. I was an otherwise happy and healthy kid, but that medicine had some particular side effects that my mom didn't mention to me when I started taking it, and one of the major side effects was depression. It's been some time since I had been on that allergy medicine. It got put on recall. They literally had to take it off the shelves because it was making the users so depressed that they also wanted to end themselves. I'm really thankful that I was able to escape that situation with my life. I realized how close I was to really hurting myself. I almost died. And I'll never forget that experience. Ever since then, I never want to be home alone again. This story happened when I was 15. It's been almost an entire decade now, but I still think about it quite a lot. This was our situation. My brothers and I live with my mom. I'm the oldest of 3, and my mom generally leaned on me to get things done. This naturally turned me into an adult from a very early age. Even to this day, my mom talks about feeling guilty for having to thrust adulthood on me so early on. She thinks that I didn't have a childhood, and maybe she's right. As you might imagine, my dad wasn't really in the picture. He was an abusive drunk, and when I say abusive, I mean seriously abusive. Up until the time I was 10, he lived with us, and whenever he would get drunk, he would beat the life out of us. It was always terrifying. The only saving grace was the fact that he wasn't always drunk or had alcohol in the house. In fact, there were sometimes, months at a time, when he would go without drinking, and he was an otherwise pretty decent person. For all that was wrong with my dad, he would have probably been close to an ideal human being if he had not been for his rampant alcoholism and the demon inside of him that came out when he got drunk. The incident that got my mom to finally divorce him was horrendous. I had been in my room playing video games or something, and he was in the living room. My mom just got home from getting the groceries. He accused her of having an affair at the time, and of course, this wasn't true, but he didn't believe it. He kept screaming at her that she was lying. It escalated to the point that he pinned her down on the floor and said that he saw her nose growing, and then grabbed a screwdriver and cut into my mom's nose with it. There is still a scar from that day. Well, that all went down when I was about 10, so this is about 5 years later. My mom was bringing my 2 younger brothers on some kind of Boy Scout trip. They were both in the Boy Scouts and always felt left out because all the other kids had a dad. My mom's guilt drove her to volunteer and help out whenever she could, so she went with my 2 brothers for this weekend camping trip with the Boy Scouts. She really wanted me to go with them because she felt uncomfortable having me alone in the house. I insisted that I was mature enough to do it, and honestly, I didn't even have friends that I could party with if I wanted to. She eventually gave in and let me have my way. I remember being in my bedroom playing with my PlayStation. It was a pretty typical Saturday afternoon, but then I heard a car pull up. I didn't know who it was at first, and I immediately got really panicked that I was going to have to call the cops. My bedroom window doesn't have a really good view at the driveway, so it took me a second, but after studying the part of the car that I could see, I recognized that it was my father's car. I was immediately mortified. I was on bad terms with him, and my mom had a really serious restraining order put on him after they had separated. I got really nervous, and I was not sure what I should even do. He didn't come into the house for a few minutes, and I immediately started wondering what he was up to. I did the only thing that I could think of and cracked my window so I could hear what was going on outside. I thought that if I could hear what he was doing, I would have a better idea. I immediately recognized that he was crying. His whimpering sound was really intense. I hadn't heard from him in years, and my mom said that we would never see him again. But here he was, crying in our driveway. He paced around for a few minutes before finally standing still. I could hear his crying getting louder. Then he screamed. Pop. All I heard was a gunshot. The second I heard the gunshot, I immediately knew what had happened. I ran outside. I looked down at my father's lifeless body on the driveway cement. Blood everywhere. As traumatic as it may have been, I didn't cry. I didn't act emotional or anything. I just called the police. They got there a few minutes later and took me into custody. They wanted to keep me safe and secure until they could contact my mom. The rest of the story played out exactly as you would imagine. My mom apologized profusely. I had to answer some questions to the police. Nothing out of the ordinary. I don't really know what to make of the situation. I don't have much sympathy for the guy, and part of me is kind of happy that he did it. But looking back, I just kind of wish that he had done it where I wouldn't have had to have witnessed it. The entire experience made me never want to go stay home by myself ever again. It's been a long time since this whole thing had gone down, and even now, if I have to stay home by myself, I will make an effort to leave the house or to invite a friend over. I won't stay there alone. A couple of years have passed since this entire situation, and I can't help but to think that it was all for the better. My dad was a seriously destructive human being, and I know this might sound terrible, but I just wish that he had done it sooner. For those out there that haven't lived with a toxic and negative parental figure, consider yourself extremely lucky. The tribulations that I had to endure at the hands of my father fostered a lot of rage inside of me. This story happened a month ago. It was hands down the scariest moment of my life. Everything turned out fine in the end. No one died or anything, thank goodness for that. But I really did not think that at the time. It goes something like this. My friend and I were very interested in witchcraft. We live in the Bible Belt, and there has always been a strong stigma against paganism or spiritual beliefs other than Christianity. Like any sane human beings, we naturally rebelled and became fascinated with witchcraft, the occult, and other stuff like that. That's not to say that we're satanic or anything. Those kinds of people definitely exist, but We were really just interested more so than generally trying to discover a new religion or something. I mean, I still go to church every Sunday. Anyway, a couple of years ago, I had introduced my friend to witchcraft. She didn't know anything about it before, but wow, she really went off the deep end. I was only moderately interested, but she took it to a new extreme. She even runs some kind of witch group on Facebook. I heard it's pretty popular. She knows witches and warlocks from all over the world and regularly participates in paganistic festivals. This one weekend, my parents had planned a trip to go to the beach. It was their anniversary. They took a trip every year to somewhere different, although it seemed like they almost always picked the beach for some reason. It was never the same beach, but a beach nonetheless. Anyways, this was our opportunity to hang out all weekend without any interference from my parents or anyone else. As I'm sure you're already guessing, we were going to be doing some witchy stuff. That wasn't the only thing we had planned, though. Late that Friday night, we had simply watched a movie. The next day, we spent most of our time doing our nails and makeup. We didn't really have anywhere to go, so we just walked down to the convenience store that's down the road from my house. There's a small diner inside of it. They only offer a couple of things to eat, so we went there, got some waffles at like 3, and after waiting around for a while, decided to go back to my place. By the time we were getting settled in for the night, I could feel both of our moods changing. We were both getting really excited to do the ritual. We talked about it a little bit here and there. She told me that she had something grand planned for that night. She didn't tell me what exactly that was going to be, though. We got settled in for the night, and by the time we did, the sun was already setting. We were ready to do this ritual. I asked my friend if she wanted to do it, and she said yes. She went to her backpack that she brought to get something out. I wasn't sure what it was going to be. I honestly wasn't sure what physical objects you needed to do any kind of ritual. I mean, can't you just channel your spirituality or something? Well, I remember feeling something in my body change the second she got it out. The atmosphere was different. The hair on my arms were standing up, and she pulled out a Ouija board. I don't know if you believe in any of this stuff, but I can tell you that I was only a half-believer until I felt my body physically change the second I was in the presence of that board. There's a certain power to it, the ability to communicate with spirits or ghosts, maybe something else entirely, who knows. My friend brought the Ouija board to the kitchen table and we both sat down. My mind was racing with questions. All I can say for sure is that I wanted to talk to a ghost. I already knew who I wanted to speak with before we even started channeling anyone. My grandmother. She had horrible cancer toward the end of her life, and that was how she died. She passed away in this house. It was a few years back. I was young. Always had this feeling that I didn't spend enough time with her, and I always had a lingering feeling that her spirit was still with us. And tonight was going to be the night that I got to speak with her once and for all. We sat down and began the ritual. Unfortunately, we didn't have any candles, so we just had to turn out all of the lights except for the stove light. There was also some light coming in from a street light outside, and it looked really good and spooky. I told her that we were going to be talking to my grandma first, as she was still in the house with us. She agreed, and we started calling out to her. So here was the first weird part. I only addressed the spirit as my grandma. I never told my friend what my grandmother's actual name was. As much as I kind of wanted to believe that I was going to be able to speak with her, I felt like it would have been disrespectful to use her full name when doing the ritual, so I only referred to her as Grandma. Eventually, we got a reply. We asked if anyone was with us. The first time we asked, it went to no. Then again, the second time. But the third time, the pointer went to yes. Now this is where it gets freaky, because when we asked who was with us, it spelled out my grandmother's name. Again, my friend did not know my grandmother's name. I just found it weird. After the name had been spelled out, my friend asked me who it was. When I told her that it was my grandmother's name, she started getting really excited. That wasn't the feeling that I got to. I got really freaked out. It made me nervous. And that was the moment that I had realized that there was more to this world than what we see. Way more. I totally get it if it doesn't prove anything for you, especially because you can't verify what I'm saying, but for me, it was more than enough. Unfortunately, that was the only paranormal activity that we got all night. Nothing else of interest happened. Didn't stop us from trying again the next day, though. My friend and I followed a similar routine on Saturday, and by the time it was getting dark, we had that Ouija board out. My parents had to be home on Sunday, so we knew that this was going to be our last night of doing this. So it happened like this. We sat down to try and contact another spirit. This time we didn't try to contact my grandma. We just tried any spirit in the vicinity or in the house. I remember sitting down with my friend and saying, "If anyone was with us, please, will you give us a sign?" And at that exact moment we heard a loud banging on the garage door. We both started screaming because we thought some kind of horrible spirit had been unleashed. We freaked out for a little while, but get this. It was my dad. He knew that I was letting my friend sleep over at her house and wanted to pull a joke on us. It may have been funny for him, and he still laughs about it sometimes, but it was absolutely mortifying for me in the moment. To think that I had unknowingly unleashed some kind of demonic beast into the world, that was truly the worst part, because it made me realize if we had somehow done something in the spiritual realm, there wasn't really anything we can do to undo it. There's no Control plus Z with a ghost. This is hands down the most horrifying thing that it's ever happened to me. I still don't have any answers as to why it happened either, and I probably never will. I had recently graduated college, I was a marketing major, and I was having a hard time finding a job. I didn't have anything lined up for me right after I graduated like some of my peers, so I did what most people do and moved back in with my parents. Not gonna lie, it was pretty weird moving back in after having been away for so long. For as long as I can remember, it was just me and my dog, and now I was living with my mom and dad again. It sucked. I normally don't talk about this very much, but when I was younger, I had a natural intuition that most people don't have. I had some kind of ability to speak to ghosts, or, at the very least, to see them. I was that kid that always was talking to the wall and claimed to be talking to a ghost. I had no idea why I had this ability, but I knew that I did. I remember genuinely feeling a presence and making a connection with it. I always had to make some kind of spiritual or emotional connection with it before I was able to communicate with it. It's really weird to explain, but I can still do it. The ability never went away. It's a little bit more difficult now, but I've become very interested in it, especially toward the end of my college career. I spent many nights meditating and trying to form connections with spirits around me. So here's the thing. My parents had actually moved when I was in college. I never really felt a strong connection to their new home. Honestly, I didn't really like it. And I had never spent more than a couple of nights there. Even during the summer, I would stay at my apartment in the city only because, well, why not? And again, you can see why it was so weird for me and my dog to move back into my parents' house because I have never really lived in this house. It's not that it was particularly negative or anything, but anyone who is in tune with their mind and body and moves around a lot will remember that it is distressing even if there's nothing problematic about the move. You can be 100% financially, spiritually, physically secure and fine in every aspect of your life, but moving into a new home will invariably cause some distress. There was one Friday night when my parents had gone out for dinner. They wanted to have a night away from all the regular worries of day-to-day life. I have 2 other brothers and they're both in high school, so you can understand why my parents would need a break. My brothers, being my brothers, both went out to sleep over at a friend's house. They only had a year between them, so they hung out in the same friend group. And they all have this weird thing where they would sleep over at each other's houses and just play video games all night. That's left me and my dog Dorian home alone until my parents got home at least. I remember feeling really freaked out. Not in a crazy way or anything, but something just felt off. Like there was something in the air. It's really hard to explain. I remember being in my room reading an article on the best ways to get a job. It was about 9 o'clock at night. My parents probably wouldn't be home until about 11 or 12. I remember being really into this one article. I was taking notes on things that I could do to improve my resume, and then I heard it. My dog made one really weird noise. It was almost like a bark, but also a whimper. I knew something was wrong because he very rarely made noises. I rushed downstairs to see what was going on. He was sitting there perfectly fine as if nothing had happened, and this was extremely unusual. I looked around the house frantically. He had food. He'd just gone to the bathroom, and nothing around the house seemed to be out of place. I chalked it up to him not liking being at my parents' house. It sounded rational enough. I made my way back upstairs to get back into the job hunting grind, and then I heard that very same noise again maybe 15 minutes later, and this time it really unnerved me. This was very out of behavior for my dog, and I had this odd sense of impending doom. I ran downstairs and looked around. For a minute there, I didn't even see my dog. I didn't know where he was. I called out to Dorian, but he didn't answer. Then I made the worst discovery of my entire existence. I realized that my dog was dead. He was just laying on the floor motionless. It was so weird because he was only about 2 or 3 years old. I closely examined his body, and it didn't appear as if he had even been in a fight or a struggle of some kind. No blood, no bruises, no puncture wounds. It was as if he just laid down to take a nap and died. I remember feeling really sad. That sense of fear and adrenaline never went away, though. I waited for my parents to get home. I was really psyched out, and I didn't know what else I could even do. I felt like calling the police was a bit too extreme, and I didn't want to be the college graduate turned adult who moves back in with his parents for a week and needs them to rush home because he's scared. And this all happened a while back. I still can't explain how my dog died. I ended up landing a job a couple of days later in a nearby city, and I was really happy to have been moved out of that house. It freaked me out pretty bad. And after an incident like that, my parents can visit me any time in the future. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Be sure to subscribe and click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let's Read Official, and give and receive feedback from the community, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And join my Discord to interact with me and other listeners directly. If you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations for just $1 a month on Patreon, and maybe even pick up some Let's Read merch on Spreadshirt. And check out the Let's Read podcast. Today's video is sponsored by Audible. With so much more time to spend indoors lately, I've been getting lost in the thousands of titles available through Audible. Audible is the leading provider of spoken word entertainment and audiobooks, ranging from bestsellers to celebrity memoirs, news, business, and self-development. Every month, members can get 1 credit to pick any title, and now members get unlimited access to each month's selection of Audible originals from the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Washington Post, as well as guided meditation programs. Now, you can download titles and listen offline, anytime, anywhere. The app is free and can be installed on all smartphones and tablets. You can listen across devices without losing your spot. If you can't decide what to listen to, don't worry. You can keep your credits for up to a year, and use them to binge a whole series if you like. I personally have been getting immersed in another Stephen King classic, The Stand. This is the way the world ends, with a nanosecond of a computer error in a Defense Department laboratory and a million casual contacts that form the links in a chain letter of death. And here in the bleak new world of the day after, a world stripped of its institutions and emptied of 99% of its people, a world in which a handful of panicky survivors choose sides or are chosen, a world in which good rides on the frail shoulders of the 108-year-old Mother Abigail, and the worst nightmares of evil are embodied in a man with a lethal smile and unspeakable powers, Randall Flagg, the Dark Man. I love this complete edition available on Audible, as it includes 500 pages of material that was previously deleted from King's original manuscript. To get started with a 30-day free trial plus 1 free audiobook and unlimited access to each month's collection of originals, visit audible.com/readcreepy or text READCREEPY to 500-500. That's 30 days free, 1 free audiobook, and unlimited access to all Audible originals. Visit audible.com/READCREEPY or text READCREEPY to 500-500. Hi everyone, my name is Francisco. I must apologize first because English is not my first language, so I'm sorry for any mistakes there are in writing this. I'm from Paraguay, and I live here in the capital city, Asunción. Like many of the countries in the world, we in Paraguay have also been affected by the virus outbreak. Everyone is very worried. They have been wearing masks and buying all of the groceries so that they can stay at home until everything is safe again. But more importantly, the government here in Paraguay has declared a curfew, and people who leave their homes without a good reason can be punished by the police. Also, if you leave your home and you are sick, you can be charged with a crime and thrown into jail. But the problem is that a lot of people here in Asunción are very poor, and even those who work make very little money. That means that both me and my father have to work to support our family. Even my mother makes and sells wicker baskets in her free time to give our family extra money. But that's where the trouble started. When the government here decided which of our jobs were essential and which ones were not. I had a part-time job in the tourism industry, giving guided tours of the markets and historical sites of Asunción. But this was declared non-essential right away after the lockdown was declared. So just like that, I was out of work. My father is a supervisor at a manufacturing plant on the outskirts of the city. So for a while he was still able to bring home money since he was declared an essential worker. But that all changed when he was tested at his job for the virus. When the test came back positive, he was told he would have to go home and isolate himself for 2 weeks before he would be allowed to return to work. This was a disaster for our family, but there was one flicker of hope. The head of my father's department told him that a temporary replacement had been found for him, but that left a space on the factory floor, one that I could occupy for the time he was sick. So every morning for about a week, I would wake up very early, grab my father's ID card, walk out of town for an hour so I could work the line at the manufacturing plant. It was a very boring job, much more boring than my tour guide work, but I was still very grateful to have the chance to keep earning money for my family. My family owns a car that we share, but since money was low and we couldn't afford too much gas, we had to save it for emergencies. That is why, like I may have said already, that I ended up walking 4 miles there in the morning and 4 miles back home in the nighttime. It was tough going, and I was stopped by the police many times, but all I had to do was show them my father's factory ID card, and they would wave me on. But that only worked so many times, and one evening a routine police check led to one of the most terrifying, stressful experiences of my entire life. I was walking at the side of the road, my feet aching after a long day on the line, when I heard the momentary blare of a siren behind me. I stopped walking, turned around, and I saw a police vehicle near me. Usually I would just show the ID card and the police would drive on without getting out of their car. But this time, both officers stepped out of the vehicle and began marching towards me with a lot of aggression. I tried to show them the ID card to explain that I was an essential worker working in place of my father, but they didn't want to listen. "This is not your picture," one of the officers said, asserting that I could not be a supervisor and suggesting that I had in fact stolen the ID from somebody. I swore to him that it was not true, that I had made arrangements and my family might starve without the income. Then they searched me. When I asked what they were looking for, one of the officers got in my face and told me to shut my mouth, that I was lucky that they weren't just taking me to jail since I was out spreading the virus. I think they were searching me for drugs, but I can't be sure. I know a lot of dealers have been caught recently since they need to sell their stuff and have trouble explaining why they are outdoors during a lockdown. When they had finished their search and found nothing, I thought that they might just let go of me, but I was terrified to see one of the officers take out their electric taser gun, arm it, and aim it in my direction. I didn't think. I just raised my hands like it was second nature, showing him I meant them no harm and praying he wouldn't pull the trigger. The other officer reached into the pocket of his uniform, taking out his phone and pointing the camera in my direction. It was clear that he was filming me, but for what purpose, I was scared to know. I really thought I was going to be tased on camera, that they used the video as an example to others. Then the officer with the camera said something that I struggled to understand at first. 50 star jumps, right now. At first, I honestly thought I didn't hear his words correctly. These were words I had not heard since high school physical education class. I told the officer I didn't understand, but this only made him furious. Are you deaf? Or just stupid, boy? He barked at me. 50 star jumps. Go, hurry. I simply did as I was told. I started doing the star jumps while the officers laughed, commenting that this is what happens to those that break curfew without a good reason. Repeat after me, one of them said. I'm sorry, officer. I will not leave my house again. I'm sorry, officer. I will not leave my house again, I repeated. Again. And I did so. Again. I said the words and jumped on the spot until I had no more breath in my lungs. I was still convinced that they would tase me when it was done, that the punishment wasn't over. But when I collapsed, feet and lungs burning from the work, they just carried on laughing as they got back into their car and drove away. These hard times are difficult enough without horrible policemen taking advantage of their power. I know they are not like that all over the world, that there are always a few bad people to many good ones, but I just pray that no one else has to go through what I suffered that evening. Good luck, everyone, and be safe. Life can be very hard here in the Philippines. And here in Quezon, the largest city in my country, and the place where I live, life has gotten even harder since one man came to power back in 2016. Rodrigo Roa Duterte. He is often described in the same way as the American president Donald Trump. People say he is a populist and an agitator, but honestly, our president makes Trump look like an angel. Duterte has been a very vocal supporter of the extrajudicial killings of drug dealers and those that do business with them. I know that certain human rights organizations have estimated that Duterte has been directly and indirectly responsible for almost 1,500 murders committed by what has been come to be known as the Davao death squads. There, they murdered without a care, even sometimes targeting children in their attempt to clean up the streets. It was bad back then, but it got even worse after 2016 when he became president, and the more I think about it, the more it seems like his entire reign was building up to today, when extenuating circumstances have meant that he has more power than ever before. Quezon has reacted to the COVID-19 crisis in a very similar way to other places. We have lockdowns, mandatory self-isolation, and food rationing. And naturally, the police force has been granted considerably more power in light of such an extreme health emergency. It seems to be quite a unique situation, in that the government has increased powers and civil liberties have all but been suspended. And yet, there is absolutely no outrage or protest from the people. They are scared, and scared people are very, very easy to control. They don't just accept the introduction of draconian punishment, they welcome it. And for me, a firm believer in human rights, it is a very, very scary time indeed. For example, just a few days ago I was walking to the market to buy essential food supplies when I saw a large crowd gathered near the market square. Hundreds of people were jostling for position to catch a glimpse of whatever it was that was hidden from my view, and they were quickly being dispersed by police who obviously were under orders not to let people congregate at all. When the crowd thinned out, only then could I see what they were looking at. It was a small cage, maybe only a couple of square feet in size, no higher than a man's thigh. I recognized it as a dog cage from the sturdy steel bars, the kind us Filipinos keep our pets in to keep them safe at night. But there was no dog in the cage. It was a man. He looked terrible, like he'd not eaten or slept in days, and worst of all, this was all taking place under the midday sun. He He was being baked alive in public, with only the police throwing the occasional cup of water over him to keep him from passing out from heat stroke. I was in shock. I just stood there for a moment as masked individuals filed past me, staring at the man's fingers as he hooked them through the bars of the cage and begged for help. Too big, he said over and over again. Water, water. A masked policeman approached him, tossing another cup of lukewarm water over the cage's bars. The man reacted like an animal, lapping at the bars of the cage to catch a few droplets in his mouth, trying to catch what little he could on his fingers and palms, then licking them desperately out of pure manic thirst. The police just laughed as he did so. But I didn't. I couldn't even move. All I could do was stare at a man who had been reduced to something less than human, and it probably hadn't even taken that long to do it. Some people were recording the man on their phones from a distance, taking pictures to send to relatives and friends. I didn't even have to ask why he was locked in that cage like that, because the policemen didn't waste time to tell me. "Leave the area," one shouted at me, pointing towards the small steel cage, "or you'll end up just like him. Tell everyone this is what happens when people don't practice social distancing," said another. I turned and walked away very quickly, not slowing my pace until I reached the market square. When I was done, I walked straight back home, not stopping, almost flaunting my bags of groceries to any police officers that gave me looks. There was no way I was ending up in a cage like that poor man. Even if he had violated social distancing rules, there was no good reason to cage him like an animal. But the thing is, that's not even the scariest thing I've heard or seen in the past few weeks. In Cavite province, just south of Manila, 2 small children were forcibly locked inside an actual coffin on March 26th as punishment for violating curfew. In Binondo village, officials arrested 4 boys and 4 girls on March 19th for violating curfew. They forcibly cut the hair of 7 of the children while the one who resisted was stripped naked and ordered to walk home. And these aren't just rumors either. These are things that I have seen videos of on WhatsApp. The Philippines already has a terrible record of criminalizing children, with members of Congress attempting to lower the age of criminal responsibility from 15 to 12, with some having proposed it to be lowered to 9. If enacted, this could put more and younger children behind bars in dangerous detention facilities. And speaking of rumors, in October 2017, Rodrigo Duterte opposed passing a law against so-called fake news, saying that it would be unconstitutional as it can curtail freedom of speech. But just a few weeks ago, our president passed a law saying those who spread fake COVID-19 news may have their electronic devices confiscated, face jail time, and in some cases even be landed with an enormous 1 million Philippine peso fine. That's the equivalent of about $40,000. That's a punishment that could destroy someone's life, as we are not wealthy people here in the Philippines. I understand lies are bad and that scaremongering can cause panic, but to destroy someone's life for that is a horrifying prospect. But it only took a few days before destroying someone's life took on a very literal meaning. On this past Thursday, a 63-year-old man was shot dead after threatening village officials and police with a scythe at a virus checkpoint. Official news sources stated that the man is believed to have been drunk when he threatened village officials and police manning the checkpoint in the town of Nasipit in the southern province of Agusan del Norte. The suspect was cautioned by a village health worker for not wearing a face mask, the report said. But the suspect got angry, uttering provoking words, and eventually attacked the personnel using a scythe. A lot of people here don't quite understand what is going on, only that there is an infectious disease, but not exactly how incredibly virulent it is. So please, I hear a lot of people complaining that it's very fascist to shut down society in such a way, but be grateful you are not in the Philippines, where we are just as much in danger because of our government as the virus. I hope you're not all too stressed in dealing with all this lockdown stuff, and to those who have had troubling or scary stories to tell from their experiences, I'm incredibly sorry. But what I'm really enjoying is seeing this whole thing of supporting each other. I've seen some really helpful comments from people and other posts in this sub, and it's frankly inspiring to see people coming together like this during such a dark time. So maybe, hopefully, possibly, you could help or at least listen to my problem, or rather, not so much my problem, but someone else's problem too. Like a lot of people, I was pretty shocked when the government declared a lockdown here in the UK. I'm in my late 20s, so never in my life, or any of my mates' lives, have any of us experienced such a zealous curtailing of civil liberties. The lines at supermarkets began. Road traffic dropped off to next to nothing. It's been a soft transformation of society, but a transformation nonetheless. As life changed, so did living arrangements, and one day, I noticed that the girl who lived alone in the flat below me wasn't so alone anymore. I passed her on the stairs at one point, backing off into a corridor to maintain social distancing, but noticed she wasn't alone. He was a harmless-looking bloke at first, quite tall but skinny with a mess of curly, sandy blonde hair. I said hi, introduced myself without all the usual handshaking, and went on my way. Everything was hunky-dory, if I'm being perfectly honest. That was until last Friday night, when something happened that gave this whole lockdown thing a whole new meaning of terrifying. It started with a few bumps and groans from downstairs. I was playing Xbox at the time, whittling the hours away with that new Call of Duty Warzone game with a few mates. The floors and walls in this old Victorian flat share are pretty thick, but make a loud enough noise and you can hear the bass in another apartment. So when I feel the flat shake a wee bit and hear the girl's voice, I roll my eyes and assume the worst. "Uh-oh," I said down the mic. "I think the girl downstairs and her feller getting a bit familiar. This sparked off a round of laughter and off-colored humor, and I ended up turning my TV volume up to drown out any potential sounds of copulation. It was annoying, but hey, I've got my way of killing the quarantine time. I suppose they found theirs. But it didn't end there. Soon, loud, sporadic banging sounds from the flat below was making my flat literally shake. It was actually kind of alarming. I mean, Christ almighty, those pairs seemed like they were really going at it. I mentioned it to my mates in the party chat, and we all had a little laugh at the whole thing. But then something happened that meant I wasn't laughing anymore. I heard the girl cry out. And I know what you're thinking, but trust me, if you heard what I did, you'd have known something wasn't quite right too. It wasn't a cry of ecstasy, not in the least bit, but it sounded hurt, weak, terrified. As I said, I'd turned down the volume on my TV to block the sounds out, but now I was turning it right down again, muting the speakers so I could better hear what was going on. There were voices all right, and they were obviously trying to stay hushed, but you could clearly hear that some kind of heated argument was taking place. I mentioned this to the lads in the party chat, and yet again they made off-colored comments like, "Sounds kinky," just nonsense like that. But I quickly made it clear that this was something else entirely, and that I was actually kind of worried about the whole thing. We're literally talking about the prospect of it being some kind of domestic violence incident when there's yet another loud bang, so hard it makes my flat shake. Only this one was followed by a similarly terrified female scream. Then there was silence. My heart is absolutely pounding at this stage. Right then, one of the lads makes a joke about smelling something funny coming from the flat below in the next couple of days, and how I might end up being the guest star of some sort of true crime documentary in the near future. Now, I like my dark humor, and I admit I'd have found that kind of thing funny if it wasn't in danger of actually happening. But given the circumstances, I was absolutely terrified. There were no more noises coming from the flat below. It was eerily quiet now. So I asked the lads in the party chat to bear with me because I was going to call the police. Immediately, a few of them told me it was the right thing to do, that it's always better to be safe than sorry in this situation. So I do, and the dispatcher on the other end tells me to leave the front door of the building open so they can enter safely and deal with the whole situation. Only get this. The police arrive. I hear a lot of shouting downstairs, so I walk out into the hallway of the building to listen in on what's going on. Instead of actually getting in there and dealing with the whole situation, the police seem to be happy to just talk to the couple through the door of the flat. The whole social distancing thing hadn't occurred to me in the slightest when I called, and now the problem with my solution was becoming evident. The couple, within moments of the police arrival, had gone from at each other's throats to uniting to tell the police to get out of their building. They were actually shouting about a warrant and all this stuff, basically trying to find any reason to keep them out. It was nuts. I had read and heard about domestic abuse before, and this was one of the classic symptoms. Warring couples suddenly unite when someone else tries to intervene. They demand to know who'd made the call, and what I heard next had me emitting an actual "uh-oh" out loud. The cops bloody well told them. They straight up said, "We received a call from the flat above you." They had dropped me right in it. It was quiet for the rest of the night, and the next day I tried to avoid them entirely, but eventually I had to leave the flat to buy food. And as I did, and was walking down the stairs towards the front door of our building, the girl below's flat opens up, and I see a figure standing in the doorway. He was wearing a mask, one of those surgical ones. They've been popular since the outbreak, but it's clearly the abusive boyfriend, and he's holding a hammer, a bloody claw hammer, and he's just staring at me. I raise my hands and try to explain that I only meant well, but he just slams the door on me before I can finish my explanation. And that's how it's been for the past few days now. Me being completely terrified for my life, locking my doors constantly and listening out for heavy footsteps coming up the stairs towards my flat. So seriously, if anyone has any advice or examples on how to deal with this, please leave them in the comments. I'll be reading every single one and responding to those I think can help via DM. My neighbor Gary has lived across the street from our house ever since we moved in. He's a nice guy, like perennially nice. Never has a bad word to say about anyone. Always sees the best in people. He never fails to see things in a positive light and has been a welcome fixture at every barbecue or block party we've ever thrown. But this latest crisis has been pretty hard on Gary and his family, and over the past few weeks I've noticed some pretty disturbing changes in his behavior. Changes that have meant that Gary went from being the Ned Flanders personality clone we love so much to being someone that I'm quite frankly terrified of. I remember when we first heard rumors of a lockdown coming, Gary came over to talk about it. He was his usual jolly self, laughing off the scaremongering coming from the media. But as we talked about a shortage on food and hand sanitizer becoming a reality, he grew unsettled in a way I'd never really seen before. Gary has 2 young kids, but he also has his elderly mother living with him. He once told me he just didn't have the heart to put her in a home, how that seemed way too much like abandonment. Gary was just that kind of guy. At least he was that kind of guy. I only really started noticing the change when he came home one day with a trunk loaded with groceries. Not just the trunk either. The back seat of his SUV was overloaded with paper grocery bags. Some were loaded with meat and vegetables, some stacked entirely full of canned goods. But it was the box full of hand sanitizer that really made me take notice. Gary was the polar opposite of a germaphobe. Like, polar opposite. He routinely ignored the 5-second rule when it came to barbecue items dropped into lawn grass, and was very much of the opinion that letting kids play outside, letting them eat a little dirt from time to time, was just good for their immune system. It'd make them tough in a way that playing with screens just wouldn't. We actually used to laugh at people who kept those little Purell bottles in hip holsters, overly paranoid losers who would drive their cars off a bridge if they really knew how many microorganisms lived in their eyelashes alone. But here Gary was, unloading an entire pallet of hand sanitizer from his truck. "Got some to spare, huh, buddy?" I shouted over from my porch. "Not at the prices I just paid," he replied. Seems innocuous, I know, but if you knew Gary, you'd be just as interested to note that this reply didn't come with a smile or a chuckle. He barely even looked at me as he took the supplies inside. But things only really took a turn for the worse when one of Gary's kids took a tumble while playing in the street outside their house. They were playing on the new bike, riding around in circles, when I guess they just lost their balance and fell hard onto the concrete. You could tell it was a bad fall from the way they let out this pained, shocked cry before bursting into tears. My wife was out on the porch at the time, sipping an iced tea, and saw the whole thing. I had heard the scream, but wasn't sure what happened until I saw my wife grabbing the first aid kit we keep in a kitchen cabinet. I followed her outside into the street, but as she approached Gary's kid, the man himself was stood in his front doorway. In the sternest voice I'd ever heard out of the man, he told my wife to get away from his kid. I guess she understood what he meant. As she stopped just short of the crying child, took a few steps back, and then slid the first aid kit across the concrete in her direction. Gary's other kid was old enough to know what that first aid kit was, but as he tried to pick it up off the ground, Gary erupted at him to not touch that frickin' thing and to get back inside the house. My wife apologized for her hastiness, but assured Gary she had the best of intentions. And for the first time in 4 or 5 years since we'd moved into the neighborhood, I actually found myself getting angry with him. He didn't even acknowledge my wife's apology, giving us both a contemptuous look as he closed and locked the front door behind him. A few days later, we saw the same kid who fell wearing a makeshift sling and looked pretty miserable. It took us a while to put two and two together, but we did, and we realized that Gary hadn't, nor had any intention of taking his kid to the hospital to get their arm looked at by a doctor. It was only then did it really hit me just how bad this whole pandemic thing was affecting him. He wasn't just taking precautions, as the rest of us were. He seemed to be going full-on survivalist, like the guy's entire personality had shifted over what was apparently just the course of a week or so. It was disconcerting, to say the least. Then, just a few nights ago, my wife shook me awake to tell me she could smell something burning. I literally fell out of bed thinking she was telling me our house was on fire, but she assured me it wasn't, and that she could just smell something. As my senses came to life, I began to be able to smell it too, this acrid, smoky smell that was obviously something being burned. It only took me one look out of our bedroom window to tell me where it was coming from. An orange glow emanating from across the street. There was a fire in Gary's backyard. The smell wasn't just bothering us either. Almost every bedroom light of every house in the block was switched on, and I could see some similarly irritated neighbors floating by their windows, trying to find out where the stench was coming from. I decided to just suck it up, go over, and ask him to put the fire out. God knows what he was burning, but I knew from the smell that it wasn't healthy. But no sooner had I crossed onto Gary's half of the street, he appears from his backyard gate. At least I figured it was Gary. I couldn't see his face. It was covered up with one of those old Gulf War-era gas masks, the kind with the big round glass eyes that made him look more simian than human. That, along with the 12-gauge shotgun that he had firmly in his grip, sent a shiver of fear running through me. "Get away from my house, Martin!" His words were muffled by the mask, but it was clear what he said. "Gary, buddy, that fire's—" "Get away from my house, Martin!" He never called me Martin, always Marty. It was the first time I'd ever heard him call me by my actual name. I just did the smart thing. I backed off, hands raised, slow enough to keep him from freaking out and shooting me dead right there in the street. I haven't talked to or seen Gary for the past few days, and I'm more than willing to give him the space he and his family need, if that's what it takes for him to stay sane. But please, if any of your neighbors are suffering right now, please reach out to see if they're okay, if they need anything at all, even if it is just for you to keep your distance. I'm sure Gary will be fine in time when all of this stuff is calmed down. I hope he returns to be the man I once knew and loved. Have y'all been following all these Zoom and Skype dates that have been happening since the lockdown started? As you imagine, the use of dating apps have skyrocketed since the government had ordered us all inside for the foreseeable future. Those who would usually flaunt their game in the club or at the gym are now forced to use the same tactics as the less socially adept of us in dating apps. And although I'm not entirely happy with the increased competition, I'd be lying if I said my match count hasn't bumped up a little. Silver linings, right? Anyway, instead of using Tinder or Hinge, with their increased emphasis on physical appearances, definitely not my strong point given I'm about 30 pounds overweight right now, I opted for Reddit's R4R forum, which is full of posts from those who want to hook up for conversation, flirting, and occasionally even more. So, I put up this pretty dumb post, basically asking if there were any girls that wanted to have like a lockdown date or whatever. I listed a bunch of my interests, mainly horror movies and a few political issues close to my heart, and implored anyone who identified with them to get in touch. One or two girls did, and I feel mean admitting this, but they just didn't seem particularly engaging. Nice, yes, charming, one really was, but our talks didn't light a fire in me. Not like the message I got in the wee small hours of the morning when I was up way past my usual bedtime. The message from a girl named Amber who wrote eloquently and charmingly about how she too was looking for something of a lockdown bae herself. She was highly politically involved, as she put it, which definitely sparked my interest, in sharp comparison with the two other girls who wrote back to me who didn't seem interested in politics. She was also extremely intelligent. The way she was able to articulate her thoughts was something I had rarely encountered in online interactions, which is also why I was so shocked when I found out she was only 18, 11 years my junior. Only, when she described herself, I started to get suspicious. She seemed perfect. Too perfect. She told me she was 5'7", Asian American, fit, and toned from yoga and spin class. In her own words, she was pretty cute. Catfish was the first thought that came to my mind. There was absolutely no way a girl as cute-sounding as that would be getting in contact with me, so I just made a joke about it. Well, a joke that wasn't really a joke. I basically called her out on it. How she didn't have to pretend to be some hot Asian girl just to get my attention, not with the kind of conversational skills that she did. The next message was just a link to an Imgur photo. A risky click, if ever there was one, as there was absolutely nothing in the way of a caption to clue me into what the picture was of. But I suppose curiosity just got the better of me, and I just clicked. For those that don't already know, a verification photo is when a person handwrites their username or other pertinent information on a piece of paper to prove that they are indeed who they say they are. And yep, you guessed it, the picture was verification. As it turned out, Amber was exactly who she claimed to be. Young, Asian, and impossibly gorgeous. I mean, I was literally stunned when I saw that picture of her. I just stopped and stared for what seemed like minutes. When it came to returning the favor, I was terrified. I am not in the least bit confident about my appearance, as I've made clear, and the idea of trying to take a selfie, something I'd never even done before that evening, was almost too much to bear. But I did it anyway. I combed my hair, washed my face, then went over my beard with the barely used trimmer my mom bought me for my 28th birthday. Basically her way of telling me to get that stuff off my face. Then, when I was done, I found my angle, took the photo, and then sent it over. The suspense, the raw suspense, oh my god. I honestly think the last time I was that nervous was before my first date I ever went on as a 17-year-old in high school. I'm talking that heart-racing, sweaty palm, time-slowing down nervous that makes you feel sick to your stomach. I was convinced I'd never hear from her again, that she'd see how mismatched this whole thing was and just up and ghost me. Only she didn't. She actually replied saying that I was cute. That was 3 weeks ago now. We've talked every single day since then, sometimes having multiple hour-long phone calls that run into the wee small hours of the morning. And the more we talked, the more serious things became. At one point, Amber asked where she saw this going after lockdown was over. She told me she was living in Portland, whereas I was all the way over in the greater Boston area, pretty much opposite ends of the country to one another. But she pretty much straight up raised the issue of us needing to act on the chemistry we had. I told her that money was no object, that she was legit the most beautiful, charming young woman I'd ever met in my entire life. It was true. I meant every word of it, but I understood when she told me that she heard that kind of thing all the time, that they'd tell her just about anything to get the chance to sleep with her. And I believed that too. She asked me how far I'd be willing to go to prove myself to her. I told her as far as she needed me to go. At that, she just laughed, telling me how she doubted it. I was indignant. I'd do anything, everything she asked just to make her believe it. That's when she told me to get a knife. I'm ashamed to say that there was barely any hesitation. I just trusted her. I trusted that she knew what was best for me. She already seemed to be able to read me like a book. She asked if I had an envelope handy. I told her yes, that I had a pack of about 100 crisp white envelopes. She told me to open it. I obeyed. She told me to place the blade of the knife onto my palm. I obeyed. And when she finally gave me the order, I pulled the blade across my flesh and let fresh blood flow onto the open envelope. It didn't even hurt. It was the strangest thing, but For the first few minutes there was no pain at all. Just this dull, hot feeling as I watched the blood flow from the open wound, staining the perfect white of the paper a deep crimson. I held everything up to the webcam, showing her exactly how far I was willing to go for her. And oh my God, the look on her face, the way her pretty almond eyes seemed to light up, it just filled me with joy. I don't really know why I'm telling you this. I know it's making me sound crazy just as much as it's making her sound toxic. But in that moment, it all just made so much sense. Words are cheap, actions count for something, and there's no dearer currency than our own lifeblood. It seemed like the purest act of devotion imaginable, and for a while, I saw nothing wrong with it and had zero regrets. When it was done, she told me to buy a larger plastic envelope, one that'll properly conceal the blood-filled paper one. Then I was to mail it to her. Again, it made a lot of sense. It was possible to fake something like that, pretty easily, so the idea that she wanted to see for herself, to verify that I'd be true to her, it was just second nature. As instructed, I paid extra for next-day delivery, a lot extra, but it would be worth it. It felt like every penny I spent on this girl was worth it. Money can't buy something like we shared, at least. That's the way it felt at the time. I remember being so excited at the prospect of her opening that envelope, of seeing her satisfaction at knowing what I'd done for her. And when she showed me her opening that thing over webcam, it was every bit as disgustingly glorious as I imagined. Her eyes lit up in that same adorable way, and she smiled in a way I'd never quite seen before. Such a wide, white smile. She giggled as she held it up, bringing a hand to her mouth, and in one fluid motion, she brought the blood-stained envelope to her lips and kissed it. Only, she didn't just kiss it. I watched transfixed as she began to lick at the dried bloodstains, spitting on them and lathering them with her tongue until the dried mess hydrated and formed a sticky crimson residue. Now, writing this now, it's really obviously disgusting, but at the time, it seemed like love. It was the purest act of acceptance of another living being I'd ever witnessed. She was purporting to adore the very blood that ran through my veins, that even in a dried-up, crusty state, she could invigorate it. It said so much with so little. The next day, we got into a conversation about cats. Amber loved kitties, as she put it. She had a bunch of clothes with cat designs on them, hair accessories that resembled cat girls. It was a whole theme for her. But since she was in college, living in a dorm room that she was basically trapped in due to lockdown, there was no way of her getting to own one. Now, for the first time being away, I confess that since my last girlfriend had broken up with me and moved out, I'd strongly been considering getting a pet to combat the crushing loneliness that came with a lifestyle such as mine. This revelation delighted her, and she asked if I would go get her one. I was confused at first, thinking we meant she wanted me to, send her a cat. I didn't think this was entirely out of the question. Animal shelters would still need to run despite the COVID thing. There had to be a way I could find an animal shelter in her area and arrange to have one dropped off. But obviously that's not what she meant at all. She wanted me to get a cat. I acquiesced to the idea pretty quickly. It did suit my plans after all. But then the conversation took a weird turn. She asked me if I loved kitties, so I told her yes. The truth is, I don't like them as much as dogs, but I wasn't about to overcomplicate the situation by saying that. Then she asked me which I liked more, her or cats. Again, I said her. Then she asked if I loved enough to hurt something innocent. I hesitated, but again I said yes. Then came those fatal words that now don't seem so loving anymore. Prove it. She told me, in no uncertain terms, that she wanted me to prove that I loved her more than any other living creature. She didn't want me to get into any trouble, to ruin my career by getting a criminal record or anything, but she still wanted proof. It was horrifying, listening to her talk, She had obviously thought this out, maybe even long in advance. She told me I could get a really old cat from a rescue center, one that was near the end of its life anyway, one that might well be suffering from joint pain or breathing trouble. She told me to look at it like an act of mercy, one that would prove I was the right man for her, one that could make difficult decisions and own them too. And I'm ashamed to admit, I agreed to every word. I found that local animal shelters in my area were still indeed operating. I called one to ask them a few questions regarding the adoption process and found it would be infinitely easier than I even expected. I could pay them a visit and leave with the cat the very same day. Then it came to asking my own rather tailored set of questions. I told her I wanted to give an older kitty a comfortable time in its twilight years, that I was something of a feline philanthropist and had been doing so for many years. It was heart-wrenching, hearing that rescue center worker telling me what a good person I was, how no one wanted to adopt the older cats, and how one would be so happy to have finally found someone to take care of them. I think that's what did it. The sobering moment that made me realize how stupid I'd been these past few weeks. How lust and desire and loneliness had driven me to the point where I was willing to relinquish my entire humanity. I had never hurt so much as a fly in my entire life, and there I was, planning to hurt an innocent, essentially defenseless animal. I knew I had to do something. I opted for a clean break. I thought about writing her a long goodbye message, explaining how I'd come to that decision, hoping it wouldn't hurt her feelings too much, but then it occurred to me that she didn't really have feelings, not like you or I might do. She had a fixation on what she could do. It all made sense in that context. She got off on power, on manipulation, and any way she could achieve that was justified. I blocked her on Discord, deleted the email account I'd used to send her long stream of consciousness letters from. It hurt. It hurt really bad at first, but once I told myself she'd easily find a new partner, a new victim, the decisions became much easier to deal with. So please, people, learn from my stupid, short-sighted mistakes. Don't let this lockdown loneliness get the better of you, because there are people out there, bad people, just waiting to exploit it. I've been reading a lot of stories recently about how Mother Nature is basically reclaiming the land since this whole lockdown thing went into place. In particular, one story that comes out of the UK which talks about how a giant herd of wild goats has essentially taken over a small Welsh town. It's pretty charming, detailing how these rare Kashmiri goats have seized the opportunity that's been presented by people staying indoors to roam down from the hills to wander around neighborhoods, devouring the contents of flower boxes and front gardens alike. There are also those stories about the swans returning to the canals out in Venice Beach, but you can go read up on them yourself, as I've got a point to get to here. Okay, so little side note here. Has anyone else noticed how nice the weather has gotten since the lockdown started? God, it's been so frustrating. Shut indoors while the weather went from gray and windy to warm and sunny like, well, must have been a matter of days. In all my life, I've honestly never seen spring slam into winter with such a dramatic transition. It's been tough on my little girl, too. She's been dying to get out to the local park to play on the jungle gyms, and telling her no, not to mention explaining why, has been harder and harder as the weeks have gone by. I can't tell her the truth because I knew it would absolutely terrify her. Breaking down, there are little creatures living inside of us, waiting to be transmitted to someone she loves like Pap or Nana, which could end their lives. How do you even say that to a child without them totally freaking out? So, our story starts with bird watching. I know, boring, but try telling that to my daughter. She burned through all her DVDs and favorite YouTube channels in like a week, and despite some of them having palpable rewatch value to them, she quickly grew tired of staring at a screen for hours on end. It got way worse than we started having to tell her no about going to the park. Seems like once you hold something out of reach of a kid, it's all they want from then on, the forbidden thing. I found a happy compromise with her, in that if she stayed inside, she could look at the garden all she wanted. And the bonus was that if she stayed super still and quiet, that all kinds of birds and other critters would wander into the garden for her to look at. And you know what? It actually got kind of fun after a while. I actually fished out an old native birds of the upper American East Coast that I'm pretty sure was my grandpa's at one point, and we got to work ticking off each one we saw, working our way through the book as common and rarely seen birds alike landed among the flower beds of our backyard. One evening I'd swear I saw something larger moving around the trees at the back of our yard, but I figured it was just a trick of the light, maybe a neighbor's dog moving against their back fence, casting shadows into ours. But a few days later I discovered it wasn't just my imagination. I was doing some laundry upstairs while my daughter busied herself with bird watching. I'd ordered a cheap pair of kids' binoculars from Amazon, and those things really had paid for themselves by the evening of the day they arrived. My kid was obsessed with them. She had them practically strapped to her face for the entire day, looking at everything and anything up close and being amazed at the results. So she was only happy to sit in front of the patio window doors and while away the hours by checking out the wildlife at close range through her new binos. And thank God, because having to keep an eye on her day in and day out was meaning housework was mounting up, and at the top of the list was laundry. So I'm working through piles of dirty clothes, calling down to her every so often to see how she was doing, and everything seems to be going fine. Every so often I'd rush down when she claimed to have spotted a new kind of bird in our garden. Often I'd have to point out that it was one we'd seen before, but once or twice we actually locked eyes with a lesser spotted woodpecker, a bird we most definitely hadn't spotted before. Only when I heard her cry out, "Kitty," I figured she must have gotten kind of bored of watching for birds. At first I was a little worried. The last thing I wanted was for my little girl to witness a full-on bird murder in our own backyard, but I was quietly reassured by the fact that all the neighborhood cats were fat and spoiled and they wouldn't be finessing at backyard birds anytime soon. That was for certain. Suddenly I heard a kind of thump against the window doors, like my daughter had hit her hand against the glass super hard. I called down to tell her not to hit the glass as it would scare all the birds away and they might not come back to visit. Her answer made me drop the laundry basket and hurtle downstairs. "I didn't. It was the kitty." But that thump was loud, bigger and louder than anything a simple house cat could make. It was so weird to write back now, but I distinctly remember just not thinking at all, just sort of flying into action, this white-hot urge to protect, just turning me into more machine than woman. And what do I see the moment I turn the corner into the living room? I see my daughter, standing at the glass doors, staring at an actual mountain lion in the face. The huge cat had its paw half cocked, as if I didn't already have an idea that it was the one making that banging noise against the glass. I ran toward my little girl with such speed and aggression that the mountain lion jumped back for a second. The inherent danger of the situation, danger that she seemed to be completely unaware of previously, caught up with her and hit her like a freight train. She started bawling, screaming, realizing in a white-hot moment that Kitty didn't want to play. Kitty wanted to rip and tear. That the kitty wasn't a kitty at all. Once it realized I'd taken away its intended prey, the mountain lion took a few more swipes at the glass and only rushed out the backyard once I started banging pots and pans together real loud, just like my grandpa had showed me years before. I guess this was just a long-winded way of saying to keep a real close eye on the woods and green spaces when this lockdown is over. It might not be entirely safe for our kids to be playing in places that have obviously been reclaimed by wildlife, and dangerous wildlife at that. Hey friends, thanks for listening. be sure to subscribe and click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r Let's Read Official, and give and receive feedback from the community, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And join my Discord to interact with me and other listeners directly. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations for just $1 a month on Patreon, and maybe even pick up some Let's Read merch on Spreadshirt. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all these stories in long compilation form and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the bio. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, happy birthday, Robin. Today's video is sponsored by Audible. With so much more time to spend indoors lately, I've been getting lost in the thousands of titles available through Audible. Audible is the leading provider of spoken word entertainment and audiobooks, ranging from bestsellers to celebrity memoirs, news, business, and self-development. Every month, members can get 1 credit to pick any title, and now members get unlimited access to each month's selection of Audible originals from the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Washington. About 10 or 15 years ago, there used to be this one Burger King place just outside of Silver Lake, out here in California. It was situated just within walking distance of this giant pet supply store that was only too happy to let their customers bring their dogs, cats, chinchillas, or whatever else with them while they did their shopping. But unfortunately for me, the close proximity of these two places meant that many people would often try to have their pets accompany them for a burger, and although I'm assuming that the management frowned on that, they didn't really do all that much to curb that sort of behavior either. I'm pretty sure it broke all kinds of food safety regulations, but I suppose to them, business was business, and they couldn't really afford to turn every single pet owner away if the place wanted to stay afloat. So on the day in question, I had stopped at the restaurant for what I hoped would be a quick bite to eat before a job interview. It wasn't the smart choice, I'll admit. It certainly wouldn't be prudent of me to turn up to an interview smelling like French fry grease. But to be entirely honest, the smell from outside the restaurant had me practically salivating. Those fries, man. Something about those Burger King fries is just insanely good. Maybe it's the seasoning or the oil, who knows. Point is, I couldn't resist a quick Whopper and fries. But incredibly, the moment that I walked through the front door, I recoiled. Hit by a debilitating wave of nausea due to the thick, pungent stench of wet dog filled my nostrils. It was almost enough to make me turn around and walk out again. But I decided since that I'd already made it this far, I should at least still get something to eat. It was that, or risk feeling hungry, grumpy, and tired during the interview. My first mistake was peering around the place in the hopes of finding out where the smell originated from. Through this, I ended up locking eyes with a very heavy woman sitting smack bang in the middle of the floor plan, who was alternating between dropping ice cubes down various parts of her clothing and pouring large amounts of water directly onto the floor. She shot me a glare as if to say, like, "What are you looking at?" So I broke eye contact and walked right past her, my glances being much more subtle as I did so. And I challenge anyone not to have done the same thing. You can't not look at that stuff like it's like a car crash or something. Gawping is just sort of in our nature. Anyways, these water puddles were being noisily lapped up by an equally obese dog of ambiguous breed that looked as though it had been recently trying to make love with a freaking mud puddle. My second big mistake was loudly mentioning the unpleasant aroma to the girl who took my order. Although she expressed sympathy, telling me that the manager had already been informed, my complaint was overheard by the clearly crazy woman who was watering the foul-smelling hound. "What you say about my dog?" she barked out, sounding like she had a cement mixer in her throat in lieu of actual vocal cords. When I didn't respond, the woman shouted again. "Hey, Hey, I'm talking to you, boy. You got a problem with my dog, huh? Not in particular. He just doesn't smell too good is all, I said. Whoever said honesty is the best policy was a liar. You got a problem with the way I look after my canine? Before I could think of an appropriate response to de-escalate the situation, the woman hurled half her full cup at me, completely drenching my freshly laundered suit. Not only that, it turned out that she hadn't been sharing water with her dog, but actually some kind of clear soda. So picture the scene. I'm now covered in the sweet-smelling, sugary liquid the dog had been drinking, the same dog that now detects the outwardly negative energy being projected by the woman. Only when it rears up and begins to bark at me do I realize just how big that thing was. Turns out I had been extremely foolish to assume that all that body mass was just fat and blubber, because underneath all the fluff was just pure muscle and fury. That, and I was covered in soda, like I might as well have been in with Joe Exotic's tigers whilst covered in sardine oil. It was like a cross between a Saint Bernard and a pit bull, and like the saying goes, it really had taken on its owner's personality. It was mean, incredibly mean, and when it bared its yellowing teeth to growl at me and drool dripped from the corners of its mouth onto the floor below, I realized something. Dogs are killers. We might like to pretend they're not, that they're cuddly little doggos or borkers or whatever dumb name that the internet has given them that particular week, but they're not. They're barely domesticated. And given the opportunity, as many of these police camera action videos show, some dogs are just waiting for the chance to mess a person up. And that's exactly what this dog wanted to do to me. The fat lady only barely had him under control. The devil dog was straining so hard against its old frayed leash that I'm pretty sure I could hear the cordage beginning to stretch to breaking point in between this thing's mammoth, monstrous barks. She was screaming at me that she could just sick him on me, and that I'd be a fine lesson for a rude person like myself not to talk smack about people in public like that. I'm not ashamed to admit that I was absolutely terrified. I mean, to the point that I almost completely forgot that I had a job interview in the first place. It was just pure survival mode all of a sudden, and before I knew it, I was behind the counter in the Burger King workstation, begging the girl on duty to call the cops, animal control, anyone who could remedy the situation. Anyone else, some gangbanger or whatever, I might not have been half as scared. Sure, I might have gotten a punch of something for my indiscretion, but this woman was literally crazy, and you could just tell from the look in her eyes. Some cholo might just knock my teeth out and walk away, but this lady, I had absolutely no doubt that she was more than willing to let that animal rip me to shreds right there on the floor of a freaking Burger King. Once it was clear the cops had been called and I had made some half-threat about getting her dog put down, which was just that. There are no bad dogs, just bad owners. The woman left the Burger King, and the staff began to clean up the mess she made. I wound up having to rush away for a change of clothes before I could make it to my interview, which I barely arrived at on time thanks to that little incident. I was just lucky I had a spare suit jacket at home, which looked slightly odd paired with the pants I was wearing at the time. Gray suit jacket, black pants. But it was better than nothing. Oh, and for those interested, I did actually get the job, but I never, ever went to that branch of Burger King. Ever again. Way back in the 90s, when I was a broke college student up in New York State, I worked at a burger joint one summer in Ithaca. I don't want to outwardly say the name of the place, but let's just say it's remarkably similar to Burger Monarch. The other staff were pretty cool. They were mostly young college-age kids like myself, and I actually still keep in touch with a few of them since we became pretty good friends. Hard work like that builds crazy strong bonds. But the manager was something else entirely. If there were corners to cut, he'd cut them, and if he could save a few cents on new stock by recycling old stuff, he would. I mean, to the point it kind of felt like we ran the restaurant and just sort of tried to stop him from messing the entire operation up, just so we could keep getting our paychecks. But I'll name no names to protect the innocent, and now that I'm safe from being sued, on with the story. The sanitation in this particular Burger King was very questionable indeed. I mean, I've been to Burger King since with my kids, and it's a whole new ballgame. Cleaning stations everywhere, all the staff have gloves, the place is gleaming. But this, my Burger King, was a world away from the kind of place you see nowadays. While there were timers built into the refrigerators to symbolize that we were supposed to throw patties away after being prepped for 2 hours or more, these were much just decorations for the health inspectors. Anyways, I get a free burger and fries during my break. It was one of the few perks of actually working there. That and the free parking that I abused from time to time so I could go hang out at the nearby mall. I normally go for your bare-bones basic cheeseburger since it was almost always fresh and used minimal ingredients, and thus the least likely to kill me. But I decided to go for another kind of burger one day, because ranch dressing on onion rings together on one burger fulfilled a long-held protein dream I'd had. Anyway, so I throw a patty onto the grill for a few minutes, take it off, and take a few bites, only to realize something was wriggling in the burger bun. Yep, you read that right. And on closer inspection, it seemed like the whole hunk of bread was moving. Between the gooey, saucy cheese and buns were half a dozen or so little white larvae who were wriggling rather anxiously at having just been thrown onto a sizzling hot beef patty from their safe, cool home on the burger bun. Management always left the doors open in the summertime, front and back, as the place could get unbearably hot, and apparently that invited fruit flies that laid eggs on the burger buns. After gagging, spitting, and trying not to contemplate what was potentially wriggling down my esophagus, I showed the wormy buns to my boss, who claimed it was just sesame seeds, and then yelled at me for throwing the buns away. It was a long time before I ate a burger in that place again. Although what was almost as disturbing to me is that at roughly the same time, some drunk Cornell fat dude got a wormy bun and came to the counter. We realized what was happening and prepared ourselves for some kind of sustained assault ending in a lawsuit. But the guy just straight up ordered another burger. Another one. People are gross. I work at a local Burger King in my city in Ohio. A few nights ago, I was working the closing shift, which is 5 p.m. until 10 p.m. It's a shorter shift, but it's the heaviest one of the day. And not just because it's busy, because all the weirdos seem to come out after the sun goes down. And this right here is the story of the most bizarrely disturbing encounter I've ever had while working in that Ohio Burger King. So, it must have been only like half an hour until closing, and round about this time, the throngs of late-night diners start to kind of peter out, allowing us to close a few booths and generally get a head start on clean down before actually closing. The restaurant is getting quieter and quieter, and as time goes on, it actually seems like we might be able to get out of that place at a reasonable hour, which obviously we're all excited about. You see, we didn't get any overtime there, and they'd only pay us for 15 minutes after closing. The idea being to keep us from slacking and earning a few extra bucks in the makeup work after hours. So as I was saying, it's about half an hour from closing when I see a guy start walking towards the clear glass doors. They're double doors too, so picture the scene as he opens one door, uses the little hook to keep it open, then does the same with the other doors so that both sets of doors are wide open, like he's ready for an entire mob of people to start walking through the entrance. But instead of an entire mob of people, there came only one, although I'm guessing she weighed about as much as 3 or 4 other people. This woman was in a mobility scooter, or more accurately, spilling out from over a mobility scooter. I really don't mean to be cruel here, but she was disgusting, objectively disgusting. She couldn't have weighed any pound less than 600, and her size was such that she actually needed an oxygen tank attached to her scooter, a clear plastic line running from it up into her nostrils. She scoots her way to the counter with her man and proceeds to just smile at him while he orders something for her. something being the single biggest order I'd ever taken down in the entire time I've worked there. And I'm talking even more than the frat boys who come in drunk one Saturday night. The order came to just shy of $150 and took about 20 minutes to prepare. Keep in mind that the average serving time in our restaurant at that period was like 6 minutes. 6 minutes for an entire bag of meals, and this order took 20, with every member of our staff preparing it. When it was done, the worst part commenced. She scooted herself over to a table with her man, who then proceeded to feed her pretty much the entire order in the space of about 10 minutes. It was absolutely disgusting. But honestly, I couldn't decide if it was worse that we were bearing witness to that whole thing, or that the guy seemed to take immense pleasure in making a freaking mess while he was feeding her. By the time they left, there were fries and ranch dressing everywhere, all over the floor, all down the red leather in the booth. Tons of fries had been, crushed underfoot in that way that you have to really scrub at the plastic tiling to get them up. The whole thing added a bunch of extra time to our cleanup. But that's not the thing that scared me. It's how into the whole feeding thing they were. How the woman was hurtling towards an early grave and seemed to be loving it. So, I think I can answer this one, given that I used to work at Burger King as a shift manager while I was still attending night school. Our store was located in the large Walmart shopping center. Every single store in that whole shopping center really hated being next to the Walmart because the general manager happened to be particularly mean and spiteful. So for example, there was a problem reported in a store, an employee complaining about staff facilities being busted. He would just fire the employees who reported the issue instead of actually fixing the problem like a grown-up. And said problem usually went unfixed until it turned into an emergency, like when the septic tank backed up or whatever caused that sewage stench in the parking lot for like a week straight. If that seemed like a very specific example, it should do. It was beyond disgusting. As a result of our anger and the subsequent chewing outs he got from us, he couldn't fire us, and our manager hated him even more than we did. Every year he would express his ire for the fast food restaurants next to him by plowing the snow in his parking lot into the large piles that blocked the entrances to our parking lots. Yep, he was that kind of guy. Anyway, 3 months later, and it's almost summertime. This is all right in the middle of a hectic lunch rush when basically our entire parking lot was full. And whenever that occurred, people would just park at the far end of the Walmart parking lot and wander over to us. And that day, we just so happened to be told by multiple customers that there was a growing fire ant nest in one of the flowery garden-type islands in the Walmart parking lot. We advised people to be careful, even putting up signs in addition to calling our general manager a few times, asking him to get an exterminator. He explained that we just didn't have the funds to hire professional exterminators, but he'd call up head office as soon as possible. Only they really had the power to allocate that kind of funding. He sympathized, but there was simply nothing he could do right away. It was frustrating, but that's the way things are sometimes. So a few days later, a woman and 3 children come in during the lunch rush. The mom is nice and polite. Kids are incredibly cute, and she orders 1 large meal for her, 3 kids' meals for the little tykes, and then they all walk out. Interaction over, right? Wrong. It must have been no more than 10 minutes later the woman walks back into the restaurant. I recognize her immediately from having been so nice. That's the thing in the service industry, is sometimes I think I'd rather just have nice customers than idiots who tip. Only this time, she's not looking so happy and content. In fact, she looks visibly distressed. My first thought was that an order had been gotten wrong. Maybe one of those adorable little kids is upset that they didn't get their preferred toy or something, but the more I looked, the more it was obvious that she wasn't just distressed. She looked downright terrified. By the time I noticed that she was actually crying, I just walked out from behind the counter and gave her a polite, "May I help you, ma'am?" She tries to speak, but she can't. She's just kind of sobbing uncontrollably in that kind of trying to keep it together but failing kind of way. I tell her everything is fine, just to take a breath, and she does. It works. She can talk again. But what I heard next made me kind of wish she hadn't. "My son, ants. Fire ants. Oh God, please. Help. Please help." My jaw just about drops. The worst I'd ever envisioned was an irritable grown-up with a few bites threatening to sue us into oblivion. But a kid? I ran, straight up sprinted as fast as I could manage towards the Walmart parking island. Immediately I see the kids. 2 of them are perched atop the hood of the car the mom had obviously been driving, while the boy is jumping around erratically, screaming in pain with tears streaking down his little face. His legs, I'll never forget his poor little legs. They were almost completely covered in tiny orange and black fire ants. I mean, even from a distance you could see them scuttling up and down his legs, which were already covered in these little red sore-looking bites. My first thought is to use the hose out back of the restaurant to spray the kid's legs. Side note, I'd had the exact same thing happen to my cousin when we were kids, and I remember my dad literally saving her butt by spraying her down with the power hose. She cried like a banshee, but it worked. That's also about the time I realized a huge problem with my idea. If this had happened closer to the store, I could have used a hose to spray them off his legs. But if you remember, this was a Walmart parking lot, where they'd used a free space before walking over to the Burger King. So there was absolutely no way I was going to be able to get them over there, not fast enough. I was absolutely terrified. I had to think quick. All I could think about was that kid in Texas who died of fire ant bites just a few years before. I mean, I'm pretty sure he just died of a few bites too, and this kid in the parking lot looked like he had hundreds. Then I saw their drinks, sitting on the hood of the car in one of those cardboard carrier things. I grabbed them, starting with the mom's large lemonade, and sloshed them with as much force as I could muster onto the front of his legs to wash off as many ants as possible. Next, the 2 small kids' drinks straight to the backs and side of the legs. 99% of the fire ants are washed off. The kid is still screaming, but after I clear the rest off with my gloved hand, the initial emergency is over. I tell the mom to bring the kid back to Burger King so I can use the first aid kit on him. She scoops him up, still screaming, her crying, while the other 2 kids follow close behind. I bring her in through the delivery entrance, then rush into the office to grab the first aid kit. She rubs burn cream on his legs while I call 911. Ambulance arrives within 5 minutes. Kid is not screaming anymore, but still crying. Paramedics take over. The mother gives me a hug and thanks me between tears for helping them. 24 hours later, I learned that the Walmart manager had been sued by a local family for dangerous conditions at his store. The manager was fired and replaced with an interim manager. Exterminators showed up within a week and fire ants were killed. All's well that ends well, right? But still, it was definitely the scariest moments of my entire Burger King career, which, funnily enough, ended not long after. So a few days after my 19th birthday, a few of my buddies and I are rolling around town in one of our cars, passing bottles and generally getting up to no good. We find a spot to park up, have a few smokes and blast some music, hanging out and just messing around until long after the sunset. Eventually, once we get hungry enough, we decided to drive over to Burger King to get a bite to eat. Now, I'm pretty lit by that point, and I've been lying if I said I wasn't generally being a complete jerk here, but here goes. So the Burger King drive-thru is closed for some reason, so we park the car up, get out, and head into the restaurant. And at the head of this huge line was this giant ham beast who was in the middle of waving her arm flab around, making some animated complaint about her order. My drunk buddies and I proceeded to watch this ham beast making an absolute idiot out of herself for like 10 minutes straight, holding up the entire line until eventually she steps to the side to wait for her corrected order or whatever. Either way, the line starts to move again. Everyone is super livid at this hog lady for holding up the line, and I could tell the workers behind the counter were less than pleased with her too. So by the time I get to the front to give my order, I'm feeling all cocky and righteous, and for some reason I had it in my head that if I made the workers laugh by roasting the hog lady, I'd get like a free meal out of it or something. So I say something to the effect of, "May I apologize on behalf of humanity for the irate snuffling of my heavy friend here." No one laughs. They all just look pretty shocked, looking back and forth between the ham beast and myself, waiting for the aftermath. She turns red in the face, and I expect her to explode on me. I'm ready for the black eye or whatever. It was worth it, just to hear my buddies cracking up behind me. But she didn't flip her lid. She didn't say a word. She just sort of stood there, steaming mad until the guy behind the counter appeared with her amended food order. Then she just sits down and starts eating her food. We get our food and sit down on the opposite side of the restaurant, and all the while my buddies are like, "Come on, man, you burned her, jeez, dude." But I'm looking over at her, because the ham beast is on her phone, just talking all quiet, but every so often she shoots us a little bit of a look with this big smug grin on her fat face. I don't know what I was expecting to happen, but why I thought I'd get away with it, I have no idea. Because the moment we walked out of that restaurant, we just hear from behind us, "There he is. That one, right there." I look around, and she's pointing at me, the same smug grin on her face. Then, when I turn back, there's a gun in my face. I honestly can't remember what the dude was screaming at me, only that he was, but I know it was her husband. It's weird the little details you notice when something like that happens to you. I distinctly remember seeing the dude's wedding ring on a finger that was wrapped around the handle of the pistol. I'm not a gun guy, but that thing was an incredibly big pistol, like huge. And all I did was sort of zone out and look down the barrel for a few moments with this guy's screams ringing in my ears. It was only when he pushed it to my forehead that reality came back to me and hit me like a ton of bricks. I just remember shaking so hard that when the guy told me to get down on my knees, I could barely react. He screamed at me to get on my knees because I didn't deserve to die on my feet, and that line stuck with me even to this day. I've never been so scared in my entire life. If you notice, I haven't given my name or where this happened or when it happened. This is to give me enough anonymity to admit that just after I fell to my knees, and I mean fell to my knees, I just straight urinated my pants, which I didn't even know was really a thing. I mean, obviously I've heard about people being so scared they wet themselves, but I didn't think it could actually happen to people. But I suppose since I was full of booze and that large Coke, there was plenty in my bladder to void, and void my bladder I did. Somehow, I had found a way to make a terrible situation even worse. Not only did I think I was about to die in a parking lot, while a whole restaurant full of strangers looked on in horror, I was about to die soaked in my own urine, cowering and shaking, on my knees outside of a freaking Burger King. He starts shouting other stuff at this point too, but I can't quite remember that either. I was just waiting for the moment my light switched off, a feeling like I'd fallen asleep real fast that I'd never, ever wake up from. I remember trying to shout something myself, something about how, "Will someone please call the cops?" or whatever, but fear is a powerful thing. I couldn't speak. I mean, it was like a nightmare come to life. One of those where you try to scream for help, but your voice just sort of dries up in your throat. The next thing I remember are my ears pricking up to the word cops being spoken by some bystander just out of my view. Then I hear the distinct voice of the ham beast repeating the word, only this time, it's not me that sounds scared. It's her. I feel the tip of the pistol leave the back of my head, and by the time I summon the courage to look around again, I see the pair of them, ham beast and gun guy, screeching out of the parking lot in some battered old sedan, followed swiftly by the blaring sirens in the distance. It was only when I was giving my statement to the cops that I noticed my buddies were gone, and not only were they completely out of sight, so was the car. So I had to be driven home to my parents' house in a freaking cop car, which clued them into the fact that I had been drinking, which to them was far more worthy of their attention to the fact I'd almost just been shot in a Burger King parking lot. They tried to ground me for like a month, but they didn't need to enforce it. I was too shaken up to leave the house for the first week entirely. Just be careful who you're talking to or trying to be funny. You never know who's psycho enough to put a gun to your head. This story of mine comes from perhaps the worst period of my entire life so far. I grew up privileged. Summers in the Hamptons and winters in the Bahamas kind of privileged. My dad was an investment banker, and a good one at that. So much so that Mom never had to work after they got married. I had it all. Fancy private schooling bled into what I thought would be a free college education. Well, not exactly free since Dad was footing the bill, but I'd never be saddled with any kind of crippling student debt that would turn my peers into wage slaves for the rest of their lives. At least, that's what I thought was going to happen, until the 2008 financial crash. A lot of other financial companies got government bailouts, right out of the taxpayer's pocket, but my dad's didn't. For whatever reason, they didn't qualify, so he lost his job. Long story short, one day I was in college, living the good life. The next I was on the phone to my mom, being told I'd have to drop out and find a job if I ever wanted to be able to support myself, as they just didn't have the spare cash anymore. It was devastating. I'd never worked a day in my life before, and there I was, traipsing around town with a folder full of resumes, trying to find something, anything, to get some cash in my account. And that's how I ended up working at Burger King. It was really hard at first. Although I didn't necessarily feel like it, I obviously gave off some major rich girl vibes, as the rough, tough, working-class staff members detected it immediately. They didn't go easy on me, not in the slightest. But if I'm honest, that's the best thing that could have happened to me. In the space of about 3 months, I learned the meaning of a hard day's work, and the more I threw myself into the challenge of full-time work, the more my colleagues started to respect and appreciate me. In the end, we were incredibly tight, and I still keep in touch with a few of them via Facebook and stuff, but anyway, now that you have a bit of background, on with the story. So I was working the late shift one night, which is generally the hardest shift of the day. The manager only ever put the most competent, most capable workers on that shift, and I know it sounds dumb, but the fact that I'd proven myself enough to be put on that cycle was a huge compliment to me. We used to stay open until midnight on weekends, and at about 11:30, we get this pretty regular-looking dude coming in, standing there at the counter whilst perusing the menu behind me. I gave it my best. "May I take your order, sir?" He looks down at me. Without skipping a beat, he's like, "2 double cheeseburgers, please." I could have plugged the order into the register when he interrupts me with an addendum into his order. "Could I have those without the bun, the bacon, or any cheese, and hold off on grilling them for me, would you? Thanks." I stopped plugging his order in and looked up at him. "Excuse me?" It took a moment for me to really process what he was asking for, and he smiled as he began to clarify what his order was. "Is there a problem?" Yeah. I'm not sure we're allowed to serve raw hamburgers. It's against food safety regulations." "You've heard of steak tartare, haven't you?" Yet another guy who immediately detected something in my mannerisms or accent that suggested I was upper class. I didn't even justify it with a response. I just asked him to wait a second while I talked to my supervisor. So the supervisor comes out and basically tells the guy no, just like I had. Even if you can eat raw beef, it's just not something we're able to serve our customers, or that's what I thought anyway. Because as my super is talking to this guy, calmly explaining that as much as he's sorry, it's just not something we can do. The guy rolls his eyes and pulls out a wad of high-denomination bills from his pocket and is just like, how much would it take? Now the place is pretty much empty at this point, but all eyes are on this guy and his wad of bills. I'll never forget the moment my supervisor stopped talking all calm and professional before turning to me and telling me, go to the back and clean something. I was stunned. I knew the guy well enough to know exactly what he was doing. He was going to clear the floor of potential witnesses, then actually get this guy's order. I pretended to clean something, all the while spying on him as he collected 2 raw patties from the fridge and sort of went through the motions of cooking them, so that if anyone watched the cameras back, it would look like he had done his job to the letter. A couple of minutes later, he comes into the back, telling me to take over the register, but not before he slides a few crisp $100 bills into my hand, telling me not to say a word to anyone and to just forget about what had happened before people start running their mouths about it. As far as the rest of the team knew, he had told the guy no, served him some regular burgers, then simply gone about the rest of his shift as normal. But I couldn't let it go. I had to get some closure, even if I had a few $100 worth of tips. I had to know what this guy's deal was. So being the sly fox that I am, I ducked my supervisor and hit up the manager in his office, asking him if, since it's so quiet, it'd be okay if I took a cigarette break. He looks at me all confused, turning in his chair before saying, you don't smoke, do you? Yeah, I just started. Stresses of the job. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but you're entitled to your 5 minutes. Just make sure you get your station covered. So I did. I got a buddy of mine to man the register, bummed the smoke off of one of the fryer guys, then stood out back trying to get a look at the guy as he headed for his car. So there's me, standing there, pretending to smoke while I pretend I'm not watching this dude climbing into his driver's side. Then the thought hits me. It's late. Stores might not be open. In fact, they definitely weren't open, and the dude probably wanted something to cook with, right? Wrong. I distinctly see him unwrap the dripping wet burger wrapper before he raised the raw meat to his face. He doesn't take a bite, not like I expected him to. In fact, it looks more like he's smelling the meat more than anything else. I really couldn't believe what I was seeing. Literally, though, I thought the perspective had me seeing something that I wasn't, so I made the awful decision to edge a little closer to the car, angling out so I could see through the driver's side window. All without considering that his side mirror would reveal me as the peeper that I was. And oh my God, the way he looked at me through that window, this wild look in his eyes after breaking from what looked so much like he was making out with that chunk of meat. He was furious, gunning his engine before ripping out of the parking lot as fast as he could move. I just tossed the cigarette, ran back inside, and went straight to the super to tell him what I'd seen. He only repeated that no matter what, I wasn't to tell a soul that we'd served him raw meat, or those few $100 bills would be the last money we ever got out of this place if the owner didn't opt to sue us too. We never saw that guy ever again, and no one ever found out about the raw meat we sold him. I don't suppose I was in any real danger, but it was definitely the scariest, if not the most disturbing incident I've ever had while working at Burger King. I think maybe the scariest thing to ever happen to me occurred in a Burger King of all places. I was on a particularly long drive one time, and it was later in the evening when I started to get kind of hungry. I kept driving for a few miles until I began to see signs of a Burger King. Hallelujah. Fatty, meaty goodness. I find the Burger King, pull off the highway, and park up my car just outside. So as I'm walking over to the actual restaurant, I was pretty happy to see that there was no line. Not only that, but there didn't seem to be anyone inside the restaurant at all. It was as quiet as the grave in there, but frankly, that suited me fine. I was famished by that point, so naturally I was in no mood to be stood in some long line. I remember seeing the clerk stood behind her register, just stood there, almost in a robotic way, not moving. But again, I didn't overthink it. I figured since they weren't busy, she could afford to just kind of take it easy. I step inside, walk up to the counter, and then freeze. Now, since this is not my first retelling of this, many people have asked me how I didn't notice the warning signs. Seemingly empty restaurant, server frozen to the spot, stuff like that. Like I said, it was late in the evening. I had a long day and I was starving. My situational awareness was not at its best, and everyone looking at this with hindsight can go screw themselves because I doubt they're the Sherlock Holmes they think they are. Anyway, I get up to the counter, look at the server, and see she's been crying. Not only that, but she's shaking too. She seems absolutely terrified. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I see something under one of the tables nearby. It only takes a slight turn of my head to recognize what it is. It was a person, lying face down, their fingers linked around the back of their head. And they seemed similarly terrified too, too scared to even look up from this prone position. Only then did I realize that something was horribly, horribly wrong. I just didn't know what. But thankfully, or not thankfully, I didn't have to wait long to find out. From the back of the store, a guy in a mask steps out from behind a fryer or something, a grubby-looking gun in his hand, and it's pointed at me. Phone, wallet, and keys on the counter. Now. I can't remember his exact words, but they were essentially that. He ordered me to empty my pockets, and when I did, he ordered me down on the floor. Just like the other dude, I instinctively linked my fingers behind my head. I had apparently interrupted him in the process of emptying the cash registers, or rather, commanding the poor, terrified server to do so for him, which she did. I didn't see much of what happened next, but I know he told her to put the money in a food bag so he could walk out without too much suspicion being raised, or that's what the logic seemed to be to me. Before he left, he told us all to count to 100 before we got up, and if anyone did, he'd shoot us through the giant glass windows that pretty much made up most walls. As you can guess, I didn't get up, not until I heard him screech out of the parking lot in a car. My car. Needless to say, that was quite the messy situation to follow up with for many months after. I've been pretty heavily involved in various fast food jobs since I was old enough to work, and I am now a manager at a Burger King down here in Florida. We experience a fair share of problems on a daily basis, but the worst has to be people who are using or addicted to drugs. They're everywhere in our industry. I mean it. The fun never stops for fast food workers. I have seen deals in the back of the kitchen, in the parking lot, in the bathroom, or walk-in. It used to be worse before my time, apparently, but honestly, I find that pretty hard to believe. My boyfriend of 10 years, who is way higher up the management chain than me, told me in the old days they would all hang out in employee parking even if it wasn't their shift, and just everyone would constantly switch cars while doing various substances. The first week I became a deputy manager, I had to cuss an employee out when she came in to work high on crystal. Not about her coming in on meth, for not doing any work. My boyfriend also tells me he came in and worked in the kitchen for a bit when it wasn't even his shift because he was rolling. Lastly, to this day, 90% of the employees come in with eyes redder than Satan's wiener. I used to be one of them, but a higher-up singled me out, and now I don't do it to spite them. This is most fast food places, but nothing can prepare you for walking into a bathroom to do a routine check and seeing a person's legs sticking out from under the stall. I remember being super tired that day. Just one of those shifts you're just trying to make it through instead of actually putting in any real work. I lazily grabbed the cleaning supplies from the cleaning closet, wandered into the woman's bathroom with my pen in hand, ready to sign my initials on the sheet to show we were being diligent and all that stuff. I straight up dropped the pen when I saw that girl's legs sticking out from under the stall, then ran. Ran back to the manager's office to call the paramedics. They kept asking if the girl was still breathing, and I had no idea. It wasn't a cordless phone, so I had to grab another team member to get them to check for me. They did not take it well. I don't think they'd ever seen another person on the verge of death like that, lips turning blue and stuff, and I had to send them home early when all was said and done. I don't really blame her either. It was a horrifying thing to behold. The paramedics showed up, and luckily this was at a time when the use of Narcan was becoming increasingly prevalent. For those that don't know, Narcan is a nasal spray that can reverse the effects of an opioid overdose. So luckily for us, and the girl in question, no one died that day. But the thing that sticks with me is the look I saw in that girl's eyes when we opened up the stall so the medics could get to her. I had to shimmy up the bathroom stall before jumping down, careful not to land on her so I could unlock the stall door. The medics wanted to kick it in, but it was quicker and much less expensive for me to just climb over. But when I did, I kid you not, the wide-eyed look of fear in that girl's eyes, the cold sweat clinging to her brow as she crept further and further towards death's door. I had never been so creeped out in my entire life. I think my most disturbing story regarding fast food work would be working at a Burger King in my native North Dakota. I happened to be the go-to guy for any kind of job the others didn't want. I was in high school at the time and usually worked around 25 hours a week to earn money to fund my extracurricular activities. I cooked, cleaned, washed trays, and served from time to time. But most of all, I was essentially a magnet for odd things. In the 2 years they were open prior to me starting, they didn't have drainage issues, fecal issues, vomiting, or anything else like that. But lucky me, when I started, my first day consisted of cleaning projectile vomit from the kitchen. One of the cooks took ill during his shift and barfed everywhere, and I mean everywhere. But still, we remained opened and kept all of our tickets under our 10-minute max. Fast forward a few weeks and our soda/ice storage drain under the fridge stopped working. We had to move the fridge and clean out the drain. The drain was full of a gelatinous brown stuff that smelt like raw sewage. A few nights later, some kid had explosive diarrhea all over our dining area. He somehow managed to hit 3 tables, around a dozen chairs, and about 80 square feet of wood flooring. Shockingly, we stayed opened and I was forced to clean in between exposing food. Another good one was when our GM found we had a rat problem in one of the walk-in fridge units. The restaurant was closing for a few weeks due to it being our slow season, smack bang in the middle of one of those brutal Dakota winters. One of the super smart shift supervisors decided to just close the door with the rats inside. Whether or not he'd seen them, I don't know, but when I came back to open the kitchen to find about 30 dead babies and a mother rat, this was bad enough on its own, seeing all those twisted up babies dead with their mother nearby. But when I came to donning the gloves and picking up their little bodies one by one and tossing them into a plastic trash bag, it turned out one of them wasn't as dead as they appeared to be. The moment I laid a hand around the mother rat, she woke up. I have no idea how she wasn't dead. She mustn't have had any food or water for a while, unless she had somehow found a way, but alive she was, and she was angry. She somehow managed to escape my grip, but she didn't drop to the floor. Instead, she sunk her teeth into my hand before she started working her way up my arm, biting me viciously the entire way. I was screaming, trying to smack her off of me, but every time I seemed to hit her, she had her teeth buried in my flesh, and smacking her only succeeded in making the wounds even worse as her teeth ripped and tore at my skin. In the end, I managed to catch her with a shot that knocked her off and sent her crashing into the fridge wall next to me. Then, I stomped and stomped, over and over again until she wasn't moving anymore, and her broken body was spilling guts out onto the floor. I had to have 19 stitches in my hand and arm along with the tetanus shot, and I was stuck in a hospital for 72 hours due to waiting out my shift before going in. So this story doesn't have anything to do with Burger King food as such, as the restaurant I happened to be working in at the time was very sanitary. I used to eat Burger King burgers and fries on my breaks, as I never encountered anything gross happening in the entire time I worked there. Then again, I usually work the morning or day shift, and the people seem to be much cleaner and more diligent than the afternoon or the night crew. Offense intended, night crew. Y'all are nasty. On one of my last days of work, something extremely messed up happened. At the time this whole incident happened, I had put in my 2 weeks' notice because I got a different, nicer, thankfully, job, and by the end of that day, I felt even luckier that I'd managed to land a much more pleasant job. You see, a young woman brought her 2 children with her to the store. Not an unusual thing, and although I didn't serve them, I was around the registers when the mom placed her order. Absolutely nothing seemed amiss with her or her kids, and trust me, you get really good at reading people when you work service. Body language, posture, stuff like that you learn to read, and you can almost tell if someone is about to be a jerk or whatever. Anyway, on the day in question, a large group of senior citizens from a local retirement home were there as well. It was a weekly thing, and we came to get to know some of the older folks who came into the restaurant. So one of these sweet old ladies walks up to the counter and tells the shift supervisor that one of the bathroom stall doors was locked. She knocked on the door numerous times, thinking it might have been one of her retirement home friends, but got no response. She told us she was pretty worried and asked if a member of the team could go into the bathroom to make sure everything was okay. Our general manager immediately jumps into action, got in there and used the special kind of key we had to open up the bathroom stall from the outside. The mood was kind of tense when she walked in, but the entire restaurant went into a panic when she rushed out, shouting for someone to call 911. We later found out that she had unlocked the stall, only to find the young mom of 2 lying on the bathroom floor, turning purple, with an empty bottle of bleach next to her with the cap off. She had tried to take her own life, right there in the bathroom, with her 2 young kids playing just a few yards away. And this was the worst part. These children were like 3 or 4 years old, tops. I don't think they'd ever get over it if their mom died like that, right there with them. When all was said and done, all the employees on that shift were in tears or just numb from what had happened. And the paramedics and police came and there was a huge commotion. Everyone thought she was dead. However, the paramedics were fortunately able to revive her. I'd like to believe it was an adrenaline shot through the heart, Pulp Fiction style, but I honestly have no idea how they got her back. And she was sent to the hospital. Needless to say, I was over the moon that I didn't have to work in that place anymore. Even if I wasn't on the way out, I'd have definitely left. After that, anyway. A wild thing happened to my girlfriend and I at Burger King a couple of weeks ago. We ordered a bunch of food, got our drinks, and sat down at a table near the corner of the restaurant. A minute after we ordered, a guy goes up to the counter and orders. He wasn't out of place, so I didn't notice anything about him for a few minutes. He sits down where you typically would sit if you were waiting for a to-go order, and the first thing that got our attention was a kid, maybe 8 or 9 years old, ran past him. He loudly says, "Atheist!" at the kid in an accusing tone. He then was milling about, talking in a radio-like box about how he needed to move to the North Pole. It was seconds after this that I noticed that he was staring at us. As I made brief eye contact with him several times to check that he was indeed staring, he then walked over and sat at a table right next to my girlfriend and I. Great, I thought. He then starts babbling to some imaginary person saying, I don't know. Homeless and mentally ill are common in this area, especially this side of town, so we are on edge but not surprised at his behavior. The lady working calls for order 179. The guy says, "They were before me," motioning to us, since he apparently forgot his number. The lady said, 2 cheeseburgers, and he again insisted it might be our food. By this time I realized what was happening, and I said, "Oh yeah, we are 178. At this point he snapped and totally lost it on me. "You Californians need to learn to open your mouths," as he grabbed his food and began walking in my direction to the exit. I mustered up what fight-or-flight response I had in the moment to say, "Have a nice day, see ya," as he approached the door, and Crazy Guy continues to cuss at me, calling me names. A few words were exchanged, but I made sure to stand my ground but not say anything off-color as he made his way out. As he left, he apparently continued to scream at us through the window. All employees and customers in that place were looking at me in shock, and I was shocked too. The part that bothers me about this interaction is that in the moment, as he walked past me, I saw in his eyes how removed from reality he was, whether that be because of drugs or mental illness or a combination of both. He was also much larger than me, so if he wanted to hurt me or my girlfriend, he likely could have. Needless to say, every time I go to that Burger King from now on, I make sure I scope out the area before going in. I'd say I was about 13 years old when this happened. At the time, I lived in a small town, and this girl a few years younger than me had gone missing. It had been a big deal. They found her body and, well, apparently she had been tortured before dying. It had been a huge deal. They found her body, and apparently she had been tortured before. It was a huge deal, and obviously it made my parents paranoid about who they let be around their children. So back to my experience, my mom took me to Burger King. It was close to our apartment, and we went there the day she was too tired from working to cook. She went to get the food, and I sat at a booth playing with the paper from my straw, and this man came in and came up to me. It was like he came into the building and looked around until he spotted me, then came over to where I was sitting. The guy, I don't think that he was homeless. Maybe he was. He had this odd smell to him, and his clothes were ripped and dirty. He kept his hands stuffed in his jean pockets and kept moving them around and swaying back and forth while standing and looking down at me, and he kept smiling. It was so creepy. I just sort of smiled at him and said hi and hoped he'd go away, and figured he couldn't do anything because it was a small building full of employees and my mom was just a few feet away. Note, my mom didn't notice this guy yet. He started talking to me, and I remember that he had that kind of voice that makes you feel gross. He just stared at me and was talking about the girl who went missing. It wasn't like a casual topic. He had this glint in his eye that it was exciting to him what had happened, and excited for him to be talking about it to a young girl. He had started on about what he had heard and what had happened to the girl, which when you're very young and some creepy man who hasn't bathed in probably weeks is saying things about this to you, and the way he said these words was so intense and freaky. Like the whole situation is messed up, and I was creeped out. This guy was standing very close to me, like blocking my side of the booth. It was like he knew that if he didn't stand nearly pressed to my side that I would get up and leave this charming conversation. Thankfully, before he could go into any more details at this point, my mom noticed him and came over asking what he wanted and why he was talking to me. He got wide-eyed, jumped away, and left. A few employees ran out after him to see who he was, what he looked like, because they were caught between wanting to call the cops and making sure to never let him into the building again. I remember being shaken up really badly. My mom was freaked out. She had plans on buying me mace and all sorts of things after that incident. The thing is that after that, I was paranoid I'd run into him again. Small town kind of stuff like that happens. Like a few times I swear I saw him riding a bike when I'd be in the car with my mom, and another time I think I saw him in a shop we were in. Of course, I was young, and he was gross, and I was paranoid, so I doubt I did really see him. But thank God, I never had to interact with him again. This story is from a little over 10 years ago, so I was either 9 or 10. My dad would take us in his 18-wheeler across the eastern United States, mostly so he didn't have to unload the truck because he was incredibly lazy. Anyway, I went with him one summer, and we stopped at a Burger King to eat. I forget where it was, but it was either in Kentucky, Virginia, or West Virginia. I nearly got hit in the parking lot by some idiot, which was bad enough, but the really creepy stuff went down once we were inside. I ordered a kid's meal with a Dr. Pepper. The cashier was this weird redneck-looking dude. I remember taking a sip of my drink a little after sitting down, and it tasting kind of weird. I had a mouthful of food at the time, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Now, ordinarily, I would chug anything caffeinated and carbonated, but for some reason, something told me not to this time. After I finished eating, I took another sip. It definitely was not Dr. Pepper. I told my dad that it didn't taste like it, and he tasted, replied, "It's not," then went and yelled at the creepy-looking redneck cashier. The manager fired him on the spot. I later learned in my teenage years that the flavor was that of very cheap beer. So to the creepy redneck who tried to get a 9-year-old boy drunk in Burger King, I'm glad you're fired. So this happened yesterday, but I'm pretty sure it's the creepiest encounter with a stranger I've ever had in my life. I've never really written about a personal experience like this, and I don't know if you all will find it weird as I did, or if I'm overreacting, but I thought this would be the place to share it. Yesterday, my friend and I were at my house and found ourselves craving gross fast food. I live about a half-mile from a Burger King, which my friends and I had walked to before. It was quickly approaching dusk, but my neighborhood is relatively nice, and I had never felt comfortable or unsafe walking anywhere nearby before. The weather has been mild around here for December, and we decided to walk instead of drive the short distance to the King. For some background information, my friend and I are both 16-year-old girls. We both have had encounters with creepers in the past, but my resting face has deterred a lot of unwanted advances. My friend had pepper spray canister in her purse, but we left it at home, I guess because we were so comfortable in my neighborhood that we didn't think anything odd would happen. When we reached the Burger King, it was oddly desolate for dinner time. The only people in the restaurant were the workers, an old Italian man who seemed to be the franchise owner, and a middle-aged African-American man sitting in the corner facing the window. The way the building is set up, you order your food around the corner from the seating area, and those at the cash register cannot easily see those seated in the restaurant. There's a side door that opens directly onto the dining area, and you can enter and leave without whoever is working the cash register seeing you. As we were ordering our milkshakes and fries, the owner was screaming at the young employees, which made my friend and I pretty uncomfortable. When our food was ready, he brought it to the counter and leered at us, asking us if we had just been to the beach. Neither of us were dressed particularly provocatively, and I just gave him a dirty look and sat down to eat my food, thinking that he was probably the creepiest person I was going to meet that day. When my friend and I sat down to eat, the man who was seated in the corner got up to leave. We barely looked at him, but when he was passing our table, my friend and I noticed an odd detail. Though he was middle-aged and was wearing what looked to be a work uniform, he had bright neon green contact lenses in his eyes, like the kind people wear with Halloween costumes. I giggled to my friend that he must have really liked Hobson, a rapper whose persona includes wearing white contact lenses, but we didn't find it too strange until he came back in the side door 3 minutes later. When he came back in, he was carrying a misshapen large bag. He was previously seated very far away from us, but when he came back, he took the seats closest to us, about 2 or 3 feet away. The tables were angled differently, so his back was facing us. We thought this was weird, but we continued eating while he pulled out an ancient laptop from his bag and started it up. A few moments later, my friend grabbed my leg and made a motion for me to look next to me. There, the man had clearly angled his laptop screen so it was in view of my friend and I. I heard his heavy breathing before I fully grasped what was happening. There, on his Windows Media Player screen, were 2 naked women in what seemed to be a dungeon, strapped down and being whipped by a third woman in a rubber suit. Now, I have grown up around computers and am friends with a lot of dirty teenage boys, and I have seen a lot of things before, but this didn't seem like anything normal. It seemed less staged and less professional, and the fact that the man had it on a disc instead of the internet made it pretty creepy. What made it even creepier was that he was steadily increasing the volume of his laptop. By the time my friend and I fully grasped what was happening and got up to leave, it was on full volume and still angled towards us, while the woman's screams of pain echoed through the dingy restaurant. Of course, while this was happening, the manager was still yelling at his employees, and they were definitely unaware of what was going on. My friend and I didn't stop to tell them what was happening, and we booked it out of there, running across a busy intersection. I look back to see the man getting up and walking out of the Burger King into what can only be described as a stereotypical black creeper van. I told my friend this and we began to panic and ran into a nearby gas station. The van drove into the parking lot and sat there. We hid inside for almost half an hour, and the employees probably thought we were shoplifting, but we were too scared to make the walk home with this weirdo on the loose. Eventually the van drove off and we peeked outside to make sure the coast was clear. By this time it was completely dark outside. I called my best guy friend and asked him to come pick us up, but he was across town. My friend and I just stayed on the phone with him as we began the trek back across to my house, which, though short, when paranoid, seemed endless. When we got home, we speculated on the man's intentions and thanked our lucky stars that he didn't grab us on our walk back. I wasn't able to sleep well that night. I just saw his blank green eyes and his creepy black van in my dreams. It really sucks not feeling safe in your own neighborhood. I think it was probably exciting for him to scare young girls, and I think maybe this was his form of exhibitionism. If anything like this has ever happened to any of you, I would like to hear about it, or if you know if it's a thing in the creeper community to force people to watch your weird stuff in public. I'm just really confused by this whole experience. My friend's dad called the non-emergency police line today about this, so I'll be sure to keep everyone updated.
Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce.
When I was 18, I moved to St. Louis to go to college. I had never actually lived in a big city before, and even though I knew it could be very dangerous, I stupidly felt invincible as a young girl. One day I decided I wanted to skip class and visit a trendy vintage store. I was always a little hesitant to go anywhere by myself, but the store was on a popular street full of shops and restaurants, and after all, it was broad daylight. I finished shopping and made the long walk back to my car, just enjoying the sights. The street wasn't as busy as usual since it was afternoon on a weekday, and this is how I suddenly ran into trouble. Strolling my way was a very tall black man dressed in army fatigues. On top of his bald head was a cardboard Burger King crown set at a jaunty angle. I wasn't exactly concerned except for the fact that he was clearly mumbling and laughing to himself as if he were telling the world's greatest jokes. It's not unusual to see strange-looking but harmless people in public, so I continued on my way while being very careful not to make eye contact. "Excuse me, miss. Could you show me the way to the library?" I hadn't really expected him to talk to me, and I was taken aback by his politeness. I replied that it was further down the way he was heading and started walking again, and he got in front of me and asked me my name. Not really knowing what to do, I told him my first name and he told me his, reaching out his hand for a handshake. He gripped my hand and kept shaking it, never letting go while he told me how he was trying to get a job at a Burger King and asking me about my life. This entire time he was still giggling to himself like he was about to be the victim of a prank. I didn't get the feeling that he was drunk or high, but he was definitely off mentally, and I was terrified that things were about to escalate. I gave vague but polite responses, nervously glancing around as he endlessly shook my hand. A man in a nearby store with narrowed eyes was watching this whole thing unfold through the window. I made eye contact as if to say, "Please help me." The guy didn't budge, and I was paranoid that I was about to be attacked right in front of him. "It's so very nice to meet someone like you," the Burger King was saying, staring at me without blinking. His grip started to tighten harder and harder until he was crushing the bones in my palm, and I let out a little gasp. Suddenly adrenaline kicked in, and I jerked my hand out of his and bolted, yelling, "I really have to go now." I didn't stop to see if he was following me, and luckily, I never saw him again. I was mostly shaken up by what could have happened right in front of a bystander, and I still wonder about the Burger King's backstory. Why was he wearing legit army fatigues and boots and that crown? And I'll never be going to the local Burger King to find out if he got that job. I'm a 22-year-old female living in a semi-small city in California near Los Angeles. These events happened right after I graduated high school, making me about 17 years old at the time. After high school, I decided not to enroll in college right away since I wanted to take a break from school, so I started looking for a part-time job. I was actually hoping that I wouldn't find a job right away so I could focus on my art. With my luck, I got called for an interview at a local Burger King a few days after I started applying. I met my manager, we'll call her Karen. She was extremely nice and hired me for the cashier position. This Burger King was very close to my house, a 10-minute walk from my house to be precise. It was great since at the time I didn't have a car nor a driving license. Everything was going great for a few months working at Burger King until I started to notice an Asian man. He was probably in his late 40s or early 50s. We have tons of customers daily, so the only reason why he stood out was that he would come inside the restaurant wearing dark sunglasses and he would lift them just above his eyes when he would order, which I found funny at the time. He would always come in and just order a small vanilla shake and make small talk with me. At first, I didn't think anything of it. I just thought, wow, he must really like Burger King shakes, since he comes here almost every day. Karen, my manager, was the first person to notice something was off with this man. Working at a fast food restaurant, my hours vary day to day. I might work opening shift or closing. Well, Karen was starting to get a weird feeling about this man, so at the end of my shift one day, she calls me into her office and lets me know that this man with sunglasses always asks for me when I'm not there and just leaves without ordering anything. This is when I started to pay more attention to him. I would always see his beat-up Toyota van always parked in the parking lot when I would come out from my shift. It was parked on the side of the building where if you were inside the restaurant, you wouldn't be able to see it from any of the windows. It made me uncomfortable since he would try to lure me by calling my name at times, and at times he would sit in his van with a blank stare. I would always make sure he wasn't following me from work to my house. I didn't want him to know where I live, obviously. I found out that he works at the water shop that was just a few stores down, so I relaxed a little since there was a legit reason as to why he was always parked in that area. The only weird thing was that he parked in our parking lot, which was quite a walking distance from his shop. I just brushed it off, thinking that he just wanted the exercise and he would call my name to say a friendly hello. Everything changed one day on my morning shift. I was working drive-thru since I was covering for my coworker who was at lunch. He comes in and sits in the dining area. Although he was wearing the sunglasses, I can feel his piercing stare from across the restaurant. When my coworker comes back from lunch, she takes over the drive-thru and I go back to working the front. As I'm walking to the register, I see him stand up and walk towards the register where I'm at. He comes up and asks me how my day was and how beautiful I look today and how he would just love to have a girlfriend like me that he can spoil. I got very disgusted and very uncomfortable, but decided to ignore his comments and do the usual, "Welcome to Burger King, how can I help you?" He looked very taken aback and a little disturbed that I didn't acknowledge his previous comments. He just mumbled something under his breath in what sounded not English and said, can I have a vanilla milkshake and the chance to take you out on a date? I'll wait for you until your shift is over and I can take you shopping if you'd like. It'll be great and you can get to know me." As he reaches to touch my arm, I felt the goosebumps running through the back of my neck. I was in shock and I took a few steps back. At this time, Karen steps in before he can finish and sends me to the back, in which I am happy to oblige. He gets extremely upset and yells, "I'll be waiting for you." My manager tells him to get out or she will call the cops. Tears started running down my face and my manager lets me go home early. I call my mom to pick me up an hour after the incident since there was no way I was going to walk home after that. I knew what car this man drives and I've seen it multiple times. It was a gray old Toyota van with a distinctive bump in the front bumper. I wrote down his license plate. I saw it parked a few stores down as we were pulling out from the parking lot. Thoughts were flooding my mind, and the most important question was that if he knows where I live since I would walk to and from work, so he may have seen me. I had someone always take me to work and pick me up from work after that. Every time I would work with my manager, this man would come in and she would send me to the back where the cooks were. And every time this would happen, he would just walk out without buying anything. It was too much for me to handle, so I decided to quit my job. I didn't want to see or hear his nasty comments. That wasn't the end of him, though. My worst fear came into reality when I started receiving letters from this man a month after I quit my job. They would be typed letters with just a sentence, "I miss you," "I love you," or "We belong together," or "Can I see you?" My heart dropped. I knew it was him since in the bottom of it had his initials. He would pay with a debit card at BK, so I knew his name. At this point, I was more angry than upset. I called the cops, but I was told that they couldn't do much since he hadn't actually done anything harmful, but that they were going to send an officer to get a statement. I started documenting everything until I got enough evidence to obtain a restraining order on him. We moved out shortly after, and I haven't had anything else happen yet, thankfully. This happened when I was working at Burger King a few years back. I remember working the front counter that particular day, and I had just taken my last few orders before my lunch break. One of these orders was for a seemingly kind older gentleman, gray hair, nicely combed, nice clothes, and just generally looked like he cared about his appearance. For the sake of this, we'll just call him John. The order went well, and I thought he was just really kind at the time. This kindness was welcome since working at any fast food customer service or retail job can be absolutely a terror. Sometime soon after his order, the man took his seat and I was going on break. I ordered my own lunch and sat down to wait for it in my usual favorite window seat with lots of sunlight. As I was messing around on my phone while waiting for my meal, I saw a movement out of my peripheral vision, so I tossed a glance to my left to see the man from before walk by. He looked at me with a smile and smiled back to be polite before going back to looking at my phone and waiting. The man must have walked by a total of 4 times, and I thought maybe he was just getting a few things for his meal or using the bathroom. I wasn't really paying attention at the time because I was just buried in my phone waiting to eat. The 5th time the man walked by, he stopped at my table and looked at me. At this point, I just thought maybe that he had a question or a complaint, and I already felt the dread of being bothered on my break by a customer. I looked his way and smiled, asking, "Can I help you?" in my nicest tone of voice. I prided myself in customer service and didn't want to make it seem like I was bothered, despite feeling that way. The man smiles warmly at me and says, "Sorry to bother you. You seem like you're on break. I just wanted to tell you how beautiful you are." I was taken a little by surprise by this comment. I've received compliments like this before from random people at times, but never an older man like him. "Oh, thank you. That's really nice of you to say." I kept my cheery tone, but I couldn't help feeling a little creeped out. Keep in mind, at this time, I'm a 22-year-old girl, but I've always looked much younger than I am. Even now, a couple years later at 24, people tell me I look 17 or 18. I was prepared to get back to what I was doing, assuming that this was all he had to say, when he says, "How old are you? You look like you're in high school." He chuckles. I laugh a little nervously. I'm actually 22, but I get that a lot," I explain. At this point, I just want this man to leave me alone because he's really creeping me out and I just want to enjoy my break alone. "Really? That's even better," he says cheerfully. "Have you ever dated an older man before?" he asks me. I'm so nervous at this point, and when I get nervous, I'm grossly nice because I don't want to escalate the situation. "No, not really," I answered. Truthfully, I had dated 1 or 2 older men before, and I don't see a problem with that kind of age difference as long as both parties are consenting adults, but I didn't want to tell him that. "Oh, really? Well, would you ever consider dating an older man? I'm sorry if these are personal questions, but you're just so beautiful, and I would love the chance to date you if you'll have me." He has an expecting look on his face, and I can see out of the corner of my eye some of my coworkers and managers glancing at me every now and then. I think they could tell that something weird was going on, or maybe they just assumed that the man was complaining or asking me something having to do with the store. "I'm not really looking to date right now. I'm sorry," I said as politely as possible. This part was actually the truth because I had just gotten out of a relationship around this time, and I didn't want to jump into a new one. I watched his expression change from cheerful to disappointed, but he didn't give up. "I understand. Here, I'll give you my number if you change your mind and when you're ready to date." He presented me with his receipt with a phone number scratched on in pen, as if he was already expecting to give it to me beforehand. I gingerly took the receipt and smiled awkwardly. "Oh, okay, thank you. I'll consider it." I tried sounding nice, but I had no intention of contacting this guy. A smile returned, and the last thing he said was, "I'll be waiting for your call, beautiful." He winked at me before leaving my table, and then eventually leaving the store. When he was finally gone, my manager came to my table and asked what the guy wanted, and I told her what had happened. She grimaced and commented about how creepy it was, especially when he initially thought I was in high school. I agreed, finished out my break, and threw away the receipt with his phone number on it with the rest of the trash on my tray. I never saw that man again while working at Burger King, and I'm definitely glad I didn't. So John, the creepy man at Burger King with a liking for high school girls, you know the rest. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Be sure to subscribe and click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let's Read Official, and give and receive feedback from the community, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And join my Discord to interact with me and other listeners directly. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations for just $1 a month on Patreon, and maybe even pick up some Let's Read merch on Spreadshirt. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all these stories in long compilation form and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the bio. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, always finish your fatty, meaty goodness. About 10 or 15 years ago, there used to be this one Burger King place just outside of Silver Lake, out here in California. It was situated just within walking distance of this giant pet supply store that was only too happy to let their customers bring their dogs, cats, chinchillas, or whatever else with them while they did their shopping. But unfortunately for me, the close proximity of these two places meant that many people would often try to have their pets accompany them for a burger, and although I'm assuming that the management frowned on that, they didn't really do all that much to curb that sort of behavior either. I'm pretty sure it broke all kinds of food safety regulations, but I suppose to them, business was This all started about a year ago. I, a 23-year-old female, live on the second floor of an apartment complex and have lived here my entire life. The building is mostly comprised of families with young children and married couples. A lot of the families have lived here as long as my family has, so everyone knows each other pretty well. There is only one apartment unit that isn't occupied by a family, but rather by a pair of brothers who keep to themselves. One day, one of their sons, around my age, appeared out of the blue. He was strange off the bat. He would always wear a sweatshirt with the hood up and would run through the apartment complex to get to his apartment. I'm not sure what his face looks like because he always had the hood over his face. He lived on the first floor, on the back side of the complex, and would often go into his place by jumping through the window. He basically did everything in his power to avoid any interaction. I didn't mind him because I never saw him due to my busy schedule. However, one day, he started sitting on the top of the staircase that leads to my apartment. This was strange because his apartment unit was on the other side of the complex and on the first floor. I brushed it off at first, but it started happening every day. When I would come home from school, he was there. When my boyfriend at the time would drop me off at night, typically at around 10:30 to 11, he would be there. Sometimes, when I would leave and come back hours later, he would still be in the exact same spot as if he didn't move through the 5+ hours I was gone. At this point, I told my parents and my boyfriend about it, and they became very vigilant. My boyfriend would park his car and walk me to my door every night he dropped me off. Once he saw my boyfriend, he stopped sitting on the staircase, and I thought it was over, but it wasn't. He started waiting for me at the bus stop. The bus I take home from school stops right across from the street from my home, so it's a short walk. One day when I was getting off, I saw him waiting at the bus stop. Once he saw me get off, he followed me into the complex and sat on the staircase. He also started following me when I would walk my dog. At this point, my parents were upset. My dog started letting the neighbors know he was following me around. My neighbors started making sure he wasn't bothering me. If I was alone, they would start a conversation with me until I got into my door. One day, I got a friend request on Facebook from this guy. Mind you, he had never spoken a word to me, so how did he know my name, let alone find me on Facebook? My mom tried talking to his father, but they would never answer the door when my mom knocked on their door. So I'm thinking, it can't possibly get any worse, right? He seemed harmless, so I wasn't too worried. And I was wrong. One day when I returned from my boyfriend's house, my mom told me she had something to tell me, but she didn't want me to get spooked. She proceeded to tell me that when she was walking towards the kitchen to get a glass of water, she saw something in the tree move. Our kitchen has a huge window that takes up most of the wall. In front of the window, there's a huge tree. If someone were to climb the tree, you could see into our apartment. Well, guess what? When my mom took a closer look, she realized my neighbor was sitting in the tree, looking straight into the apartment. My mom called my dad over, and when my neighbors saw my dad, he jumped off the tree. At that moment, I felt my peace stolen from me. We filed a police report, but when the police went looking for him, he was gone. It turned out that there were snack wrappers and a blanket hidden in between the leaves of the tree. The police think that wasn't the first time he was up in that J tree. I couldn't help but wonder how many times he saw me walking around, and I had no idea. It's been about 6 months, and I haven't seen him since.